Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had mirror-matching Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. That's mean, Kaken. Can't you see he's crying? If you keep going I'll never forgive you. The blonde considered his words for a moment before shrugging and smirking. Even though you're quirkless, you're pretending to be a hero, Deku? He punctuated the last word with an explosion from his tiny fist before charging forward, accompanied by his two minions. The green-haired boy quailed back, his head buzzing, with fear, he had thought at the time. He did his best to brace himself against the oncoming punch, for all the good it did him. The blow glanced off his arm and hit him in the ear, the dull ache of pain spreading out from the points of contact to cover his whole body. Well, no, that wasn't quite right. The feeling that enveloped him was more surprising than painful. And it wasn't really an ache either, it was more like the weird itchy fizzy feeling that he got when he sat on his foot for too long, but everywhere at once. Come to think of it, it also felt a lot like the buzzing that he had already felt in the back of his head. He didn't have much time to think about it though, because he was too worried about the next hits from Kaken and his friends. They never came. Tentatively, he opened his eyes to see what had happened, and was greeted to the sight of the four other boys staring at him with wide eyes, the playground warfare temporarily forgotten. Kaken, wah-dash, he cut himself off at the voice. That wasn't his voice. The blonde boy grabbed him by the wrist and forcefully dragged him to the edge of the playground, where Izuku could faintly make out their reflection in the window of the next building over. There, in the reflection, was Kaken. And next to Kaken was another Kaken, but with green hair and green eyes and clothes the color of the ones Izuku had been wearing. True, it wasn't the most useful quirk for a hero, and it wouldn't stave off Kaken's anger in the long term. But for that day, and in that moment, all that mattered was, I have a quirk. Yes, he had a quirk. And as soon as it had awakened, he had moved to use it without thinking. Not all men are created equal. By the age of 4, I had already begun to accept this hard reality about our society. But that was my first and last setback, because sometimes what you have starting off is less important than what you make of it. 11 years later? Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but you're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? Yes. The classroom exploded with excitement, with all but a few of the students showing off their quirks. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks, but using your powers at school is against the rules. Bakugo scoffed quietly, hey teach. Don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. The class exploded again, this time in anger, but Bakugo just sat up straighter in his desk and shouted back, all you extras should just shut up. Oh, the teacher said, checking a chart, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? And Midoriya, too. The blondes looked darkened a bit at that, but most of the students were too preoccupied with discussing how prestigious UA was and how hard it would be to get into notice. He fixed Midoriya with a sharp glare, and the green-haired boy shied away from his gaze. Maybe, but I'll be the only one from this school that could possibly get in. He leapt up on his desk, confidence reasserting itself. After all, I aced the mock test, and I'm gonna be the one to surpass All Might someday and become the top hero. You should all just accept that none of you are on my level. He turned back to Deku, a maniac grin on his face and bursts of light and smoke popping from between his fingers. So, Deku, what makes you think you can stand in the same ring as me? The old childhood nickname had mostly fallen by the wayside since Izuku had developed a quirk. Most of the time he was an extra, or reject, like everyone else. But sometimes it showed up again when Bakugo was feeling especially heated. It's not like I'm trying to compete with you or anything Kaken, it's been my goal ever since we were kids, and I won't know unless I try dash. So you're taking the test for fun? Don't kid yourself Deku, even if you study night and day, you won't be able to get into UA with a weak quirk like yours. On the walk home from school, Midoriya thought about class that day. What if they're right? I know my mom says I can be a hero, but what good is a hero if they can't use their power to fight villains or save anyone? He walked into the tunnel, flipping through the hero notes he had made that morning and muttering to himself. It wasn't his normal route home, but he felt like he needed some extra time to walk and think today. Maybe he has a point about not applying to UA. If I went somewhere else where I had a higher chance of getting in, then at least I might still have the chance to be someone's sidekick one day. At the very least I should apply to multiple schools so that not all my eggs are in one. A medium-sized invisibility cloak, the deep, warbling voice interrupted his thinking. Izuku spun around, having been so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice the giant mass of slime sneaking up on him. A villain dash was all he could get out before being slammed to the ground and buried under a pile of sludge, which was forcing its way into his mouth and nostrils. In the back of his mind he felt his quirk trying to activate, accompanied by an intense buzzing sensation wherever the slime made contact with his skin, but he fought down the instinct. He doubted if it would even work against someone who looked this inhuman. Don't worry. I'm just going to take over your body. Calm down. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon. Izuku clawed at the villain, but it felt like trying to grab a hold of water. As he ran out of more and more breath, he felt his hold on his quirk slipping, and he would have screamed if he could. Faced with this level of transformation, or mutation, there was really no time to figure it out. It felt like his quirk was trying to melt him alive. Thanks for your help. You're my hero. I didn't think that had come to this city. The buzzing slowly gave way to numbness and weakness, and all Izuku could think was, am I dying? Somebody. No. In his last moments of consciousness, he heard a voice. One that only made him all the more certain that he was dead, because there was no way that person was actually here. It's all right now, young man. I am here. He felt the slime writhing around. Someone shouted something in the distance, and Izuku felt himself get launched through the air, yet more evidence that he was dead, he thought, and the world went black. He woke up to the feeling of someone tapping him on the cheek, and slowly cracked his eyes open. Oh, good. I'm glad you're okay. The voice came from his idol, All Might, who was standing directly above Izuku. Now he was absolutely, 100% convinced that he was dead. All the same, he couldn't help crying out in surprise and skittering away, fighting down the light buzzing on his cheek. Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I don't usually make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place. The hero gave a deep laugh, while Izuku could only stare in disbelief. He was still convinced that he was dead, but he was beginning to hope that wasn't the case, because that would mean All Might was really here, talking to him. But you were a big help. Thanks. I captured him safely. All Might held up a pair of soda bottles filled with the unconscious remains of the slime villain. The number one hero, All Might. He's really here. He looks completely different in person. Oh, write a autograph. Where did, he glanced down at his notebook, now covered in green gunk. He frantically picked it up and flicked to an empty page only to find, he already signed it. Izuku bowed up and down so quickly that he might as well have been powering a jackhammer. Thank you so much. It'll be an heirloom. A family treasure. Okay. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Well, I need to take this guy to the police, he said, sliding one of the bottles into his pocket. See you again on the other side of the screen. Wait, already? Pros are constantly fighting enemies and time. Wait, please, there are still so many things I need to ask you. Well then, I'm counting on your continued support. All Might leapt off, blowing the blossoms off the nearby trees with the power of his jump. Wait. Feeling a weight on his leg, he glanced down to find the fanboy hanging on for dear life. Hey. This is too much, let go. I can't. I'll die if I let go now. That's true. He conceded. I have a lot of things. I want to ask you directly, the fanboy said, lips and hair flapping back like a dog on a freeway. Okay. I get it, so close your eyes and mouth if you don't want to get bugs in them. He looked around for a secluded spot to set down, coughing slightly and tasting something coppery bubble up into his mouth. Sheet. Once safely on the roof, the fanboy finally let go, though his everything still seemed rather shaky from the flight. That was scary. Good grief. If you talk to the people downstairs, I'm sure they'll let you down, he said, silently straining against his time limit. I seriously am out of time, so I really must go. Wait. No. I will not wait. But dash. Echoes and memories filled his mind. The school counselor when he said he wanted help applying for UA. His mother, when he came home having been unable to defend himself. His classmates. Kaken. They had all used different words, but they all meant the same thing. You should probably just give up your dream. But even so, even if you have a useless quirk, can you still be a hero? The blonde giant paused, no longer walking away from the boy. Can even someone whose quirk could never save anyone be like you? All Might considered his words. A useless quirk? Suddenly a spasm of pain racked his body, but the boy was looking at the ground and seemed not to have noticed. Oh no, holy shit. It might have been because my quirk, mirror match, isn't very powerful, and I get made fun of for it, but I think saving people is super cool. Saving people with a fearless smile. I want to be the greatest hero, like you dash. He looked up and let out a startled cry at the stick figure of a man now standing where All Might had been, surrounded by a cloud of hissing steam. Why you were deflating? Wait, up until now. Fake? A fake? You're so skinny. All Might just let out a disgruntled sigh. I am All Might before a spurt of blood from his mouth interrupted him. Hey. No way. It's true. You know how the guys at the pool are always flexing and posturing? It's like that. No way. It can't be. All Might is fearless, he saves everyone with a fearless smile. He's the greatest. A fearless smile, huh? He sighed again and sat down, exhausted. Now that you've seen me like this, young man, make sure that you don't write about it online, even accidentally. He lifted up his shirt to reveal the mass of bruises and scar tissue on his upper left torso, causing the fanboy to flinch. It's an injury I got from an enemy's attack 5 years ago. Half my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I became emaciated from repeated surgeries and the aftereffects. Right now, I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day. That can't be. 5 years ago. Was that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? You're well informed, but a punk like that couldn't defeat me. This fight was not made public to the world. I asked that it not be made public. I will save people with a smile. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. I smile to show the pressure of heroes, and to trick the fear inside me. He sized up the young boy. You haven't told me much about your quirk, so I can't say for sure that there's not a type of hero that you could become. But pros are always risking their lives. Wanting to save people is noble, but I can't just tell you you can become a hero even without power. Not all power comes from quirks. Pros cannot get by relying solely on their quirks, and there are rare pro heroes who have quirks that they can't apply to their hero work. But they make up for it with extremely intense training, and their lives are hard and often short. He could almost see the young boy's heart shatter in two. I see. If you want to help others, then you could also become a police officer. They're often teased because they get villains delivered to their doorstep, but that is also a good occupation. He opened the maintenance door to the roof, not looking back at his young fan. It's not bad to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic, young man. He descended the stairs into the building. Now, I really need to get this guy to the police. He felt for the bottle in his pocket. It wasn't there. And after a moment of panic, an explosion caught his attention from across the city. Don't tell me. Izuku had also seen the explosion and had begun to rush towards it. But his steps slowed as he remembered All Might's words. He instead decided to walk toward home. He moved mostly on autopilot, looking through his hero notes and fighting back hot tears. He's right. I was ignoring reality because I didn't want to face it. I really will never be a hero. A loud blast pulled him out of his trance, and looking across the street he found that his feet had carried him to where the explosions had been coming from. Craning over the crowd to get a clearer view down the alleyway, he saw the Sludge villain from earlier, surrounded by flames. But All Might captured him. If he's loose then, his mind flashed back to when he had grabbed the pro hero's leg before he jumped, and how, come to think of it, he hadn't remembered seeing the bottles during their rooftop conversation. Then it's my fault. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Asked a bystander. I don't think they can, his friend replied. I heard that villain caught a junior high student and is holding onto them as a hostage. Izuku looked closer, as the crowd murmured about when a hero would come. One civilian mentioned seeing All Might earlier that day. All Might? Soon, that seemed to be the question everyone in the crowd was asking. Where is All Might? A hero will be here soon. Izuku felt a pressure build in his gut, almost like the same that always accompanied his quirk activating. He did his best to ignore it, to push it down, as he kept craning his neck to get a better view. And then he got it, and the pressure flooded every limb in his body. It was Kaken. The villain had Kaken. And his eyes were screaming for help. He moved without thinking. Izuku jostled through the crowd and ducked under the protective divider that one of the pros was holding off, shrugging off the occasional skin contact and the cries of the pros for him to stop, and got back. He had no plan, so he simply kept running and tried to remember something, anything he had seen a pro do that might give him a chance. A lucky toss of his backpack into the villain's eye gave him enough of an opening to get in close and allowed Kaken a few gulps of oxygen while the villain was distracted, but his clawing away at the slime did no more to free Kaken than when he himself had been captured. Kaken, why are you here? My legs moved on their own. I don't know why, though. He was sobbing from the fear at this point, but he was still doing everything in his power to dig Kaken out. You looked like you were asking for help. The villain brought down a slimy appendage down to crush the boy. When the blow never hit, Izuku dared to open his eyes. I really am pathetic. All Might. Even though I admonished you, I wasn't putting what I said into practice. Pros are always risking their lives. He grabbed a hold of Bakugo's collar and pulled his other arm back for a punch. All might, yelled the slime, winding back for another strike. Detroit smash. The resulting force from that punch was enough to throw off the weather patterns for the entire rest of that day. The entire alleyway was extinguished and the Sludge villain all but disintegrated. The only reason Bakugo and Izuku were not blown away was because of All Might's vice-like grip on their shirt collars. After the event, All Might was, of course, swarmed by the media. Meanwhile, the heroes and other emergency responders scolded Izuku harshly for running into a situation where he couldn't do anything to help, and that it was dangerous for middle schoolers to involve themselves in this sort of thing. None of them seemed to note the irony in praising Bakugo for trying to stand up to the villain with his powerful quirk right afterwards. After too many detours for one day, Izuku finally actually made his way home, trudging tiredly through the light rain that All Might had created. And I never got to apologize to All Might for causing the problem. Deku! He spun around, Kakin. The other boy ran up behind him, still out of breath and with a hoarse voice. I never asked for your help. And you didn't help me. Got it. I was fine by myself. Don't think that just because you tried to play hero means you can look down on me. Are you trying to make me owe you? Are you trying to prove something? You DMN nerd. Izuku watched the other boy stamp off after saying his piece. Well, he's right. I didn't really help. But still, I'm glad. Now I can move on. Be realistic. I am here. All Might? Why are you here? You were just surrounded by reporters and dash. Ha 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 ha. Getting away from them was a piece of cake. Why? Because I am All Might dash, and at that moment his muscular form collapsed with another spray of blood from his mouth. Izuku screamed. That was going to take some getting used to. Young man, I come with thanks, a correction, and a suggestion. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit who was all talk. Thank you. That can't be. It was my fault in the first place. I got in the way of your work, and I said all those impertinent things even though I'm not cut out for being a hero. That's right. It was because it was none other than the timid, powerless you at the scene that I was able to act. Huh? Top heroes have stories about them from their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. They say, my body moved before I had the chance to think. He watched the boy clutch his chest and try to hold back the sobs that were boiling up inside him. That was true for you too, wasn't it? Yeah, the boy choked out. Tears were flowing freely now, and he doubled over onto the ground. All Might fixed the boy with an intense stare. I was wrong, young man. You, too, can be a hero. Maybe he didn't expect such an emotional reaction. If he didn't, maybe he should have. But All Might let the boy lie there for as long as he needed, sobbing on the ground, processing. Since gaining his power, and especially since his injury, he rarely allowed himself the luxury of a quiet moment when he could be helping others. But he knew better than anyone that this moment, of all moments, should not be rushed. Once the sobs had slowed a bit, he spoke. You are worthy to inherit my power. The boy sked in a breath, the surprise and confusion that those words created pulling him back to reality. Inherit your power? All Might couldn't stifle his chuckle at the young boy's incredulous expression. What with that face? It's just a suggestion. The real show starts after this. Listen, young man. You need to decide whether or not you will accept my power. This last declaration was accompanied by another spurt of blood. Seeing that he still didn't understand, he clarified further. I'm talking about my power, young man. The tabloids called it superhuman strength and a boost, and I constantly dodged the question during interviews with a funny joke. Because the symbol of peace, All Might, had to be a natural-born hero. But young man, I will tell you the truth. My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch. It was passed on to you? That's right. And next, it's your turn. Wait. Wait a minute. It's true that your quirk is something hotly debated as one of the world's greatest mysteries. So much so that not a single day goes by when I don't see someone talking about it online. But well I understand what you mean be inheriting gorpasingen a quirk I've never heard of anything like that before and it's never been conjectured in the debate we is the deceit because in Kethadon of Astoria a quirk like that was never confirmed in the fierce placeits dash. You always start out with denial, huh? All Might cut off the boy before he got too lost in his muttering and analysis. Nonsense. Wah dash. I may hide a lot of things, but I don't lie. The power to transfer powers, that is the quirk I inherited. I was crowned with one for all. One. For. All. That's right. One person cultivates the power and passes it on to another person, who also cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together the voices of those who need help with a courageous heart. Why are you giving me something so great? I have been looking for a successor. And then, I thought that it would be alright for you to inherit it. You may just be a hero fanboy with a weak quirk, but you were more heroic than anyone else back there. All Might took a breather and lightened his tone a bit. Never mind. Well, it's up to you, anyway. What'll you do? The boy rose to his feet. Determination mixed with the tears in his eyes, and he stood at his full height. I'll do it. Huh. An immediate reply. That's what I thought you'd say. The clouds broke, and Izuku's world shone with the golden light of the sunset. Now, about your training. The boy suddenly bowed so low that his head nearly hit the ground. Mr. All Might, sir. Please. Please, sir, would you join me and my mother for dinner tonight? The hero was taken aback a bit. Well, I appreciate the offer, but, he trailed off, realizing that he had just chosen his successor without finding out his name. After a moment of awkward silence, Izuku seemed to realize the issue. Midoriya, Mr. All Might, sir. Izuku Midoriya. Young Midoriya, then. And not so formal, please. While I appreciate the offer, I can't dash. But All Might. Izuku interjected, there's a lot to talk about, and I think my mother deserves to know about something this big. And even if that wasn't the case, you did save me today, and Kaken. It's the least we can do to repay you. And if you're past your time limit for today, then it won't be keeping you from hero work. His mother? All Might hadn't considered that. Secrets and family were always difficult. And as he'd learned from his master, families and enemies were even more difficult. Young Midoriya, he sighed. Let me start by saying that I still believe you should be my successor, and I am not saying any of this to try to dissuade you. In the long history of One for All, each wielder has had their enemies. Some they made on their own, and others they inherited from their predecessors. But besides that, the power of One for All is a great secret, and one that many people would go to great lengths to discover. He fixed a hard gaze on Izuku and lifted up his shirt, exposing his scar. Izuku flinched just as he had earlier in the day. Even with our power, we are not immortal. Our families are even less so. Understand that the more your mother knows about this power, the greater risk she is at. Do you understand? Izuku paused, digesting his new mentor's words. All Might, it doesn't sit well with me. But do you remember about 6 years ago, when the pro-hero Phlogiston was attacked with his family by a villain? The pro nodded. He remembered the news perhaps too well. Off-duty attacks on heroes weren't common, but they did happen. It was a minor miracle that no one had died, but both Phlogiston and his eldest daughter had sustained serious, permanent injuries. Back then, I was still sure I could be a hero. And then I saw the news and I was so scared. I even told my mom that I wouldn't become a hero if it meant she would get hurt. But All Might, she told me that she wasn't afraid, and that if I could help people as a hero, then she didn't want my fear for her stopping me from doing that. He looked up to meet All Might's eyes. She stood by me and believed in me, almost every step of the way when I wanted to be a hero, even when no one else did. I understand that One for All is an important secret, but if you say that you can make me a hero, she at least deserves to know that much. All Might scratched his chin, pondering. I don't like it, but very well, young Midoriya. I will meet with your mother, and join you for dinner, if she'll have a guest. On 2 conditions. What are they? First, he said, holding up a finger, you are not to tell her about One for All itself. There may come a time when you can be more open with her about the source of your power, but now, before you have even inherited it, you must keep it absolutely secret. Izuku nodded in confirmation. Second, he moved on, holding up a second finger, you must keep my identity and condition a secret. As far as your mother is concerned, All Might is whole and hale, and not, he gestured to himself. Deal. All right then. Lead the way, young Midoriya. Izuku. Inko Midoriya practically tacked him as he came in the door, don't ever scare me like that again. Izuku felt a pang of guilt as he looked at his mother. It was clear she'd been crying. Sorry, Mom. I'd have been home faster, but after the attack I had to give a statement to the police, and then the heroes wanted to talk, and then I had to dodge reporters. And then on the way home I ran into a dash. He glanced behind him, and it was only then that Inko noticed the skeletal stranger standing sheepishly in the doorway. Tashinori Yagi, he said, bowing and holding out his business card in both hands, I'm the trainer and personal secretary of All Might. Please forgive my intrusion, Mrs. Midoriya. A All Might secretary? Inko balked. Sorry Mom, Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, I should have asked before bringing him, but he said that he had seen the news and All Might wanted him to discuss something with us. And no problem at all, please come in Mr. Yagi, you must be hungry. He gave a warm smile, thank you very much. I'll get right to the point, Mr. Yagi said after having a few bites of the katsudon pork cutlet that Inko had provided for him. I am here on behalf of All Might as his representative. He would have liked to come himself, but he was otherwise occupied with his duties. To Inko's credit, she gave a shaky nod rather than passing out from nerves right there. He continued. Simply put, All Might was greatly impressed by your son's willingness to leap into action to protect his classmate. While there was little he could do as a civilian, he did manage to buy enough time for All Might to arrive and resolve the situation, and in conditions even many pro-heroes would have struggled under. Both he and I believe that young Midoriya has the potential to be a great hero, and we want to do what we can to give him a chance to grow into that potential. Which means, what, exactly? We would like to offer him training, free of charge. Mostly under myself, but All Might would oversee some of the training personally. Seeing the pale, shocked look on her face, he held up a hand. Please allow me to clarify. This wouldn't be an internship. We have no intention of putting young Midoriya in harm's way as part of his training. Rather, we would like to help him build a diet and exercise program that, if followed, would help him build up his strength quickly without burning himself out. Aside from physical training, he would do some community service work, and we would also like to look into designing special quirk training to help him develop his quirk to a greater extent and use it in ways he may not have thought of. Though, I'm afraid I haven't had the chance to learn much about young Midoriya's quirk yet, so that may take a bit longer for All Might and myself to plan. Inko's head was spinning, but she was processing all of this at her own pace. She glanced over at her son. Izuku, would you show Mr. Yagi your quirk, just to make sure it's okay? Izuku nodded. Mr. Yagi, may I please see your hand? He nodded, holding it out across the table. Izuku gripped it, and there was a flash of light. Then, sitting where Izuku had been, there was a copy of Mr. Yagi, the only differences being the colors of his eyes, hair, and clothes. It's a quirk called Mirror Match, Yagi Izuku explained, and the pro-hero noted for a moment how odd it was to hear his own voice coming out of someone else's mouth. Izuku began glowing again, and after about 10 seconds returned to his own appearance. When I make direct physical contact with someone, I change to look like them unless I focus on it not happening. Everything changes except for my hair and eye color. It's mostly cosmetic, though. Sometimes my strength or speed changes to be a little closer to theirs, but mostly I stay closer to what I'm capable of with my own body. Once or twice I've gotten a weaker copy of a transformation or mutant quirk when I changed, but I can't really produce anything using them. Also, if someone's body is really different from mine, I won't be able to transform into them. I'm afraid I don't know how to help Izuku develop it very well. I can pull small objects towards me, and my ex-husband can breathe fire. But Izuku's quirk isn't like anything in either of our family trees. The doctors say it's a mutation of his quirk gene. Mr. Yagi rubbed his chin. A mutation, eh? Well, that certainly makes a sudden power-up more convenient. It will certainly take some planning, but as with everything else, you have potential. Izuku's face lit up at that. He turned to Inko. I believe that young Midoriya already has his answer, but he wanted to make sure that you were part of this discussion, and the All Might Agency would also like to take your opinions into account as his mother. Will you consider our offer, Mrs. Midoriya? She looked at him, studying his face closely. You're serious about all of this? I am. She turned to Izuku. And I'm sure you recognize what a great opportunity this is, but are you ready to commit to it? And you won't fall behind in your studies if you do this? Yes. Izuku nodded profusely. Then, Mr. Yagi, please help my son reach his dream. Please help him be a hero. Mr. Yagi gave a smile to match All Might's yes ma'am. The next 10 months were absolutely grueling. All Might had pledged that he would whip Izuku into a suitable vessel for One for All. At first, Izuku thought the hero had changed his mind about him being worthy, but All Might quickly clarified. In its current state, there was no way for Izuku's body to handle the raw physical power of 8 generations of heroes. If he tried to use it, he'd probably blow off his limbs with the force. Hearing that, Izuku couldn't agree quickly enough to go along with the training. It would have been enough for All Might's American Dream Plan to include a strict diet and rigorous exercise. But on top of that, it included cleaning up Dagoba Beach, which had been accumulating junk and debris from the tides and illegal dumping for years. Despite how daunting it was, Izuku was tempted to rush through the plan at an even faster rate, to live up to All Might's legacy. In fact, he probably would have, if he hadn't brought up his concerns with All Might, who explained that overworking himself in these early stages of his training would actually slow him down in the long run. February 26th, the day of the UA entrance exam, dawned bright and clear. All Might hopped out of his truck to survey the beach. He really did take care of all of it, didn't he? And it's even cleaner than I expected. Izuku stood atop the last pile of rubbish for as far as the eye could see, greeting the rising sun with a triumphant yell. Seeing All Might, he leapt down to greet him. Seeing that he wasn't going to stick the landing, All Might rushed over and caught him on the way down. Going into the UA exam with a twisted ankle would probably not go over very well. Good work, All Might? I did it. The boy looked up at his hero with tired eyes. I did it. I did it. Yeah, you sure surprised me, you entertainer. All Might set the boy down. Man, teenagers are amazing. He fished out his phone, pulling up a picture of a spindly, weepy teenager struggling to move a fridge. Have a look. It's you, 10 months ago. Izuku now only bore a passing resemblance to the teenager in the photo, besides his face. He'd grown several inches, and his bare arms and torso were now only a few steps below those of a professional bodybuilder. You did good, you really did. You might not be beginning this with your body as the perfect physical vessel of one for all, but you are doubtless a suitable one. I feel like I'm cheating. You did all this for me. I'm too blessed. Izuku began tearing up. That's what you're thinking after how much work you've put in over the past 10 months? Good grief. We'll have to fix those leaky eyes of yours. Now, it's time for the awards ceremony, Izuku Midoriya. Yes sir. All Might reached up and plucked a golden strand of hair from his head. This is something I was once told, something that you receive because you are lucky and something you receive because you are recognized are different in essence. Take that to heart. This is power that you earned because of your own effort. He held the golden thread out, beckoning young Midoriya to accept it as his destiny. Eat this. Izuku's face went blank with shock. Huh? All Might rubbed his head sheepishly. It doesn't really matter what it is as long as you take in my DNA. It's too different from what I imagined. Now, there's no time. If you wait, you'll be late for the exam. Come on, eat it. After some cajoling, Izuku had agreed to eat the hair. It was strange. He didn't particularly feel more powerful, but there was a very faint buzzing beginning in his stomach. It reminded him of the buzz of mirror match that was constantly in the back of his head and that spread to the rest of his body when he transformed, but at the same time it felt distinct. It was its own power. Why he asked All Might about it, the hero had shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't felt any kind of buzzing when he inherited it, but he chalked it up to people's bodies interpreting one for all signals differently based on their own experience with their quirks. That reminds me, thought Izuku, sometime I'll have to ask All Might what his quirk was before he got one for all. By 2 hours later, when he entered through UA's gates, the buzzing in both his stomach and his head had grown intense. At first he'd been worried that his body was somehow trying to mimic All Might's hair, but tentatively releasing his hold on mirror match and letting it run its course, only to find that no transformation took place, had mostly relieved him of that fear. In the end he chalked it up to his body adjusting to the new power, and that it would go away in time. At least, he really hoped it would eventually quiet down a bit. The sensation wasn't painful, like a migraine or upset stomach, but it kept distracting him if he didn't make a deliberate effort to stay focused. Out of my way, you extra, a voice cut through his thoughts and the buzzing. Oh, Kakin. Don't stand in front of me. I'll kill you. Hey. Let's just both do our best, he said, skittering out of the blonde boy's path. He did a double take, though, once Bakugo had passed by him. Is it just me, or did he seem calmer than usual today? Come to think of it, he's pretty much left me alone since the Sludge villain incident. I'm just scarred out of habit, I guess. Settling himself, he called to mind how much he had changed over the last 10 months. He was ready for this. He could take on anything. He took the next step forward on his journey to becoming a hero. Problem was, that next step included tripping over his own foot. This is it. This is how I die. Suddenly his descent towards the ground stopped. It was hard to tell if it was because of the sudden adjustment to being weightless, or that mirror match already felt like it was going haywire, or a combination of both, but Izuku didn't realize that someone had made physical contact until it was already too late to stop the transformation. Are you alright? Said the girl, squinting against the green light. The tripping person was flailing a bit in the zero gravity, so she tried to help turn them to get their feet back on the ground. She was shocked to find, however, that the girl she was helping looked exactly like her. Same fluffy hair, down to her shoulders, same blush stickers, same wide eyes. The only differences were the other girl's green hair and eyes to the anti-gravity girl's brown, and the color of their clothes. The green girl looked down, put together what had happened, and flailed a bit more, blushing slightly. I'm sorry. My quirk makes me look like other people, but it's on a bit of a hair trigger sometimes. With the mystery of the sudden appearance of her long-lost twin solved, the girl let out a chuckle. Oh, maybe I should be the one apologizing then, for using my quirk on you without asking first. but it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? Man, it's a big day, aren't you nervous? Well, a dash. Let's do our best. See ya. She waved goodbye as she headed inside to find her exam hall. Izuku watched her go. That was awkward, but I talked to a girl. And it was someone nice. Woo-hoo. Izuku clasped her hands and concentrated for a moment, returning to his true form in another flash of light. At the same time last year it would have taken him about 4 or 5 times that long to change back, but All Might hadn't been lying about training his quirk. Repetitive activations with All Might as a target had, if nothing else, increased his control, usually, that is. Maybe not particularly useful in a fight, but it was still progress. Izuku would be lying if he said it didn't give him hope he'd eventually be able to adjust his features or maybe even copy almost any quirk like some shapeshifting heroes he'd researched, even though his own quirk had yet to show a hint of such abilities. Izuku found his seat just as a man with his hair done up like a cockatoo's crest took the stage in the exam hall. For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today. Everybody say, hey. The cockatoo man held up his hand to his ear, waiting for the audience response. He was met with silence. What a refined response. Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. A guitar riff played over the exam room speakers. Are you Ryudae? Yeah. More silence. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. Wow. I listen to him every week on the radio. I'm so moved. All the teachers at UA are pro heroes. Shut up, said Bakugo next to him. Izuku hadn't realized he was mumbling that aloud. As it says in the application requirements, continued Present Mike, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. He pulled up a map of the different battle centers, said that participants can bring whatever they want with them. After his explanation, he was met with more silence, much to his consternation. In other words, they don't want people ganging up with their friends, huh? He leaned over to look at Izuku's examinee card, and Izuku got a glance at his. You're right. Even though our examinee numbers are consecutive, we got different battle zones. It must be because we're from the same middle school. Bakugo caught his glance. Hey, what are you looking at? I dash. It's too bad, though. If we're not in the same zone, I won't be able to crush you. Present Mike continued to explain the exam, highlighting the 3 different types of enemy robots that awarded different amounts of points for beating them based on their difficulty. Also, attacking other examinees was prohibited. May I ask a question? Burst out a voice from the audience. Okay. A tall, sturdily built boy with dark blue hair and glasses stood up. On the printout, there are 4 different types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. In addition, he spun around and pointed at Izuku, whose attention was once again drawn away from the buzzing in his head and stomach. You over there with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here to have fun, you should leave immediately. Sorry. Okay, Present Mike interrupted, examinee number 7111, thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak, one that'll go crazy in tight spaces. There's one in every training center. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's not really a reason to try, either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. The blue-haired boy bowed stiffly and sat back down in his seat. Well, that's all from me. Now I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Now, everyone, good luck suffering. Izuku reported to Testing Center B, as instructed by his examinee card. He was practically vibrating with nerves and anticipation. This is what I've been training for nearly a year. It all leads up to this. He had to slap himself on the cheeks a few times to focus. Man, isn't anyone else here nervous? Some of them even have equipment to go with their quirks. He scanned the crowd, locking onto a familiar face. Oh, it's that girl from the front gate. The nice person. I should thank her for the save earlier. He began heading towards her, only to be stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder, thankfully, though, only on his jacket. Even if it was worth it to inherit one for all, he didn't know if he could trust mirror match right now. Turning around, he found himself face to face with the stern, blue-haired boy from earlier. That girl looks like she is trying to stay calm before the exam. You should leave her alone. Why are you here? Are you only taking this exam so you can interfere with everyone else? And no, that's not it at all. I just wanted to thank her for something, and I'm sorry for mumbling earlier, I really didn't mean to. The taller boy fixed him with a harsh glare. If it is not intentional, then I am sorry for misjudging you. But if you are serious about being a hero, then you should concentrate harder on the exam in front of you. And if I find out that you are jeopardizing with other examinees, intentionally or otherwise dash. Okay, start. The crowd looked up to where the voice had come from to see present Mike standing on a tower. What's wrong? There's no countdowns in real fights. Go. 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 The die's been cast. Huh? Huh? Izuku turned around, only to realize the rest of the examinees were already halfway through the entrance. Wah! He charged in as quickly as he could. I'm behind already. Okay, calm down. I need to calm down. I was trained by All Might. And once I digest that hair all the way, I'll have his power. Encountering his first one-pointer bot, Izuku tried to remember what All Might had told him earlier that morning. For once he had adjusted to one for all. When you use my quirk, one for all, squeeze your buttocks, and yell this inside your heart, smash. Izuku did, and succeeded only in bruising a few knuckles on the robot's armor before it was taken out by another examinee's laser beam attack. This isn't going to work. I'm stronger thanks to training with All Might, but I can't punch through metal on my own, and I can't count on one for all yet. I need to get smarter about this. There was some good news, as it turned out. From an examination of a relatively intact destroyed bot, there were 3 weak points on the backs of the one-pointers, 2 unarmored sections, and an off switch that wouldn't be too hard to hit if you were fast and knew to look for it. The bad news, however, was that there was just over 5 minutes left in the exam. Izuku set to work, disabling as many one-pointers as he could, and at one point even finding a weakened two-pointer and landing the finishing blow on it. 14 points, he wheezed out after dismantling one more bot. I wonder what rank that put me a dash. Looking towards the source of several loud crashes, Izuku saw the nice girl from earlier dropping several robots from the sky. That's 28 points, he heard her say to herself. 28? I only have half that. The strict boy sailed by and into one of the nearby bots using some sort of rocket boosters on his legs, 45. What? That's more than 3 times my score. And judging by everyone's shouts, they're almost all somewhere between those two. And enemies are running out fast. If I come in last, all of All Might's training me will be for nothing. His panic was interrupted by what felt like an earthquake, and a large shadow looming over him. Looking up, he found himself face to face with a robot nearly twice the size of any of the surrounding buildings. And it was coming closer. The zero-pointer. Izuku turned, intending to run just as soon as fear stopped freezing him to the spot. Less than 2 minutes left, announced present Mike. 2 minutes? I can't catch up with everyone in 2 minutes, not if I'm running for my life. I've got to. Ow. That one noise caused him to freeze even more than the fear did. Looking back, he made out a shape struggling on the ground through the dust tossed up by the zero-pointer. It only cleared up for a second, but that second was long enough for Izuku to make the shape out better. It was the nice girl from that morning, trapped under rubble, and directly in the path of the giant machine. Izuku Midoriya ran. Just not the direction he had intended to a moment ago. In all the excitement of the exam, he hadn't realized just how intense the buzzing in his stomach and head had gotten. It was to the point now that he could practically hear the pins and needles. As he rushed towards the villain bot, the buzzing poured out from his stomach and brain and into the rest of his body. He could feel every muscle tensing and straining, nearly exploding from the pressure. It wasn't comfortable, but that didn't matter right now. Izuku jumped, and found himself sailing towards the robot. Any examinees looking back at him would have seen a streak of crackling green light launching itself out of a crater, followed by a gust of wind that cleared away all the zero-pointers' dust and even knocking over a few of the fleeing examinees. When you use my quirk, one for all, squeeze your buttocks, and yell this inside your heart, smash. The green light made contact, and the giant mech instantly lurched backwards, its entire faceplate caving in. Izuku Midoriya was on top of the world. He had All Might's power. Sure, the backlash from that punch had hurt a little, but no worse than the one he threw against the first one-pointer. Every part of him was buzzing, alive with energy. Only the buzzing didn't stop. In fact, it kept growing stronger. What had been pins and needles a couple seconds ago now felt like knives trying to poke their way out of his skin. And why was he tired, and why did being tired hurt so much? Sure, when he was training with All Might, sore muscles and tiredness usually went together, but the tiredness itself had never been so bad that it was painful, had it? Izuku Midoriya was plummeting towards the ground. He was fighting to stay awake, and so drained that he was hardly aware of the world around him. Far too tired to try to catch himself. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, All Might. He was vaguely conscious of the light sting on his cheek, and the tingling buzz of mirror match as it ran across his skin, but he didn't even manage to stay awake long enough to piece together that he had just become weightless for the second time today. "Time's up!" Murmurs spread through the group of examinees. Question about what kind of quirk that guy had that he could take out a giant robot in one hit. Questions about why he didn't use it through the exam. Of why he'd seemed a bit jumpy and out of touch all morning if he was that powerful. Only Tenya Ida had noticed what caused him to leap into action, the protection of another person. That's it. He thought, they must also secretly be judging us on heroic actions like rescues, not just fighting. And somehow, that boy figured it out before the exam ended. And if that girl had been trapped in a real fight rather than an exam. Of course, I'm sure I would have done the same. Izuku woke up in a hospital bed, but not, thankfully, in the hospital. "Where?" he asked, in a voice that he distantly realized was too high to be his own. "Ah, good, you're awake." He looked to the side the voice had come from, and then looked down to see a very small old nurse, walking with a cane shaped like a large hypodermic needle. The youthful heroine, recovery girl. The hero-obsessed part of his mind offered on instinct, she can speed up someone's healing process, but it uses up some of the target's stamina. "Healing, is that why I'm so tired?" Izuku mumbled, still in someone else's voice. He must have transformed before falling asleep. He was sure he'd be able to place it in a moment. "No, Sonny, you managed to do that all on your own." She reached into a drawer and handed him out a very large energy drink. "Here, start with this. You burned through a lot of your body's nutrients and electrolytes in a short time when you pulled that stunt at the end." She flipped through a medical chart and sent a sideways glance in his direction, "though how you managed to do all that with a minor shapeshifting quirk is beyond me." Izuku nearly choked on his energy drink. Something clicked in his head, and glancing down he finally placed whose voice he was using, the nice person from earlier. Not again. Did I fall onto someone on my way down or? Actually, from what I heard, that girl used her quirk to catch you on the way down. Oh, I really have to thank her if I ever see her again. Izuku focused on mirror match, working through the feeling of disengaging the quirk. Unlike the quick change he managed that morning, this one took about 15 seconds and left him dizzy afterwards. Now that he paid some attention to it, he noticed that both buzzing sensations had faded back into the inactive background noise he was familiar with. Careful. If you keep overusing your quirk, you won't have enough energy for the written portion of the exam this afternoon. Speaking of which, she reached for his right hand and held it up to her face for inspection. I've cleaned and bandaged it for you, and I can give you something for the pain, but I don't know that you have enough stamina for me to heal it at this point. Nothing's broken, but you've managed to give yourself some nice cuts and bruises. Izuku chuckled sheepishly. Sorry about that. I've been training to do more with my quirk, but I've never tried pushing it that far before. A thought struck him. Actually, how long was I out for? About 3 hours, she said, which leaves you a little less than an hour before you need to report for the written exam. You should thank your lucky stars they have it scheduled after lunch this year, 3 hours? Izuku said in mild disbelief. She nodded. Now, if you're feeling well enough, I advise you find somewhere to quickly eat any lunch you have. I've given you fluids, but you'll need every calorie you can get if you want to bounce back. Once you get home, I recommend a few days of bed rest, lots of fluids, and as much as possible that you not use your quirk until you feel better. Oh, and before you go, she reached into her pocket and fished out a handful of gummies, which she passed to Izuku. Thank you very much. The written exam passed by in a rush, though Izuku hadn't seen the nice girl in the exam room he was in to thank her. He hadn't seen Kaken or the stern boy either, for that matter. Walking out the UA gates, Izuku felt dead on his feet. The energy drink from Recovery Girl had mostly worn off, and he was really feeling the effects of the practical exam right about now. It was not going to be a fun trip home. Hey, young Midoriya. Izuku looked up to see a familiar skeleton waving at him from down the street, standing next to a cream-colored pickup truck parked by the curb. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. Mr. Yagi. He dashed over as much as he was able to. What are you doing here? What, a teacher can't see how his student's big day went? He let out a belly laugh. Though, to be perfectly honest, I got the feeling you might be tired after your exams today, so I figured I'd save you some of the walk home. Come on, I've got fast food. You can tell me about how it went on the way. Oh, Izuku's face fell a bit as he climbed into the passenger seat of the truck and started unwrapping a hamburger. Despite Izuku's report of his poor score in the practical, and about how tired using one for all for the first time had made him, All Might's smile never disappeared the entire time he was talking. I still feel okay about the written portion of the exam, even if I was too tired to do as well as I hoped. But with my low score in the practical, I'm sorry, All Might. I think I let you down. Izuku would have started tearing up from the frustration of it all, if not for All Might's next words. Nonsense, my boy. Izuku looked up at him. Regardless of your score on the test, you behaved exactly as a hero should today, saving that girl. I wouldn't have asked you to do anything else. Izuku looked down, blushing faintly at the praise. All Might, when you first had One for All, what was it like? Did it tire you out like this? Did it make your other quirk change at all? All Might barked out a laugh and scratched his chin sheepishly. Actually, I never had a quirk until I received One for All. What? You were quirkless? Yes, I was. It wasn't as rare when I was born as it is in your generation, but it wasn't exactly common either, so I understand your surprise. As for being tired, he considered the question for a moment. There were a few times early on where I pushed past my limits, overexerting myself or straining my body. But I was lucky. My body was well suited to using One for All, and I was able to bring out most of its power very early on. He glanced over at his successor. Each user adjusts to One for All differently, but I'm sure you'll figure it out quickly. They rode in silence for a bit longer before they pulled up next to the Midoriya's apartment building. Young Midoriya, All Might said as his successor opened the door, I know that you have your heart set on UA, and I have great confidence in your performance today. But I meant what I said about you acting as a hero in that exam. I still chose you as my successor for a reason. Regardless of whether you are accepted into UA or not, I will still be behind you on your journey as a hero. Izuku met his mentor's gaze, and his face became determined. Yeah. I won't let you down, All Might. All Might's grin grew wider. Excellent. I'll talk to you soon, but I'm afraid I have a lot of paperwork to catch up on this week and won't be available very much. Tell your mother I said hello. Izuku nodded, and started working his way up the stairs to his home. All Might's words didn't completely lift Izuku's spirits, but they did help keep him from worrying for the next week. After a few days of sleeping off his exhaustion and shuffling around like a zombie, Izuku resumed some light exercises to stay healthy and started finalizing his backup plans for if he failed to get into UA. It might have been the most prestigious school, but it was far from the only way to become a hero. Izuku. His mother scrambled through the door holding an envelope, pulling him out of his own thoughts. Izuku, it came. Izuku sat inside his room, staring blankly at the unopened letter on his desk. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, but eventually he couldn't wait anymore. He ripped off the top of the letter like a band-aid, and a small holoprojector came clattering out and started up. I am here, as a projection, boomed the voice coming out of it. All Might? Wait, this is from UA, right? What? As mentioned, I had some paperwork and would not be available this week. I am sorry. But actually, that paperwork was because I came to this town in the first place to work at UA. All Might is working at UA? All Might glanced off-screen at someone Izuku could faintly hear talking. HM? What is it? Wrap it up, you say? But there's something very important I must talk to him about. It's going to push everything else back? Alright. Okay. He turned to face the camera again. Even if you passed the practical exam, you still only scored 14 villain points in the practical exam, which does not even place in the upper half of this year's scores. Of course, that means you didn't pass. I knew that, but All Might must have already known that when we talked in the car. Was he just trying to reassure me? He gripped his knees tight and began sniffling. It's all so frustrating, if that was all there was to it. Hollow Might produced a TV remote and gestured to the screen behind him. I am an entertainer as well. First, take a look at this video. The screen was filled with a recording of the nice girl from the exam stepping into a classroom. Excuse me, All Might's voice played over the video. She came to negotiate directly in person after the exam. Negotiate what? Keep watching to find out. The video resumed, showing the girl talking to Present Mike. The person with green hair and eyes? Do you know who I'm talking about? I think he said he had a shape-shifting quirk. It's me. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? I heard him say something about needing more points, so I thought maybe he was struggling some. At least the points he lost because of me. He saved me. Please. 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 The video paused and returned back to All Might. In addition to developing your quirk, your actions spurred others to act. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. Huh? There was one more snippet of the girl talking to Present Mike. Even if you ask to, you cannot give him your points. Anyway, there's no need to worry about him, female listener. It returned to All Might. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Call that lip service? Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. A chart appeared on the screen, which is why the exam includes rescue points, awarded by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. And Achiko Uraraka, 45 rescue points. You both pass. Izuku nearly fell out of his chair in shock at the chart. That put his total at 74 points total, tied with someone named Eijiro Kirishima for second place, right under Kaken in first. This is too crazy. Hollow Knight held out his hand. Come, young Midoriya. This is your Hero Academia. Yes, sir. Izuku cried out as the video ended. And then he really cried, charging out of his room. Mom! Mom! I got in. I'm going to UA. The next day, Toshinori Yagi contacted Izuku, congratulating him on his acceptance and asking to meet with him on Dagoba Beach that night. All Might, called out a familiar voice. Toshinori spit blood in surprise. Who's that? He said, trying to deflect attention. But it was already too late. Shouts of All Might and No way. Where? Were already coming from the nearby pier. Repeat after me, he whispered as the fanboy skidded to a stop in front of him. I had the wrong person. Ah. I had the wrong person. Ah, what? I was hoping to see him. Few the duo sighed their relief in unison. Congrats on getting accepted. He gave his young student a high five. Thank you very much. Just so you know, nobody at the school knew of my connection to you going into the exam, and I only informed the principal and school nurse after you were already accepted. Huh? Well, you're the type that would think that's cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges, and I didn't influence their decision. Thank you for your concern. Izuku said bowing. I actually was a little worried about that. But I was surprised to find out that you were a teacher at UA. So that's why you came here, huh? I mean, your agency is at Roppongi in Minato, Tokyo at Dash. Stop it, you're fanboying again. He turned to look out towards the water. I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. I just happened to be offered a job from UA when I was searching for a successor. I see. That must mean there was a student there he already had his eye on. One of the students who already had an amazing quirk. It took me 3 days to recover from using One for All. I don't think I can control it at all. I've been thinking about that. I really don't think it can be helped. My body adjusted quickly to One for All, but for most people it'd be like asking them to do a trick after suddenly growing a tail. They wouldn't even be able to control it. I could. Yo Dash, Toshinori spun around to look at Izuku. What do you mean, I could? Well, it wasn't really a tail, but there was a boy at my middle school whose quirk grew a tentacle off his back. I wasn't as strong as him, but one time I copied him and I was able to move it just fine. Boy looked nervous and a little confused. Is that not normal? I know sometimes people with quirks have a hard time using them, but that's usually just for young kids or it's like a birth defect. Toshinori just stared at him. I did some research on it a while back, before we figured out that mirror match being so sensitive was just its natural response to touch. Toshinori thought through the implications of the boy's words. Tell me, young Midoriya, when is the longest you have used mirror match for at one time? I once spent a little under 3 days looking like my friend back when I was 4 or 5, I think. And was spending that long transformed uncomfortable for you? In fact, do you ever feel uncomfortable once you've transformed? Not really? It can be a little weird just knowing I look like someone else sometimes, but it's never really uncomfortable itself unless my quirk can't copy someone because their body is too different from mine. Toshinori held up a finger in an aha gesture. Most people have the control they do over their quirks because they have years of experience with them, sometimes from birth. What you're describing isn't unheard of, but many transformation-type quirk users have a hard time adjusting to new forms if they're not already used to them. Others who can transform without time limits have a hard time being out of their base form for too long without becoming uncomfortable, and some people deal with both problems. To suddenly be able to move a new limb with no problem, and to be comfortable for long periods of time in any form you change into? That would have to be a special skill, or a dimension of your quirk that you never considered. Whoa, really? But wait, if understanding quirks is part of mirror match, then why did I get hurt so much using One for All? Toshinori shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? We might have just now figured out something new about your quirk, and One for All is completely unique on top of that. If nothing else, your body just isn't used to that kind of energy output. He reached down to pick up a pair of cans sitting in the sand. Back then, you probably brought out all your power at once, the physical power of your 8 predecessors, each using a more powerful version of One for All than the last. Even one punch uses up a lot of energy under those conditions. But as you practice, your body will get better at storing energy, and you'll be able to use a more precise amount of one for all so that all your energy doesn't run out at once. He bulked up and crushed the cans in one fist. Like this. Imagine if instead of increasing my strength just enough to crush these cans, I had used the same power I did when I punched the sludge villain. Not only would I be wasting my power, but I would have to blow away half the beach just to get rid of some litter. A more precise amount of one for all, Izuku muttered. Then he brightened up and tapped his fist in his palm. So it's like a dam. If you got rid of a dam, all the water would come flooding through and destroy everything, and there'd be no water saved. But if there's gates in the dam to let a little water out at a time, then the river can continue at a safe pace and there's water saved in a reservoir for when it's needed. All Might laughed, maybe not the example I would have come up with, but it's not a bad one. Next time you need to use one for all, I want you to picture that dam in your head. Try to feel the difference in the energy you release. That's the secret to using one for all. Wait, is that All Might? When did he get here? Oh boy. Let's go, young Midoriya. The hero took off running down the beach. Why yes, sir. Midoriya had been expecting the school to be big. He can't say he'd been expecting the classroom door to be that big. Is it for accessibility for giant students or? Anyway, half of the elite 36 students at the top of the entrance exam are in this class. I hope I'm not in the same class as any of the scary people. His thoughts flashed back to Kaken and the stern boy from the exam. He took a deep breath, put a smile on his face, and pushed open the door. Don't put your feet on the desk, shouted the stern boy. Eeh? Bakugo smirked in response. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made that desks? Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character? They're both here? I attended Semi Private Academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Semi? So you're a DMN elite, huh? Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Crushing? That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? The two of them finally noticed the new person coming in the door. Bakugo looked awake in disgust, but the stern boy, Tenya Ida, Izuku had heard him say, started to make his way over. Which, of course, led to the rest of the mostly full class turning to look at him. Great. You're... Oh, Izuku wondered if it was too late to run. Good morning. I am from Semi Private Academy. My name is Dash. I heard. I'm Midoriya, nice to meet you, Ida. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Eh? I had no idea. I did misjudge you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. Sorry. I actually didn't realize everything. It just looked like someone needed help. Before Ida could respond, a new voice spoke up from behind. Oh, that green hair. You're that copying person. He turned around to look at the newcomer. It's the nice person from the exam. What did All Might say her name was? Uraraka. She looks good in a uniform. She had already launched into a one-sided conversation about how she was glad he was okay like Present Mike had said and how cool that Punch had been and chanting about how cool it was to see the giant robot break. Oh, well, it was thanks to you going to speak with him directly that Dash. Huh? How did you know about that? Well, you see. Across the room, Bakugo could only glare daggers at Izuku. He hadn't backed off, and now Bakugo had been robbed of the spotlight that would have come from being the only person from their middle-of-nowhere junior high to make into UA. He'd even tried to stand up for himself when Bakugo tried to scare him off after they'd been accepted. And now he had to share a class with him. Just what kind of dirty tricks did you use to get in, you DMN nerd? Something's definitely up. Go somewhere else if you want to play at making friends, said a voice, interrupting Bakugo's thoughts and the girls' excited chattering. Startled, a few of the students looked out to see a man cocooned up in a yellow sleeping bag lying outside the classroom door. This is the hero course. He waited a moment and stood up. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were all quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. As everyone made their way to their seats, Izuku noted that even though all the teachers at UA were pro-heroes, he'd never seen a pro-hero that looked that worn out. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you, he said in a monotone. He pulled a wrinkled UA gym uniform out of his sleeping bag. It's kind of sudden, but get changed and meet out in the field. Then he left without another word. Confused, the students made their way to the changing rooms and got dressed, then headed out to the sports field. Good, that was faster. You're all becoming more rational. Today we'll have a quirk assessment test. A quirk assessment test? Asked the class in unison. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation, piped up Uraraka. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? Yeah. In junior high, what was the best result of your softball throw? 67 meters. Then, try doing it with your quirk. You can do whatever you want so long as you stay inside the pitch circle, he said as Bakugo came over to get a ball. Hurry up, give it all you've got. Then, well, Bakugo did so stretches, and propelled the ball by launching an explosion behind it just after it left his fingers. Die. Know your own maximum first. That is the most rational way to form the foundation for a hero. He held up the scoring tablet, showing that Bakugo's ball had touched down 705.2 meters away. The class gasped out in shock, then immediately began chattering. This looks like fun. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa said. You have 3 years to become a hero. Are you going to keep that attitude the whole time? Alright, then. Whoever gets the lowest combined score in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. And before you all start saying it's not fair, UA. Teachers are free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Welcome to the hero course, he said, lifting up his bangs with a terrifying grin on his face. This is bad. If I use one for all, I'll wear myself out and automatically fail the rest of the test. But if I don't, all I have to give me an edge is my training. Even if I could boost my power a little by using mirror match on someone, I don't know most of their quirks. No, I have to find some way to turn this to my advantage. Hearing the outrage of the class, Aizawa continued, natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time and place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk to your friends at Mickey D's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. The first test was the 50-meter dash. So far, the fastest had been Ida in just over 3 seconds. Izuku considered trying to copy him, but that exhaust coming out of his legs probably meant he was using or producing some kind of fuel that mirror match wouldn't give him access to. In the end, he wound up having to just run it normally, finishing in just under 7 seconds. Bakugo, who raced next to him, made it in about 4 seconds by using his explosions to push him forward like a rocket. Next was grip strength. Izuku tried to do what All Might had said and picture the control of a dam, but he kept remembering the energy overwhelming him when he attacked the zero-pointer. In the end he shied away from using one for all, and only managed to exert 56 kilograms of force. The winner of that test was the tallest boy in the class, who had multiple arms and managed to get 540 kilograms. I should have at least tried to copy him. The standing long jump went about as well as the 50-meter dash. Repeated side steps had one of the most interesting solutions of the day, where a small student stacked up a bunch of rubbery purple ball from his scalp and bounced back and forth between the piles. The time came for everyone that wasn't Bakugo to try out the ball throw. Uraraka came in with an unbeatable first place, removing gravity on the ball before pitching it. Once it sailed out of sight, Aizawa shrugged and just said she got a score of infinity on it. This isn't good. All that's left is this, the long-distance run, toe touches, and sit-ups, and at this rate I'll be in last place. If I want to have any chance of making this count, I need to use one for all now, damn or no damn. Watching from the sidelines, Ida couldn't help but voice his thoughts. It doesn't look good for Midoriya if he continues like this. Huh? Bakugo said, of course not, he's a small fry. His quirk's barely more than cosmetic, you know. Cosmetic? Are you not aware of what he did in the entrance exam? Huh? Izuku wound up, feeling the buzz of one for all intensify in his stomach and spread through his body once again. Even in his mind's eye, dam burst and water flooded and roared out from behind it. Then, just as he was about to let go of the ball, all the buzzing through his body disappeared, and the ball went sailing out to a measly 46 meters. What? I was definitely trying to use it just now. I erased your quirk. Izuku turned to find himself face to face with Aizawa, whose eyes were glowing red and whose hair and scarf were flying around like they were caught in a windstorm. That entrance exam was definitely not rational enough. Even a kid like you was accepted. You erased my quirk? Something clicked in Izuku's head. Those goggles, that scarf. I see. You can erase other people's quirks with your quirk just by looking at them. The erasure hero, Eraser Head. Aizawa looked down at him. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Well, a little. Sure, it activates on its own with contact if I don't have a hold on it, but dash. That's not the part of your quirk I'm talking about, Izawa interrupted. Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? That's not my intention dash. He was cut off again by Izawa's scarf wrapping around him and yanking him in closer. Whatever your intention, I'm saying that's what those around you will be forced to do. In the past, there was an oppressively passionate hero who saved over 1,000 people by himself and created a legend. Even if you have the same reckless valor, and regardless of your score on the practical, you'll just be decked and turn into a useless doll after saving one person. Izuku Midoriya. With your power, you can't become a hero. The whole class tensed at that. Izawa closed his eyes, and the gray ribbons surrounding him returned to their resting state as a scarf. I've returned your quirk. You have 2 turns for the ball throw. Hurry up and get it over with. Izuku stepped into the circle again. What should I do? Which should I choose? If I don't do this, then I'll still be in last place. If I use one for all, then maybe I can pitch the ball far enough to make up for missing the next 3 tests, but probably not. But no, Mr. Izawa's right. If I pass out after a single move, I really can't be a hero. I have to control it. I have to. Izuku pictured the dam again in his head. No, not a dam, that was still thinking too big. He imagined the water in the reservoir running through pipes until it ended at a faucet. Then he reached out and opened just the faucet as far as it would go. The pins and needles spread out from his stomach and head to the rest of his body again, but it only intensified a little bit this time. Thin lines of green light zigzagged across his skin, and he felt his muscles straining and growing ever so slightly. He put the full force of his body behind the ball, yelling SMASH at the same time. The ball sailed through the air, landing over 700 meters away, and the breeze from the force Izuku exerted washed over the spectators. Izuku switched off the faucet as soon as the ball left his hand, but he could still feel the effects. He was breathing heavily now, but, Mr. Izawa, I can still move. Izawa responded with the maniac grin from before. This kid. Finally, a hero-like record, cheered Uraraka. He looks very tired from that one attempt though, noted Ida, and then there was the entrance exam. He has a very strange quirk. It's not very stylish, said a blonde boy who the others had seen firing a laser beam from his stomach a few times. What? Hey! What's with that power? Was all Bakugo could think. He'd known Izuku since they were toddlers, and his quirk had never acted like that before. The closest it had ever come was when he'd copied a classmate with a muscle enhancer quirk, but even then it couldn't have even been a third as effective as the original, and nobody else here had shown the level of strength that would need to be copied. It was unthinkable. Had that extra somehow been hiding the true power of his quirk for years? What's the meaning of this? Explosion sparked on his hand and he charged forward. Hey! Tell me what's going on Deku, you bstrd. Suddenly he slammed to a stop about a meter away from the greenhead. What the? These cloths are hard. They're weapons for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy, supplied Izawa. Geez, the class noticed his eyes were glowing red again. Don't keep making me use my quirk over and over. I have dry eye. It's such a waste, since his quirk is so amazing, said the class in unison. For the next 3 tests, Izuku relied on mirror match, his training, and what he'd observed of his classmates through the tests. Thankfully, those he talked to about copying were willing to let him use his power, and mirror match was up to the task. For the long-distance run, he copied his classmate with a tail, who said his name was Ojiro. He still did poorly due to his exhaustion, but the energy conserved through the extra balance the tail provided helped a little. For sit-ups, he copied a classmate with a frog mutation. My name is Azui, but please, call me Tsu, she'd asked when he went to thank her. He'd try to remember that, but it felt strange using a nickname for someone he just met. He almost also used his copy of her quirk for toe touches, since it gave him a little more flexibility, but ended up getting permission from the tall octopus boy, Shoji, Izuku learned, who took first in the strength grip test to copy him. His quirk let his grow body parts out of the tips of his arms, including, Izuku reasoned, more arms. Sure, they came out a bit short and stubby as mirror match was pushed to its limit, but they were still a whole extra set of arms, which got Izuku a nice score on the final test. The transformation back from Shoji's form took about 7 seconds altogether. Less than changing back from Uraraka after the practical exam, but still longer than it should have after his training with All Might, which was worrisome. Interesting for sure, but still worrisome. In retrospect, Izuku wished he had tested to see if fatigue affected his detransformation time before getting one for all. Sure, he'd thought mirror match was a useless quirk for a long time, but it would still SCK if his 2 quirks were interfering with each other somehow. Still, there was one positive about the whole exercise. Izuku was pretty sure that if he'd tried copying a mutation as complex as Shoji's a year ago, Mirror Match would have run into a brick wall. The degree of flexibility he got from Tsu had been unusual too. He finally felt like he had some confirmation that Mirror Match's potential was growing. It had been hard to tell during training since he mostly just copied All Might when developing his quirk, and most of the man's current strength came from One for All. Despite All Might's muscle form, Izuku had learned that One for All was an emitter quirk, or at the very least, it didn't count as a transformation or mutant quirk. One for All was weird, so he didn't want to make assumptions, which meant that he was just copying All Might's true form and his strength hardly changed at all. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results, Aizawa said. Your ranking is simply the total of the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. He clicked a remote and the results popped up in front of him on a holographic screen. Ochako Uraraka. Momo Yaoyorozu. Shoto Todoroki. Katsuki Bakugo. Tenya Ida. Fumikage Tokoyami. Mizo Shoji. Mashireo Ojiro. Eijiro Kirishima. Mina Ashido. Koji Koda. Rikido Sato. Tsuyu Azui. Yuga Aoyama. Hanta Denki Kaminari. Kyoka Jiro. Izuku Midoriya. Toru Hagakure. Minoru Mineta. Izuku released the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. At least I'm not last. I feel bad for whoever is though. He noticed the face of the short boy with the rubber ball hair go pale next to him. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Yelled the class, except for Mineta, who was too busy crying tears of joy. Of course it was a lie, said the girl with the giant ponytail. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. That said, Aizawa fixed his eyes on Izuku, the rubber hair boy, and the empty floating uniform in turn. Even if you were never facing expulsion today, the future holds many more tests. Even though you three don't show zero promise, you're living up to even less of your potential than your classmates. Since you're farther behind, you'll either have to work harder to catch up, or you will fall behind. Use this as a learning experience and do better. Especially you, Mineta. He turned and started walking away. Well, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Oh, and Midoriya. Why yes? The teacher handed him a slip of paper. The old lady in the nurse's office said to give this to you. If your quirk winds up being too much for your diet or food budget to keep up with, fill this out and talk to Lunch Rush so you can get a meal plan started. We don't plan to go easy on you just because your quirk has drawbacks, so you had best be prepared. Yes, sir. Aizawa nodded, handed him the paper, and walked away, which most of the students took as their cue to head back to the classroom to pick up their handouts. Izuku dragged his feet as he left the campus. So tired. I feel like I've been up for days. Suddenly, he felt a grip on his shoulder and turned around. Ida. Are you feeling any better, Midoriya? I seemed like you used up a lot of energy in class today. A little, mostly I think I just need rest though. He gave a tired smile. I see. They continued walking for a bit, Ida rubbing his chin in thought. I was really taken in by Mr. Aizawa. I even thought, this is the best of the best and such. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie. As Ida talked, Izuku noticed how much he gestured with his arms while he talked. Ah well, everyone has their own quirks, powers or otherwise. Though now that I talk to him more, Ida's not scary like I thought, he's just really earnest. Hey! You too! Going to the station? Wait for me, someone called from behind them. Ida looked back. Oh, you're the Infinity Girl. The girl caught up to them and smiled. I'm Ochako Uraraka. You're Tenya Ida, and you're Deku Midoriya, right? Deku? Huh? But during the fitness test, that boy named Bakugo said, Deku, you BSTRD, right? Well, my real name is Izuku. Deku's a dumb old childhood nickname that Kaken still insults me with when he's angry. An insult? Ida asked. Oh, so that's it. Sorry about that, then. I figured it was supposed to be a pun on the kanji for you can do it, so I kind of liked it. I guess it's not so bad when you put it that way, then. You guys can call me Deku if that's how you see it, Deku said, blushing to the tips of his ears. Midoriya? Ida exclaimed, aren't you taking that a little too casually? You just said it's an insult. It's like a Copernican revolution, Deku said, entranced at the new idea. P.E., Uraraka sounded out questioningly. Oh, Copernicus was the first to say that the Earth traveled around the sun instead of the other way around. I meant that you flipped everything on its head, he explained, snapping out of it. Oh, I see. The three new friends continued chatting all the way to the station before going their separate ways. The mornings at UA passed about like they would at any other elite school. There were the mandatory regular classes like English and math, and at the school cafeteria the students could buy gourmet food for reasonable prices. The fact that all their teachers were pro-heroes rarely factored into these everyday operations. But then, in the afternoons, they had the class they were really all here for, Hero Basic Training. I am coming through the door like a normal person. The entire class lit up. It's All Might. Wow, he really is a teacher here. Isn't that his Silver Age costume? Man, this is giving me goosebumps. I teach Hero Basic Training, he announced. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject? Let's get right into it. Today we will be doing dash. He held up a giant flashcard with battle written on it, combat training. That caught Bakugo's attention and plastered a wicked grin on his face. Combat training, eh? And to go with that are these. All Might pointed to several metal cupboards that were extending out of the wall. Costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and the requests you sent in before school started. After you grab your costumes, get changed and gather in ground beta. Yes, sir. Deku went over his costume to make sure that everything he had wanted on it was there and working properly. Overall, the support company really had done a great job on it. It was a simple jumpsuit, but it was woven together with armored fibers that would make it a lot more durable. There was a loose hood that he could put up in cold or wet environments, but it also had little stubs of cloth coming out the top that were supposed to look like All Might's hair and antennae. His mom had thought it was adorable when she realized. Now that he looked at it, they came out looking more like some sort of animal ears, but he wasn't going to fault the company too badly considering just how well the rest of the costume had turned out. The hood, gloves, shoulders, upper torso, and upper back were all white. The rest of the suit was forest green with white piping, except for the bright red of his boots and his utility belt. It also came with a mask to cover the lower half of Deku's face that acted as a combination of mouth guard and air filter. While he'd intended for it to look like All Might's signature fearless smile, studying it now he couldn't decide whether or not it looked more like Mr. Aizawa's Cheshire Cat grin. Looking over the company note, he checked to make sure the special feature he asked for had been included. By flexing his gloves a certain way, the fingertips would retract back so that he could make physical contact with an opponent if needed. He wasn't completely sure how often using mirror match would come up, but it was an option worth having just in case. By the time he had tested everything, Deku was the last person to join up with the groups. They say clothes make the man, young men and ladies, declared All Might. Be fully aware, from now on you are heroes. He looked over the assembled crowd. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Sir, spoke up a hero covered entirely in a sleek suit of white armor. Deku was glad he spoke up, because aside from his voice there was no way to tell it was Ida. This is a battle center from the entrance exam. So will we be conducting urban battles again? No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. All Might held up a pair of fingers to illustrate his point. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside. But if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. Was it just Deku, or was that a meaningful glance from All Might just then? He looked around, but nobody else seemed to notice. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2 indoor battles. Without basic training? Asked Sue. This is a real battle to understand those basics, replied All Might. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. The class exploded with questions. How will wins and losses be determined? From Yaoyorozu, the girl with the ponytail who placed second on Aizawa's test. Can we beat them up anyway? From Bakugo. Will the punishment be expulsion like Mr. Aizawa? From Uraraka. How will we be split up? From Ida. Isn't this cape crazy? From the laser beam guy, holding up the glittering purple cape attached to his silvery costume armor. One at a time, one at a time. I'll answer all your questions. Now listen here. All Might pulled what looked like an instruction sheet out of his back pocket and began reading from it. In this training scenario, the situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. Both teams will be provided with special capture tape and with a layout of the building, though only the villains will be shown the bomb's location. Wow, it's like an American action movie. Izuku thought. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. All Might held up an enclosed yellow box. They're being decided so haphazardly, asked Ida. Pros often have to work on makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, so maybe that's why? Deku offered. I see. The discernment to look ahead. He bowed to All Might. Please forgive my rudeness. It's fine. All Might pumped his fist in the air. Let's do this quickly. After some shuffling about, the teams were formed. Of the people Deku knew well, he landed on Team A with Ida, and Uraraka landed on Team D with Kaken. He hoped things wouldn't go too badly for her. Once all 10 teams had been picked, All Might reached into 2 boxes labeled Hero and Villain. Alright. The first teams to fight will be, he yanked out a lettered ball from each box. These guys. Ah, so that's it then. The universe hates me. Team D will be the heroes, Team A will be the villains. Everyone else, head towards the monitor room. Yes, sir. All Mights led the 4 to the building where their trial would take place. 5 minutes from now, the heroes will enter the building. Use this time wisely, all of you. Yes, sir. Young Ida, young Midoriya, learn to think from the villain's perspective. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Yes, sir. If things go too far, I will stop it. Yes, sir. Only Deku caught Bakugo's snarl as he and Ida entered the building. Even if this is training, it pains me to become a villain. Ida walked up to the nuke. So, it's our job to protect this? He tapped it a couple times. Papier-mâché. He turned back to notice his smaller ally standing there with a blank look on his face. And Midoriya, is everything alright? Well, Kaken and Uraraka are both pretty strong. I just feel like I need to be on my guard. Let's do our best though, okay? Right. Even though this is only training, we should treat it seriously like a true battle, so that we can continue our journey to become pro-heroes. And as All Might said, this is an opportunity to examine how villains may think in a battle, so we should approach that opportunity just as seriously. We must be dyed with evil in order to become more heroic. Ida slammed his helmet on his head. Then he began chuckling, purposely making his voice lower than it normally was. I am extremely evil. Deku's sweat dropped. Ida sure has a unique way of taking things seriously. Right. We should also probably use the minute or 2 we have left to strategize. He began reciting off everything useful he could think of about Kaken from memory. Kaken is very strong, both physically and in terms of his quirk. It's not good for stealth operations on its own, but it gives him a lot of mobility and destructive potential. In fights he usually favors his right side, especially for opening attacks. Since he knows me from when we were little, he'll probably choose me as a target over you most of the time, so maybe we can each try to fight a hero, or I can try to distract him to give you opening and then we can team up. Oh, I know. Maybe I can lure him away from Uraraka and get him to rush in here so we can team up on him. He glanced up to find Ida staring directly at him, even though he couldn't see his expression through the helmet. Sorry. I always like to analyze pro-heroes, and since Kaken planned on being a pro-hero, I did it for him too. No, don't apologize. This is excellent, my comrade. The mark of a truly intelligent villain is being prepared for any opponent. Deku stared for a moment, then a grin crept onto his face. Sure, it was a little bit silly, but Ida's enthusiasm was infectious. And we should probably keep the bomb in here so we can use these pillars as cover, though we should probably do something about all this junk on the ground so Uraraka can't use it. Say, Ida. Both the heroes have emitter quirks, so I wouldn't get much from copying either of them, but what about yours? What kind is it? Does it produce anything? Do you need fuel of some kind for your jets? Ah, you mean my engine. He turned around so that Deku could get a better look at the pipes of metal protruding from the backs of his legs. This quirk has been passed down and honed in battle by the Ida family for generations. It is a mutant quirk, and besides exhaust, it does not produce anything. It uses fruit juice that I have consumed as fuel. Deku had to hold back a laugh at Ida saying that last bit in his villain voice. Ah, that's no good to me without fuel. It can't be helped, then. But no matter, the infection was complete. Soon, we shall defeat the heroes, and the world will be ours to command. Mwahahahahaha, they laughed in unison. Match start. All Might announced over their earpieces. Deku ducked out of the room. Alright, I'll do my best to lure Kaken here. If you need help or if they show up here without finding me first, call right away, and I'll do the same. It didn't take long for Deku to find Kaken. Or rather, it didn't take Bakugo long to find him. Deku barely noticed him coming around the corner in time to move, getting out of the surprise explosion's path just in time. Come Deku, don't dodge. I figured you'd come for me first, hero. Deku put as much mocking emphasis on that last word as he could. I feel dirty. Where's your partner? Worry about yourself. Bakugo charged him. I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'm gonna come close. Deku watched closely for an opening, then caught Bakugo's right lunge and spun around to face the other direction. Just as Bakugo realized what was happening, Deku used the explosive teen's own momentum to throw him over his shoulder and slam him against the flooring. "Kaken," Izuku panted, "you usually start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you?" Eh? Bakugo pulled himself up off the ground. "Those notebooks you always teased me for? Every one of them was full of notes I made about heroes I thought were amazing." In his mind's eye, Izuku reached out for the faucet again. He didn't turn it on all the way on this time, just enough for a trickle of energy to come from it. He felt his quirks begin to power up again, but while one for all flowed out from his stomach and lit up every nerve and muscle in his body with energy, mirror match faded back to its resting background sensation. There wasn't enough energy this time to feel his muscles tense and grow, but he felt his speed and strength increasing just the same. What looked like green static electricity crackled on the surface of his costume. "I can't use anywhere near as much energy as I probably need to beat Kaken, but hopefully I can still even the odds a little without burning out as quickly this way. One for all, 1% form." Despite the combat machine in front of him, Deku managed a shaky smile. "When we were kids, my Deku always meant useless. But now, Kaken, my Deku means you can do it." Bakugo slowly stood up, his face contorted in rage. "Deku, even though you're scared? That's what I hate about you." As it turned out, making Bakugo more angry than usual wasn't the best idea. With the boost from One for All, Deku was able to avoid the explosions well enough that his costume could dissipate the heat, but just barely. "This is dangerous. If I let him get too close, he might land a solid hit on me, but if I go too fast, I can't lure him to Ida. Of course, to do that at all I need to find an opening in his attacks so I can start leading him in the right direction." Hey! You tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time?" Huh? What? All those years pretending you had a flashy, useless quirk. All those years letting everyone walk right over you. You have fun with your little game? Well, come at me with everything you've got, 'cause I'm still better than you." Even though he could see the outline of the misunderstanding, right then Izuku didn't have the will or the safety to try to unravel it. Instead, he gritted his teeth and fired back the first thing that came to mind. "I wasn't lying about my quirk to anyone back then, Kaken. But looking back, there's one thing I said that I'm taking back right now, because I was wrong. Remember how I said I wasn't trying to compete with you?" He lunged, trying to get a hold around Bakugo. "Now I am." Bakugo felt the impact, then spun and tossed Deku off him. "You DMN nerd. Then come at me with your full strength. Or are you saying you can win even if you don't use it? Are you underestimating me, Deku?" Deku readied himself for another attack. "No. But I'm not scared of you anymore." Bakugo paused, then barked out a hoarse laugh. "With your stalking, you probably already know, but my explosion quirk works because the sweat from my palms is like nitroglycerin, and I can make it explode on command." He slid back the safety lever on one of his costume's grenade-shaped gauntlets, revealing a pin hidden inside. He leveled the gauntlet at Deku. "If they made this the way I asked, then these gauntlets will store that nitroglycerin inside them," and, he slipped his finger through the pin. "Young Bakugo, stop," came All Might's voice over his earpiece. "Are you trying to kill him? If I don't hit him, he won't die." He pulled the pin, and a giant fireball blasted out of the gauntlet's barrel, tearing apart the hallway he and Deku were standing in. The blast shook the entire building. Midoriya didn't fully realize what had happened until a moment later, when he found himself on the ground next to a gaping hole in the side of the building. He had just managed to avoid the brunt of the blast, but even through his costume his right arm stung from the heat and the impact. "Is that even allowed?" he asked, sitting up. Wow. The more that's stored in the gauntlets, the bigger the blast. He walked through the smoke, readying his second gauntlet. "Come on, use your quirk, Deku. I'll force you to surrender even if you're at full strength." TCH. Deku reached for his earpiece. "Ida. I don't think I can handle Bakugo alone. Can you come?" "I'm afraid not. Infinity Girl managed to find her way to our weapon, and I must keep her at bay." "Infinity. Uraraka got past somehow, then." He staggered to his feet. "I can't win against Kaken like this, and if I lose then he'll just go after Ida. I need to be stronger." "Still trying to ignore me? I can't believe you." "Young Bakugo," All Might was speaking over his earpiece again, "the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight, and your team will lose." "Eh?" "To attack on such a large scale inside except as a last resort endangers any nearby civilians or hostages, and is foolish and unbecoming of a hero. You will lose a lot of points for it." NNNNNGH, Bakugo let out a yell of frustration. "Fine, then. We'll settle it with our fists." He rocketed towards Deku. He watched as he braced himself and prepared counterattack before he set his plan in motion. As Deku threw his punch, he changed the direction of his flight and rocketed over his competitor, before twisting around again and landing an explosion squarely on the back of the off-balance Deku, causing him to stumble forward and nearly knocking him over. Then he swung wide and clapped his right gauntlet against Deku's arm, before grabbing on UR- and pulling off a spin very much like the one Deku had performed at the start of their fight. The difference was, Bakugo's spin had rocket power behind it. Below me. Deku hit the ground so hard he was seeing stars. He rolled over, getting his limbs under him and flicking up his hood to get what protection it could provide. Even he hadn't needed it then, he was about to need all the protection he could get. This is no good. The more Kaken uses his explosions, the more he sweats. The more sweat he has, the more powerful his explosions. He keeps getting stronger through the fight. If I'm going to end this, I need to do it now. He pushed down with his arms and legs, forcing himself up off the floor. Even only using 1% of one for all, the force of that push was enough to propel him all the way up to the ceiling. Very well, hero, you win. I'll use my strength. You really are an amazing person. In his mind, Deku pictured something else. Another dam, but this one had turbines built into it. The water rushing through them was incredible, even if you knew how much more was being held in the reservoir. By Deku's best guess, this was only about 20% of one for all's power, but it was enough that the buzzing in his head and stomach felt like a pair of jet engines, and his muscles felt like they were trying to burst out of his skin. Go beyond. He pushed off the roof, feeling it give under the force of his jump, and down towards Kaken, who was readying a two-handed explosion aimed directly at his face. Plus ultra. He held his arms in front of him, allowing his costume to take as much of the explosion's blast as he could while barreling through it. And then he wrapped his arms around Bakugo, under his left arm and over his right shoulder, and tackled him through the floor, with enough force left over to leave an impact crater on the next story down where they landed. Bakugo's everything hurt. The breath had been knocked from his lungs. He was sure it was at least a good 3 seconds before the stars cleared out of his eyes enough for him to see. He wasn't entirely sure whether he'd heard his shoulder go crack or if it was just his ears popping. Deku was pinning him to the ground from above. Deku reached for his earpiece. I'm sorry, Ida. I don't think I'll be able to come help you with Uraraka. Please, do your best. Then he slumped over onto the floor, asleep or unconscious, Bakugo wasn't sure. Bakugo has been captured. All Might announced over everyone's earpieces. What? No, he started faintly. Then he caught sight of something fluttering in the corner of his eye. Looking to his side, he saw Deku's capture tape wrapped around his upper left arm. I wasn't going to use it, said a faint voice from his side. Looking over he saw that Deku, covered in dust and soot and burns and bruises, was still barely awake. I wasn't going to use it, because even if it is my quirk, my body can't handle using that level of energy. Mr. Aizawa said so, too, but against you, this was all I could think of, and then, Bakugo was sure, he really was out. Bakugo couldn't tell how much time passed, laying there in shock. But eventually, All Might's voice came through on his earpiece one more time. Villain team wins. The whole time, he kept remembering one moment, years ago, when he and Deku were kids. You're so lucky, Kaken. Your quirk's so cool. I hope I get mine soon, too. Ha! No matter what quirk you get, you'll never beat me. It was late afternoon before Deku woke up and was allowed to leave Recovery Girl's office. She had given him fluids and electrolytes through and for, and slightly accelerated the healing of his scrapes and burns, but beyond that there wasn't much she could do if he wanted to have enough stamina for the rest of the school week. I missed all my afternoon classes. I hope Mr. Aizawa doesn't get too upset, he thought as he slid into the homeroom to retrieve his things. Oh, Midoriya's back, guys, shouted the boy with red, spiky hair. Good work, man. I don't know what you were saying during the match, but you were fired up. It was super manly. I can't believe you kept up with Bakugo, he came first in the entrance exam. You did a good job dodging. You guys did that in the first match, so the rest of us had to give it our all, too. You were far from elegant, but you did a good job dodging. Huh? Deku looked around, surprised by the small crowd that was quickly forming around him. The redhead extended his hand. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, we tied on the entrance exam practical. Everyone's going over copies of the training footage right now before we head home. It's nice to meet you. Deku shook his hand, then spent the next few moments going around learning the names of everyone else in the huddle. Hantashiro, Mina, you did a good job dodging Ashido. Azui he had already met, Sato, Yuga Aoyama, and Mineta. Looking around the room, Deku noticed that just about all the students from his class were there, chatting or huddling in small groups around holodisks to go over the recordings. Everyone except, "Hey, Kaken's not here. Is he okay? I didn't hurt him bad or anything, did I? He shot that giant explosion at you and that's what you're worried about?" Kirishima shook his head. "But nah, he was okay. All Might sent you both to the nurse for healing afterwards, but he was able to come back for the rest of the afternoon classes. He did seem kind of not himself, though. I don't know him that well, but he was really quiet the whole time. Then he just got up and went home as soon as class ended." Deku spent a moment considering running after Kaken, seeing if he could catch him before he got too far. All those things Kaken had said about Deku tricking him for years hung uneasily in his mind. In the end, though, he decided against it, instead grouping up with Uraraka and Ida to go over the footage. From what he learned, Kaken had broken away and dashed ahead of Uraraka as soon as the match started, so she had floated herself up along the building's windows to look inside and try to find the bomb. Seeing that it was guarded by what looked like just Ida, she had tried, unsuccessfully, to sneak in and capture the bomb. What followed was a game of keep-away with the bomb that lasted for several minutes before Deku's jump rocked the building and threw off one of her landings. That gave Ida enough of an opening to start going on the offensive, and eventually he managed to get his capture tape around her. In the end, Ida was declared MVP of the match, which Deku thought was fair. He'd done most of the legwork protecting the bomb, and managed to take down his opponent without incapacitating himself. Since they'd been there in person to watch the rest of the fights and Bakugo wasn't around, Ida and Uraraka were happy to let Deku take their group's recording with him for the next few days to look over it further. "Hey, you!" Deku squeaked at the microphones and cameras suddenly being shoved in his face. "How are All Might's classes?" Excuse me, I actually have to meet with a teacher early this morning. Sorry. Will you tell us what the symbol of peace is like as a teacher?" What he's like, stuttered Uraraka. She struck her best approximation of a strongman pose. "He's very muscular. What do you think of All Might as a teacher?" "He made me recognize anew that I attend an education institution that is the best of the best," replied Ida. "Of course, his dignity and character go without saying, but we students are constantly able to see his humorous side. It is a unique opportunity to learn about being a top hero directly from one." And so it had continued for everyone trying to get through the school's gates. The press had caught wind of the fact that the #1 hero was teaching at UA and gone into a feeding frenzy. Even after a newbie reporter had tried following Eraserhead inside and accidentally engaged the school's automatic security wall, they only backed off slightly and continued milling about the front entrance all morning. "Good work with yesterday's training," opened Eraserhead. "I saw the video and results. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid." "I know," he grumbled. "And Midoriya," Deku flinched, "you settled it by burning yourself out again, huh? You can't keep saying you can't help it because of your quirk. I don't like saying the same thing over and over. As long as you fix the control issue, you'll be able to do a lot." The boy brightened up at that. "Feel a sense of urgency, Midoriya." "Yes, sir." "Good. Now, let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you choose a class representative." Of course, everyone suddenly started clamoring over each other saying that they wanted the job. Even Deku shyly raised his hand to volunteer. "Silence, please," shouted Ida. "It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It's not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one." "We haven't known each other for that long," countered Tsu, "so how can we have trust or anything?" "That's true," said Kirishima. "Won't everyone just vote for themselves anyway?" "Precisely," replied Ida. "So if someone receives multiple votes, then they must have already demonstrated leadership skills and earned the trust of their classmates, and shown themselves to be suitable for the position." He turned to their teacher, who was already zipping himself up in a yellow sleeping bag. "What do you think, Mr. Aizawa?" "I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over." "Thank you very much." Momo Yaoyorozu passed out note cards for everyone to write their votes on, and Izuku thought hard for a moment before writing his down. Ida is right, this position comes with a lot of responsibility. As neat as the experience might be, it should really go to someone who would be able to do the best job. Confident in his decision, he wrote down his answer. When the votes were tallied, Deku and Yaoyorozu were tied for first place with 2 votes each, shocking him to no end. Seriously? What? Bakugo exploded, in the figurative sense. Why Deku? Who voted for him? "Well, it's better than voting for you," Siro pointed out nervously, earning an angry tirade from Bakugo. In the back of the classroom, Uraraka silently wished that he would never discover that one of Deku's votes belonged to her. Seeing as the homeroom PRD was almost over, Deku and Yaoyorozu decided to split the duties for the time being and decide which of them would be class representative and who would be deputy later. Finding a table with Uraraka and Ida, Deku plunked down a cafeteria tray almost overflowing with food. "Wah, you're really gonna eat all that?" asked Uraraka, gaping. "Yep," Deku said sheepishly. "That's what I needed to come see Lunch Rush about this morning. The school has special diet and food aid programs for students whose quirks have special requirements, and they decided that I qualified for one. Hopefully it'll help me use my power a little better in the long run." "Ah, I see," she said, digging into her own rice. "Oh, Ida, there's something I've been thinking about. You went to Sumai Academy, right?" "Yes, why?" She leaned in. "Is your family really rich, Ida?" "Rich," he stiffened, then sighed. "I was hoping it wouldn't really come up at all, but..." Deku and Uraraka stared at him, awaiting further explanation. "Yes, my family has been full of successful heroes for generations. I'm the second son." "Oh, wow. So that's what you meant yesterday about your quirk being passed down and honed in battle for generations. It wasn't just part of the villain act." "Correct. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium?" "Of course," Deku said, switching to fanboy mode. "He's a really popular hero in Tokyo with 65 sidekicks working at his agency." "Wait, don't tell me." "Yes. He is my elder brother." "That's amazing. He's a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. Being like him is why I first set my sights on being a hero. However, I still don't believe I'm ready yet to lead others." Deku puzzled at that. "Wait, you didn't vote for yourself for class representative, did you?" "No. How did you know that for sure, though?" "Because you had one vote, and I voted for you." "Really? I had assumed you had my vote and your own." "There must be someone else in our class who sees your potential, then," said Ida. "Still, I voted for you for a reason. Your courage and judgment at critical moments make you worth following." "But didn't you want to be class rep too, Ida?" asked Uraraka. "I mean, you've got the glasses for it and everything." "Uraraka, you can't just say things like that," Deku protested. "Wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different issues. I only did what I judged to be correct." Unlike me, Midoriya realized the point of the practical portion of the entrance exam, so he is more suitable for the job. He gave Izuku a warm smile. Uraraka gasped. "I think that might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ida. It's really cute." "What, really?" I smile. "Ida, about the entrance exam," Deku interrupted. "I'm sorry, but I think there was a misunderstanding. I never knew about the rescue points until I got my acceptance letter. I had just seen that Uraraka was stuck, and it didn't look like the zero-pointer was going to stop, so I just jumped in to try to help." The other two just stared at him, Uraraka blushing slightly. Deku felt his own face getting hot. I see," said Ida. "And maybe I should ask the class if we can have a recount. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure that I'm qualified to be class representative anyway, and dash." Ida shook his head. "I couldn't allow that. Even if I misunderstood, the votes are already cast. And besides, you also devised most of our strategy for yesterday's combat exercise. I trust your skills." Just as Deku was about to point out that things had hardly gone according to his plan yesterday, an alarm went off through the school. "There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly." "What is level 3? Ida asked one of the upperclassmen sitting near them. "It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry, too," he said before dashing off to join the herd of students rushing for the exits. "Ow!" Uraraka cried out as she was jostled by the students. "Everyone's rushing so quick that it's causing a stampede." In all the chaos, Ida got pushed to the windows and was able to see exactly who the trespassers were. "It's the journalists from earlier. Everyone, calm down dash." He was cut off as his face was smushed against the glass by the crowd. "Where are the teachers? Are they busy trying to deal with all the trespassers?" As he looked around, he saw students get swept away by the herd, and he thought he might have even seen 1 or 2 students get knocked over. No one else has noticed that everything is fine. Everyone's panicking. What would Midoriya, or my brother, do in this situation? Hearing Uraraka cry out again, he had an idea and began pushing his way towards her. "Uraraka. Ida. Uraraka, I need you to make me float." He reached his arm out to her across the sea of students. "Trust me." She nodded, and after a moment of positioning managed to brush his hand with her fingertips. Ida went sailing above the crowd and activated his engines, relying on the exhaust to propel him through the air and right smack into the wall over the exit. "Be concise, clear, and bold." Everyone, everything's fine, he shouted as loud as he could. The crowd slowed and quieted enough for him to continue. It is just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting of the best of the best. The crowd trickled to a stop and a wave of relief swept over them. Looking up at the floating boy, Deku felt confident about the decision he was about to make. In after-lunch homeroom, Deku and Yaoyorozu moved to the front of the class to help decide on the other class officers. But first, announced Deku, there's something I need to say. He took a deep breath and continued. Yaoyorozu and I have talked it over, and, in light of the leadership he displayed today, we believe that Tenya Ida should be the class rep. He was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way. Ida just looked shocked. I can get behind that, piped up Kirishima. Midoriya is right that Ida was a big help at the cafeteria today. You're all wasting time, said Aizawa from his sleeping bag, making Deku jump. I don't care who you pick, just hurry up and do it. Well, because I think Ida should do it, while I appreciate your confidence in me, I will be stepping down as class representative. Thank you. He asked Ida to please come up, and after bowing to the class returned to his seat. Looking around the room, Ida gave a polite smile. Well, if our elected class representatives have nominated me, then I suppose it cannot be helped. From this day forward, I, Tenya Ida, promise to do my best to carry out the duties of class representative. Led by Kirishima, the class cheered their new representative. For today's hero basic training, announced Aizawa, it's turned into a class with 4 teachers. All Might, the class B homeroom teacher Vlad King, me, and one more person. Excuse me. What will we be doing? Asked Zero. Rescue training. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. The class got pumped up at that. As much as people loved heroes who could fight well, their ability to save people earned them at least as much admiration. Hey, be quiet, I'm not done. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time, because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. The training is taking place off campus, so we're meeting up with Class B here and taking buses. That is all. Start getting ready. Since it was still pretty scuffed up from his fight with Bakugo, Deku had to send his costume back to the company to have it repaired. He was actually kind of glad that he did, because he had found a special service the company offered that he hadn't noticed before, a special treatment that included fusing samples of the user's hair to the fibers of the costume so that heroes with shape-shifting abilities or other quirks that didn't play nice with clothing would have an easier time. While Mirror Match also copied someone's clothes naturally, Deku wouldn't normally have to worry about that, but this way he could retain his armor and any gear he added even if he was copying someone. Still, the repairs and treatment wouldn't happen overnight, so for now he was using his UA gym uniform for the trip. Ida was perturbed to find that the buses had open, inward-facing benches rather than orderly rows and columns of seats, but he managed to get everyone filed on in time anyway. I say whatever comes to mind, said Sue. She turned to the nearest classmate. Midoriya. Yes, ASU, Sue? Your quirk is pretty unusual. It's almost like you have 2 quirks. Huh? Why you think so? But Wait a second, Tsu is right, agreed Kirishima. I mean, nobody has more than 1 quirk, but yours does do some pretty strange things. What's your quirk do anyway, Midoriya? Did you get a mix of your parents or something? Well, Deku thought back to the explanation he had already come up with when calling the Census Bureau to update his quirk information. He thanked his lucky stars that even normal people sometimes discovered that their quirks didn't work the way they originally thought. My quirk's called Mirror Match. For most of my life it's just let me look like off-color copies of people, sometimes with a really weak boost based on their physical abilities, but I've been trying to train that last bit so I get stronger copies. The thing is though, apparently my quirk stockpiles a little energy to use later every time I copy someone, so after years and years of it now I can use it like a strength boost. He scratched the back of his head. I never really got it to work until entrance exam though, and whenever I use it burns through a ton of my body's energy. Bakugo spluttered angrily from the back of the seat. What? So you didn't beat me with your own strength? Underneath all that you're just a copycat Deku who can't do anything by himself. Deku would be lying if he said that didn't sting a little, but he clenched his fists and met Kaken's glare. Maybe right now it is borrowed power, but one day I'm gonna make it my own, and beat you with my own strength. Just you watch, Kaken. TCH. Kaken scoffed. And turned away from the group. In the awkward silence that followed, Kirishima was either kind or oblivious enough to break the tension. Man, it SCKS that your quirk's got a drawback like that, but it must be kind of cool being able to do so much. You can do lots of flashy stuff. He held up his arm and transformed the skin on it into something like rough, jagged, skin tone armor. My hardening is strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much. I think it's really cool. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros. A pros, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero, too, you know. My naval laser is pro-level in both flashiness and strength, mentioned Aoyama from across the aisle. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache, said Mina, patting him on the shoulder. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Bakugo and Todoroki, though, huh? Asked Kirishima. To which Bakugo just scoffed and looked out the window. Bakugo's always mad, though, mentioned Tsu, so he doesn't seem like he'd be popular. What the hell? You wanna fight, frog face? See? We haven't known each other that long, so it's amazing everyone already knows his personality is like crap steeped in sewage, supplied Kaminari. What's with the big vocabulary all of a sudden, Pikachu BSTRD? I'll kill you. Izuku just looked around himself in disbelief. When did Kaken get on the bottom of the social ladder? He's being teased? I guess that's UA, but still. Hey, we're here. Stop messing around, said Aizawa from the front of the bus. Yes, sir. Once they unloaded from the buses, they joined up with Class B and were greeted by a hero in what looked like a big, puffy spacesuit. Everyone, I have been waiting for you, they said in a static-laden voice. It's the space hero, 13. Deku whispered excitedly, the chivalrous hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Uraraka squealed next to him, oh, I love 13. Let's go inside without delay. Look forward to working with you, they all replied. Whoa, this place looks like Universal Studios. It's huge, said Kaminari as they entered the giant doors. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters, explained 13. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. It really is just like Universal Studios Japan, the class thought. 13, where is All Might? Aizawa asked, approaching her with Vlad King. He was supposed to meet us here. About that, 13 was speaking too softly for the class to hear, but Deku saw her hold up 3 fingers. 3 hours? Did All Might already use up his hero form time for today? Well, that's the height of irrationality, but it can't be helped. Shall we begin? 13 looked to the students, let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6 or 7, the class collectively sweat-dropped. Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, Black Hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. It's a power that can be used to save people from all kinds of disasters, but it can also kill very easily. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? The class shifted around uncomfortably. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem like a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers. And with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you experienced the dangers of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope that you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. She made a theatrical bow. Thank you for listening. That was wonderful. Bravo. Bravo. Alright then, first Aizawa was interrupted by the lights being knocked out and a sudden surge of lightning arcing over the USJ roof. He was one of the first to notice the dark vortex forming in the middle of the plaza. Gather together and don't move. 13, protect the students. Vlad, with me. Vlad King nodded, and the 2 teachers readied to charge into action. Hey, what's that? Shouted one of the Class B students who had also noticed the portal, and the dozens of people beginning to walk out of it. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Asked Kirishima. Don't move, said 13, seeing Kirishima inch forward to get a better look. Those are real villains. Miss 13, what about the trespasser sensors? Asked Yaoyorozu. We have them, of course, but... The boy with red and white hair split down the middle spoke up. Todoroki, Deku remembered from reviewing the battle training footage. Even if they're just appearing here and not back at the main campus, the sensors not going off means they're probably suppressing it with a quirk. And they picked an isolated location while a class was taking place. They might have been foolish to attack UA, but they're being very smart about how they're doing it. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. 13, said Aizawa, sliding his goggles onto his face, start the evacuation and try calling the school. If they can counteract the sensors, it's possible they have a radio wave type quirk that can interfere with radio and cell signals too, but it's worth a shot. Kaminari. You try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Yes sir. Wait, Mr. Aizawa, Deku asked, what are you going to do against all those villains? If your fighting style is mostly based around one-on-one takedowns, then against a crowd ho dash. You can't be a hero with only one trick, Midoriya. Remember that. I'm leaving it to you, 13. Vlad, let's go. The two teachers leapt into the fray. Looking back as they evacuated, Deku saw the duo tear through the ranks of villains. Wow, they're actually really good against a crowd, huh? Ida grabbed his shoulder. Midoriya, there is no time for analysis. We need to hurry up and get to safety. Right. Just before they reached the exit, a giant pillar of dark purple mist with two yellow streaks of light, eyes maybe, sprung up out of nowhere to block their escape. I won't let you, came a voice from inside it. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may have been presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. It spread out two misty wings like a curtain. This is the part 1M to play. Before anyone else could process what they were doing, Kirishima, Bakugo, and a metallic boy from Class B that Deku didn't recognize leapt forward and attacked the villain. Did you really think you beat us before you even tried? Shouted Kirishima. After a moment's pause, the mist flowed out from behind the smoke that Bakugo had produced. Oh my, that was dangerous. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. No. Move away, you two, yelled 13. But it was too late. My job is to scatter you all, and torture you to death. The dark mist exploded outward, completely enveloping the students in the cloud. Deku felt the ground fall out from under him, and he plunged through the air and into deep water. A warping quirk? They want to kill All Might? What in the world is going on? He did his best to swim towards the light of the surface, only to be caught off guard by a shark-like villain rushing towards him like a torpedo. Midoriya, a voice bubbled through the water as Tsu landed a flying, swimming, kick squarely on the villain's jaw. Karo, she opened her mouth and a long tongue wrapped around Deku, hauling him to the surface as she used the villain's face as a springboard. Midoriya found himself set down on the deck of a ship, followed shortly by Minieta, who was tossed to the ground a bit less gently. Thank you, Azui. Call me, Tsu, said the frog girl as she hauled herself over the railing. Titsu, then. Thanks. Just then, a blonde boy in the UA gym uniform leapt out of the water and onto the deck, carrying an auburn-haired girl in a blue dress and ribbon mask with his own elongated tongue. Class A, he asked. The three nodded and he set his classmate down, shaking each of their hands in turn. Nito Monoma. This is Itsuka Kendo, our class rep. The girl waved faintly, pleasure dash, she managed to get out between coughs, still catching her breath from the impromptu swim. I'm Midoriya, and this is Tsu and Mineta. Are either of you injured? No, Kendo said, rising to her feet, just out of breath. Are we safe here? What? Cried Mineta, you mean there might be villains on the boat, too? We don't know that, said Deku. We should keep up our guard just in case, but it seemed like all of them were just in the water. Tsu looked over the railing of the boat. This situation turned bad fast, though. Yeah. What that villain said earlier. About All Might? Monoma asked. Right, Deku continued. He knew that All Might not being here was a change. That means they had the school schedule, at least for today. What? How would they get that without somebody giving it to them? Asked Monoma and Kendo in turn. Maybe that's what happened, but what about that media invasion the other day? They might have set that up so that nobody would notice that an actual threat had broken in, and they could sneak out with the information while the teachers and police were occupied. They were waiting to pounce, just like Todoroki said. But, countered Mineta, it's not like they can kill All Might. Once All Might comes, he'll pound those guys. Mineta, said Tsu. Huh? Don't you think they're trying so hard because they might have found a way to kill him? Guys that strong just said they would torture us to death, you know. So even if they can't kill him, we're probably in big danger until All Might arrives. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will all make it out in one piece. Mineta was sweating heavily at this point, running around in circles until the froze, facing outwards from the boat. And Midoriya. What the heck is that? Midoriya looked out to where he was pointing to see aquatic villains approaching from all sides. I hate to say it, but Tsu is probably right about them at least thinking they have a way to kill All Might, whether or not they know about his weakened state. And if the symbol of peace were to fall, he shook his head, clearing his thoughts. No, I can't think like that right now. If those guys, if they have a way to defeat All Might, then right now, we should be stopping whatever they're planning. By fighting and winning. The other 4 looked at him like he was crazy. Well, 3 did, at least. Deku was beginning to realize that Tsu's face was always hard to read. What do you mean fight? Screamed Mineta. These guys might kill All Might, right? You're contradicting yourself, Midoriya. The best plan would be to sit tight and wait for the UA heroes to come and save us, of course. Mineta, think about it. Those guys down there are clearly expecting us to fight in the water, right? They all have water quirks of some sort. What's that got to do with anything? Aren't you listening? Wait, you mean they knew what environments would be at the USJ before they came, and planned accordingly? Asked Kendo. Exactly. But for people who gathered that much intel that meticulously, there's something strange. They sent you ASU, Tsu, and you Monoma, to the shipwreck zone where frog quirks would be useful. Actually, this is her quirk, spoke up Monoma. I can copy other quirks for short stretches. Ah, I see. So it's like he has a stronger version of Mirror Match. What do frog quirks have to do with anything? Asked Mineta, tearing up from the stress. That means, in other words, the villains don't know what our quirks are. That's true, said Kendo. Karo. If they knew I was a frog, they'd probably toss me in the fire zone. Deku nodded. They probably split us up because of that unknown factor. They were planning to overpower us with numbers instead. Since there's less of us and we have less experience, our best hope now lies in the element of surprise. He studied the villains for a moment. That hopefully means they'll be hesitant to come up on the boat, but they also don't seem to be underestimating us. I'll tell you more about my quirk, Tsu volunteered. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out to about 20 meters. I can also turn my stomach inside out, and I can secrete a toxic mucus. That really just stings a little. We can probably forget about using those last 2. I already kind of knew from watching you, but you're already pretty strong. What about you, Mineta? The smaller boy pulled one of the rubbery ball off his head. My quirk lets these stick super tight. He stuck it to the wall of the boat. Depending on how well I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. They grow back after I pull them off, but if I pull off too many I'll start bleeding. They're also not sticky for me, just really bouncy. The other 4 just stared at him, and he started tearing up again. See? This is why I said we should just wait quietly. My quirk is totally useless in battle. That's not it. It's a good quirk, we just have to find a way to use it. He was interrupted by a giant blast of water rocking the boat, and jeers from the villains. They're getting impatient. Once everyone had regained their footing, he continued. Kendo? She held up one of her arms. My quirk is Big Fist. I can make my hands grow, and my strength increases depending on how large they are. It's mostly limited to just my hands, though. Okay, we should be able to use that, especially if this becomes an all-out fight. Monoma, you said you can copy quirks. What are the rules behind it? The blonde boy nodded. To copy someone's quirk, I have to touch them or a really fresh sample of something like their hair, and after that I have access to it for about 5 minutes. I usually have a basic understanding of how to use it, but nothing that they've developed through training or anything like that. Right now I can hold on to 3 different quirks at once, but I can only have one in use at a time. Are there any quirks you know you're not able to copy? None that I've run into, but if a quirk needs some kind of fuel then I can't cheat around that. I get the benefits and the drawbacks. Okay. I also have a copying quirk, but it mostly just makes me look like a copy of someone I make physical contact with, except I have a different color scheme and a watered-down version of their physical abilities. That includes some physical quirks, but it wouldn't work on somebody like Mineta because his quirk includes producing things from his body rather than just changing it. My quirk also stockpiles a little power every time I use it, and by now I can use it as a giant strength boost. It really eats through my stamina though, so don't count on me being able to fight if I have to use it. Another wave hit the boat, and this time the students heard a giant crack and felt it began to tilt. Wah wah. The ship's sinking. Mineta panicked and began wildly throwing his ball at the villains. What are you doing? Do you want them to figure out your dash? Deku paused as he noticed how the villains were reacting, namely staying as far away from the floating purple spheres as they could. So they still don't know. Okay, I think I have an idea. What good will that do? We're dead as soon as we hit the water. Mineta, said Tsu calmly, did you really enter UA to become a hero? Shut up. It's weirder not to be scared right now. We were only in junior high until a little while ago. Who would have thought that we would be almost killed right after starting school? I wish I could have at least touched Yaoyorozu's melons at least once. The others cringed at that. Mineta, Deku put a hand on his shoulder, if any of us are going to make it out of this alive, I need you to trust me. Even if you can't calm down, I need you to trust me, can you do that? Mineta was still in hysterics, but he managed to nod. Okay. I need your help too, Monoma. Get a fresh hold on Tsu and Mineta's quirks, then help Mineta get as many of those balls floating around out in the water as you can. What's your plan, Midoriya? Asked Kendo. Who the hell is this guy? Monoma thought, he's got a copying quirk, but he's carrying himself like he's a main character or something. We'll get as many of those sticky traps as we can set up before the boat goes under. Monoma and I will copy Tsu's quirk, so we can help carry others to safety, but I'll probably have to supplement my jump with a weak burst from my strength stockpile. Sorry, Tsu, but I'll have to look like you to make it work. Is looking like me a bad thing, Karo? And no. I didn't mean it like that. A lot of people get weirded out at the idea of someone else looking like them, is all. He shook himself to get his head back on track. Monoma, you leap to safety with Mineta. Kendo, I'll need you with me so that I can copy you once we're in the air. For my quirk? Right. Even if I can't make your quirk work as well as you can, I can supplement it with another strength burst and use the force and the surface area to blow the villains into the sticky traps. Won't that knock you out? Asked Tsu. Hopefully I can use a small enough amount of power to stay awake, but if I can't, that's why I'll need you to jump after us as backup, Tsu. Kendo and I will need you to catch us on the way down. Got it, Karo. Midoriya reached over and transformed into a Tsu clone, and had Kendo climb onto her back with her arms wrapped around her neck. Monoma swapped out his quirk for Tsu's and lifted up Mineta by his collar. On your signal, Midoriya. Deku nodded, and got ready to leap. I've gotta distract them. Maybe if I acted like Kaken. Roaraf. Die! She bellowed as she leapt over the heads of the villains. Only Mineta could make out the faint tremble in his voice. He's scared like I am? But he's still jumping out like that. Why? Why? Maybe it's not so weird for him to look like me, but it is a little weird hearing him talk like that in my voice, Tsu thought as Monoma and Mineta took off after them. In a flash of green light, Deku transformed into Kendo Deku and enlarged her hands as far as they would go, a little larger than a pair of baseball gloves. Not what I'd hoped for. Still, that jump took less out of me than expected, so maybe I can spare a little more energy for this. With hands this size I'll need, about 15%. One for all, don't fail me now. Deku pictured the turbine again, but with just a little less power than during her fight with Kaken. This time, she fully expected the buzzing that filled her body and the green lightning crackling on her skin. Delaware clap smash. What she didn't expect were for her hands to grow to the size of the rest of her body for her clap, rocketing herself and Kendo high into the air and creating an even larger water vortex than she had expected. Ah! Tsu, she called, shrinking her hands back to normal. What the heck? Did One for All do something to Kendo's quirk? Karo. Tsu leapt up and barely managed to grab the pair with her tongue and pull them to safety. She really hadn't been expecting them to get that big burst of height just then. That was amazing. You're all amazing. Looking back, Mineta grinned in spite of his fear. Midoriya's plan had worked. All the villains were stuck fast thanks to a combination of the sticky ball and the massive whirlpool that had pulled all the villains into the center of it. Huh. I had a good bowel movement this morning, so those guys are gonna be stuck all day. We really need to work on your presentation sometime, sighed Monoma as he hauled him ashore. Presentation? Just then, the pair were interrupted by the trio of Tsu and Kendo splashing down next to them. Kendo helped support Deku as everyone got their bearings. Can you stand? Yeah, Deku blinked for a moment. She could stand. Sure, she could definitely feel that she'd expended some energy, and her arms were red and tender and giving off steam, but this was only a little worse than the fatigue she'd felt after the ball throw. Karo, are you alright, Midoriya? Why yes. Sorry, but my strength boost just hasn't ever worked that smoothly before. It caught me off guard. She looked back at the villains. We're lucky they were all there at once, though. If they were smart, they'd have kept some people underwater in reserve. Hey, cried Mineta, don't say stuff like that. That's just like what horror movie characters say before something eats them. Rather than reflecting on what just happened, shouldn't we focus on your next move, suggested Tsu. She's got a point. Say, Midoriya, you said that you have trouble copying some quirks, right? Yeah, why? Monoma offered out an arm. Copy me, then. You might not be able to use it as powerfully as I can, but it should give you a little more flexibility. We'll need every advantage we can get. Ah, is it transformation type? He shook his head. Emitter. She shook her head. No good then. Emitter quirks are never physical enough for mirror match to get a hold of. Monoma pulled his arm back. Ah, well. Worth a shot. Kendo surveyed their surroundings. If we follow the shore of the lake, we should be able to make it most of the way around the plaza and the exit without being noticed. It's possible that 13 or some students managed to escape that first warp attack, and even if they didn't, that's still the most reasonable place for everyone to meet up. That's true, said Tsu. Mr. Izawa and Mr. Vlad King lured most of the villains to the center plaza. There's too many, Deku said. What? Our teachers may have jumped in to protect us with no hesitation, but I think they overexerted themselves. There was probably close to 60 villains in that plaza alone. Even pro heroes would struggle against those kinds of numbers. Wait, Midoriya, don't tell me that you, Mineta saw on his face that he did. Idiot, idiot, idiot. I'm not thinking of doing anything that'll get in his way. But if we can just find an opening and lessen our teachers' loads, even a little. No. No way, no how, shouted Mineta. We are not going to get in another fight, and we are not going anywhere near that plaza. Hey, Midoriya, Mineta whispered as the group neared the plaza, remember that we're just going to see how things are, okay? Tsu caroled softly in agreement. I know. We'll run away the instant it seems dangerous. Deku peeked up out of the water and over the low rocky ledge to get a clearer view of what was going on. Contrary to Deku's fears, Vlad King and Eraserhead seemed to be holding their own against the low-level villains. Right then, Eraserhead had been fighting some sort of villain wearing a whole bunch of hands gripping his upper body, with two of them arranged around his head like a mask. The villain was clearly more skilled than the others, and every now and then he managed to get a hold on the pro hero for a few seconds, but it was clearly a losing battle for him. And then something unexpected happened. The villain grabbed Eraserhead's elbow, and the sleeve and skin crumbled off of it, exposing the muscles underneath. It took everything Monoma had not to vomit. Eraserhead could still fight, but the students could see that he was fading fast. His injured right arm hung limp at his side. While he still got in a few good hits, most of his time was spent dodging attacks. Vlad King had to cover for him more and more. And then the monster came. And it was a monster. Calling that thing a villain didn't do it justice. It was at least 8 feet tall and built like a gorilla. Its skin was pitch black, and tore in places so that you could see its bulging, writhing muscle tissues. The head was the work bit. It had a wide avian beak, but it was full of huge, tombstone-shaped teeth. The top of its head was open, completely exposing its brain. Even when focused on a target, its eyes never seemed to focus right. The lights were on, but nobody was home. In the chaos of the fight, it had somehow managed to sneak up on Eraserhead despite its size. By the time he had noticed it, it was too late to dodge, and there was a sickening crunch as it forced his head to the ground, face first, and twisted his arms like pieces of limp cloth. The breath caught in Deku's throat. Vlad King tried to come to his aid, but was swatted away like a fly. Mr. Kan! Kendo cried out, clapping her hand over her mouth when she realized what she'd done. The hand villain turned towards the group and began slowly making his way to their hiding place, pausing only when the dark mist villain from before appeared next to him. Kurogiri, did you kill 13? I put her out of action, but there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. Huh? The hand villain brought his hands up to the sides of his neck and began scratching away at the skin. Kurogiri, you. If being a warp gate wasn't so useful, I would have crushed you to pieces. He froze, and drew his hands away from his now bleeding neck. We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Man, it's game over this time. Let's go home. But before we leave, he fixed his hidden gaze firmly on the students once again. Let's smash some of his pride as the symbol of peace. A couple dead kids ought to do the trick. The villain moved almost faster than Deku could even register. 1 second. He was at least a quarter of the way across the plaza. The next, he was less than a meter away. A speedster. She tried to call up the image of the turbine dam in her mind, but it just kept playing images of the skin crumbling off of Mr. Izawa, and of Tsu falling apart like dust as the villain closed his hand around her. Tsu didn't fall apart, though. Hand barely failing to grasp at her face, the villain jerked to a halt, giving her time to scramble back and away. After the initial shock, for students and a villain looked to the side to the source of the delay. There, scalp bleeding, tears pouring down his face, trembling with a sense of absolute terror, stood Mineta. The villain's back shoe was stuck fast to the ground by a rubbery purple ball. Jumping out TTT to save SSS someone even WH when you're SCSC scared. That's SSSWH what a CC cool hero would do, he yelled hysterically. DMN it. A trick like that, I guess it really does make you cool. Okay then. Enjoy your funeral, Mr. Cool Hero. Mineta froze and went pale as the villain began reaching towards him, but that was all Deku needed to hear to snap herself back to reality. Crap, what am I doing? She lunged at the villain, instinctively amping up the one for all without even bothering to measure. Get away from them! Her fist threw off green sparks and grew to an enormous size as it sailed towards the villain. Smash! The force of the attack pushed back everything around her in a shockwave of wind and water. Enough foam spray and dust were kicked up that she couldn't properly see the villain for a few seconds, even though the secondary buzzing in her hand told her she had definitely hit something. Deku was panting like she'd just run a mile, but the back of her mind was ecstatic that for some reason yet another blow hadn't taken as much out of her as it should have. The celebration was short-lived, however, because when the dust cleared, she found herself face to face with the monster. What? I didn't even see him move. And why isn't he hurt at all? Tsu's words from the boat came back to her. Don't you think they're trying so hard because they might have found a way to kill him? You move well. You're Smash, are you a follower of All Might's? Oh, well. I'm done with you. Nomu. Kill them. Start with Eeny, Meeny, Miny, you. His finger pointed to the straw-haired power copier of Class B. Deku didn't even see the monster move before he heard Monoma's strangled cry of pain and was splattered with blood. A dismembered left arm fell at the student's feet, and the creature chucked the rest of the body out far into the water. Then it turned its attention to Deku. Boom! The doors to the USJ exploded off their hinges. Clack clack clack, the sound of a pair of shoes on stone flooring echoed through the entire domed structure. The sounds of fighting from all around the stadium came to a dead stop, and every head turned towards the sound. I had a bad feeling, so I tore myself away from a talk with the principal and came. I passed young Ida on my way and got a rough idea of what happened. All Might stopped at the top of the entrance stairs, looking out over the carnage. He looked down on the villains. He was not smiling. It's fine now. I am here. But it's not fine, Deku thought. All Might had come too late. Oh. We're getting a continue, said the hand villain. I've been waiting for you, hero. You trash of society. A few of the braver or more foolhardy villains tried to charge All Might. They dropped first. The other low-level villains followed quickly after. No one even saw the punches that laid them out. In a rush of wind, the four students found themselves practically teleported across the plaza, with both their fallen teachers laying on the ground next to them. Everyone go to the entrance. I'm leaving Aizawa and Ken to you. They're unconscious. Hurry. All Might, Kendo. Deku looked up at him, eyes blurry. It's no good, muttered the hand villain. I am sorry, father. He reached down to pick up a hand that had fallen from his costume, and placed it back on his face, visibly relaxing when he had. It seemed he had slipped out of his trapped shoes. He hit me as he was saving them. It's the violence of a government official. He's fast, as expected. I can't follow him with my eyes. But not as fast as I thought he'd be. I guess it's true, after all, that he's getting weaker. All Might, you can't. That brain villain took one FO dash. She glanced at the other students, dash one of my hardest hits and didn't even twitch. It tore somebody apart, All Might. All Might's sunken eyes narrowed, and the blue light of his irises glowed even more intensely. A student? She nodded shakily. Young Midoriya. Please help your teacher. I will handle this. Deku wanted to protest, but instead she helped Tsu pick up Mr. Aizawa in a daze while Mineta helped Kendo with Mr. Kan. Carolina. Smash. Nomu. All Might launched his attack as soon as his students were out of harm's way, only for it to be blocked completely by the creature. It seriously has no effect at all, huh? He ducked under a two-armed grab from Nomu and landed another punch solidly in its git, to no avail. It doesn't work on its face, either? It doesn't work because of shock absorption, said the hand villain. In order to cause damage to Nomu, it would be most effective to slowly gouge out his flesh. Whether or not he'd let you do that is a different issue, though. Thanks for telling me all that. If that's true, then it's easier for me. He grabbed Nomu from behind and bent backwards, slamming it over his head and down into the ground. How did he make a suplex look like an explosion? Gawked Mineta from the distance. All Might's on a whole nother level. None of the other students responded. Deku had an uneasy feeling in the pit of her stomach. Then the dust cleared, and she saw why. Kurogyri had opened a portal in the ground. The suplex had been successful, but Nomu's upper body had sunken into the ground and risen up directly under All Might, where it held him in place with a vice-like grip, fingers digging into All Might's secret injury that only Deku knew existed. Azui, take Mr. Aizawa. She turned and began to rush back. Midoriya, the three of them shouted after her. In that moment she couldn't have told you if she was too caught up to hear them, or if she just wasn't listening. Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking him deep in concrete? Asked the hand villain. You won't be able to stop him like that. Because Nomu is just as strong as you are. He giggled to himself. This is good, Kurogiri. It's an unexpected opportunity. What power? This is your first offense? You'd better prepare yourselves. The hand villain began scratching his neck again. Kurogiri. I do not want blood and guts overflowing within me, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you, All Might. Nomu began to sink into the portal, bringing All Might with him. You are too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you was Nomu's job. And then, when your body is halfway in, to close the gate and tear you apart is my job. No, All Might. There are still so many things I need you to teach me. All Might. Young Midoriya, All Might noticed the green shapeshifter running frantically towards him. What are you? Deku would never have reached All Might, as Kurogiri moved to intercept her. Never, if not for a single, well-placed explosion onto the distracted warp gate. Move! You're in my way, you extra. Bakugo grabbed the one completely solid part of Kurogiri, a metal neck brace which had been exposed by the explosion, and pinned him to the ground. Just like I thought, you can only turn parts of yourself into a misty warp gate, right, you BSTRD. I noticed back when we attacked you the first time, you wouldn't have said it was dangerous if you were really made of mist and couldn't be touched. Now, try anything and I'll blow you up right here. At the same time, ice spread along the ground and up the Nomu's leg, freezing the monster's entire right side solid but not harming All Might. Ice? He's frozen? Thought All Might. Young Todoroki? All I heard was that you are here to kill All Might, said the red and white-haired boy, frost spreading from his right foot. The symbol of peace cannot be killed by the likes of you. He stopped the ice just before it reached me. Thanks to that, its grip is loosened. All Might pried away Nomu's fingers and flipped out of its grip, landing in a three-point pose on the ground nearby. Kirishima and the metallic boy from earlier brought a pair of diving punches down towards the hand villain, who dodged nimbly out of the way. Ah, man. We didn't get to show off. Kaken. Everyone. Look out, called a ragged voice from the shore. Looking to see who it was, Deku's heart just about stopped. All Might. Monoma shouted, hauling himself up onto the ground with both arms and rolling over onto his back. That thing's got multiple quirks. I don't know how, but it does, and one of them is regeneration. All Might looked around at the students he suddenly found himself surrounded by. Thank you, everyone, for the help and the warning. But it's fine. Why? Because, I am here. And this time, despite the growing patch of red on All Might's dress shirt over his secret injury, Deku had no problem believing it. She'd just seen one miracle happen today, why not another? Kurogiri, our exit and entrance, has been overcome. We're in a pinch. In addition to capturing him, they're almost all uninjured, even that kid I had Nomu kill. Kids these days are amazing. They make the League of Villains look bad. It's not regeneration, though. Nomu. Despite being frozen, the creature stood up, entire chunks of its right side and limbs breaking off at once. Then it turned to face the heroes. Even though its body is broken, it's still moving? Asked Deku incredulously. Everyone, get back, commanded All Might. It's super regeneration. Bone and muscle and skin each regrew themselves in turn until the Nomu stood at its full height, just as intact as it was when it arrived. Nomu has been modified to take you at 100%. He's a super efficient human sandbag. The anti-symbol of peace. Now, first we need to get our gate back. Go, Nomu. Only All Might saw the creature move, and even he was hardly able to react in time. He managed to intercept the blow meant for Bakugo, but the impact threw him into a nearby wall, and the wind force from the punch scattered the students across the plaza. Kaken. Deku spun around, only to find the boy right beside her. Why you dodged? That's amazing. No. Shut up, scum. I didn't even see anything. The dust cleared to reveal All Might still standing, wall shattered behind him. A child? Do you not know how to hold back? The hand villain shrugged. It was to rescue my companions. I had no choice. I mean, earlier that green-haired one. She was about to punch me with everything she had, you know. Violence for the sake of others makes it admirable. Isn't that right, hero? The villain spread his hands. You know what, All Might? I'm angry. I'm angry at this world that categorizes the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, deciding what's good and what's bad. Symbol of peace? Huh. You're just a device to repress violence. Violence only breeds violence. The world will know this once we kill you. That's preposterous. The eyes of white-collar criminals like you burn silently. You just want to enjoy this yourself, don't you, you liar? He's already figured me out? It's still 3 against 6, maybe 7, Todoroki noted. Deku nodded. And Kaken already exposed the fog's weakness. These guys are crazy, but if we back up All Might, began Kirishima. We can push them back, finished his metallic friend. No. All Might walked in front of them and held out an arm. Run away. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't done anything earlier, right? That was a different story, young Todoroki. Thanks. But it's fine. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. All Might, you're bleeding. And besides, after this morning, she caught herself before saying anything more. All Might didn't turn or say anything, but he did flight a thumbs up in her direction. Nomu, Kurojairi. Get him. I'll deal with the children. Now, let's clear this and go home. The hand villain charged towards the students, hand outstretched. He was fast. All Might and Nomu were faster, and the clash of their blows was enough to blow the different parties far away from each other. DMN. Hey, you talked about his shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you? Yes I did, replied All Might, trading entire volleys of full power punches with the creature. But if it's shock absorption, and not shock nullification, then there's a limit to it, right? All Might took another blow right in his weak point, but he powered through. Made to fight me at 100%, huh? If you can withstand me at 100%, then I'll force you to surrender from beyond that. It was difficult to tell, but Deku was fairly certain she saw Nomu begin to flinch every now and then when hit. Looking closer, she saw All Might's not swinging randomly. Every single hit is more than 100% of his power. A hero, All Might caught the giant fist, tossed Nomu up in the air, then leapt up and swung it back down and into the earth, leaving a crater where it landed. Can always break out of a tough spot. He landed, bouncing Nomu back into the air once again. Hey villain, have you ever heard these words? Go beyond. He pulled back his fist. If Deku looked closely she could tell it was actually glowing with multicolored light. Plus, Ultra. Nomu went sailing up to the roof and then continued onward, sailing entirely out of sight. The aftershocks of that punch were felt by everyone still conscious in the entire USJ. I guess I really have gotten weaker, All Might said in a joking tone. Back in my prime, 5 hits would have been enough. But that took more than 300 hits. He was not in great shape. His clothes were torn. He was bleeding from his side and from his knuckles. And perhaps worst of all, Deku realized the cloud around him wasn't just dust, but the familiar steam-like substance that All Might's body released when switching between his muscular form and his true body. How is he even standing? Now, villains. I'm sure we'd all like to end this as soon as possible. The hand villain was trembling with rage, and reached up to scratch his neck again. Nomu was weaker? No way. We've been completely overwhelmed. I can't believe he did that to my Nomu. Did he use a cheat? Well, what's wrong? Why are you hesitating? He's bluffing them. Deku realized. Blood was starting to flow onto the hand villain's fingertips now. If only I had Nomu. That guy would have been able to go up against him without thinking about anything. Tamura Shigaraki. Please calm yourself, said Kurojairi. Looking carefully, I see that he was definitely weakened from the damage of Nomu's attacks. Besides, the children appear to be frozen in fear. We still have underlings who can be used. There are likely only a few minutes left before reinforcements come. If you and I work together, we still have a chance of killing him. Yeah. That's right? That's right? We have no choice but to do it. I mean, we have the last boss right in front of our eyes. Some of the low-level villains were starting to get back up. All Might will do something about the main bad guys, said Kirishima, let's go help the others. Todoroki nodded, then turned to face the copycat hero, Midoriya? I'm the only one who knows about the injury and the time limit. The mist guy is probably more dangerous, but the wind from all those attacks earlier was affecting him, too. All Might is probably struggling just to keep up that form right now. If the mist guy toys with him. She enlarged her hands to the size of baseball gloves again. Even with as well as one for all has worked today, I've got maybe 2 shots before I collapse. I've got to find a way to make them count. This is revenge for Nomu, said Shigaraki, running at All Might with hand outstretched. Meanwhile, one of Kurojairi's portals descended on his from above, intending to slice him in half. Detroit clap smash, yelled Deku, slamming her hands together at about 10% power. But the blast wasn't aimed at either villain. Instead, the wind it generated shoved All Might out of the villains' paths just in time. Get away from All Might! It had worked, but Deku had miscalculated. Even if she was still awake, she collapsed on the ground, unable to stand. You're fast, and your smashes are a lot like the real deal. But I've had enough of this. Don't get in our way again. Shigaraki sped over to Deku and began to reach down. Goodbye, hero. That hand is. Deku flashed back to Aizawa's arm, and what she had feared would happen to Tsu. Bang. Gunshots echoed out through the USJ, and suddenly having a hole in his hand forced Shigaraki to back off. Sorry, everyone, announced the principal's squeaky voice from the entrance. Sorry we're late. I gathered all who were immediately available. I, Tenya Ida, Class 1A representative, have now returned with help. Some of the villains tried to fight back. They were no match for the sonic screams, clones, knockout gas, and other quirks of the UA staff. Ah, man, they're here. It's really game over now. Shall we go home and try again later, Kurogiri? 3 more homing gunshots to the limbs put Shigaraki on the ground, where Kurogiri did what he could to cover and protect him. His attempts to port the 2 away were hindered by the black hole of an injured 13, though not, unfortunately, completely stopped. I'll kill you next time, symbol of peace, All Might. Deku lay on the ground as the other students gathered at the front gate, and the least injured helped the pros with cleanup. I wasn't strong enough to stop them. That's not something to worry over. Turning her head, Deku found a half-deflated All Might standing over her. You saved me, back there. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed. And you bought the last few seconds needed for the other pros to show up. All Might, she gave a tired smile, and focused. Changing back took about 15 seconds, Deku returned to his true form. I'm so glad you're okay. That final transformation had taken the last of his energy, and he drifted off as a medical crew approached. Because of the situation this time, I can't really scold you for going all out, said Recovery Girl as she accelerated the recovery of Deku's arms. There'd only been some partial fractures in his hands and lower arms, which were well within the scope of Recovery Girl's abilities to repair. But, coupled with the exhaustion he had suffered, the authorities decided that it would be safest to take him to the hospital until he was recovered. The stamina cost of the healing made Deku lightheaded, but he managed to stay upright in his hospital bed. Thank you, he managed. Yes. Because of your stamina I could only heal you most of the way, so if they're still hurting when you return to school, come see me again. Oh, and you have another visitor, she mentioned offhandedly on her way out. Another visitor? Oh, All Might. Midoriya exclaimed as the lanky man pushed through the door. All Might, are you okay? Towards the end I could tell you were running out of time, and your injury. All Might held up a hand to stop him. Yes, I'll be alright. I was foolish and used up my time before starting school this morning. Pushing past my limit for that fight, he glanced down at his hands. Hopefully I still have the hour I need to teach classes. All Might? The man shrugged it off. Ah, well. It can't be helped. These things happen. Anyway, beyond checking up on you, there's someone who's asked me to introduce you. Tsukachi, he's awake. A man in a brown trench coat entered the room, taking off his fedora. Deku's first impression was that he looked like a much more upbeat version of the protagonist of that old detective movie he found online. Hello, my name is Naomasa Tsukachi. I'm with the police. Midoriya, Detective Tsukachi is my best friend on the police force. He knows about my injury and about One for All. You can speak freely with him here. Tsukachi, as you know, this is my student, Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya. I've already talked with All Might, but I was hoping I could ask you some questions about the villains from the attack. Would that be all right? Okay, but, first, can you tell me about everyone else? Are my friends all right? What about the teachers? The detective nodded. Other than you, the students sustained only light injuries. All Might and the other 3 teachers were also hospitalized, but Recovery Girl has already worked with All Might and the other 3 are in stable condition. 3? Then Miss 13 was hurt too. Yes, one of the villains managed to redirect her black hole and hit her from behind. She has some bad lacerations across her back and shoulders, but is expected to make a full recovery. Vlad King suffered from blood loss and several broken ribs. Eraserhead got the worst of it. He had severe breaks in both arms and of his skull, though thankfully there was no serious brain damage. The biggest risk is that the breakage around his eyes may have damaged his quirk factor, which would make it more difficult for him to use his quirk in the future. It would have been worse, said All Might, if they had been the only ones fighting. Even though it was a situation you never should have been put in, you first years fought with everything you had and risked your lives. You'll all become strong heroes. I'm certain of that. Tsukachi nodded his agreement. Thank you, All Might. What about Monoma? Is he really okay? Monoma, you mean the boy who was badly injured? Yes, the other students who were with you told us what happened. The paramedics looked him over and while he was exhausted, they didn't feel any need to hospitalize him, seeing as he had no lasting injuries. No, but I was sure. I saw Nomu tear his arm off. All Might lowered his eyes, and his face darkened. Yes, you did, and the pain he experienced as a result falls on my shoulders for not arriving earlier. Do you remember the regeneration that the villain displayed when young Todoroki froze it? Deku thought for a moment, and realization dawned on his face. He copied the regeneration quirk before it threw him. Exactly. Okay, well, as long as everyone is gonna be okay, Mr. Tsukachi, you said you wanted to ask me some questions? Yes. I've already talked to All Might, and we'll be taking the other students' statements over the next few days, but can you tell me anything that you noticed about the villains who escaped? Names, quirks, anything you can think of will be useful. Deku fought through the brain fog and did his best to remember. The one with all the hands on him was giving everyone else orders, but it was kind of strange. He seemed kind of out of it a lot of the time once All Might got there, and that Warp Gate villain Kurogiri kept having to calm him down. And Kurogiri said his name, too. Tamura. Shigaraki, I think? The image of Shigaraki's hand stopping centimeters away from Tsu's face flashed through his mind. I wouldn't have been able to save her. And he had some kind of destruction quirk. Destruction? Deku nodded. Like, he touched Mr. Aizawa's arm and it began breaking apart, and whenever he went to attack people he'd reach out with his hands like he was trying to do the same thing. All I know about Kurogiri is that he had a powerful teleportation quirk that can work over a wide area, and that he has some kind of solid body under all that fog. You might ask Kaken, though, he was the first to piece that together. Who is Kaken? Oh, Katsuki Bakugo. He's one of my classmates. Alright, anything else you can think of? Nomu never really seemed to act on his own, he just kept taking orders from Shigaraki. He never really talked either, he just kept roaring and screaming. Oh, and All Might probably already told you, but somehow he had multiple quirks, super regeneration, shock absorption, and I'm guessing one or two more for his speed and strength. He looked down at his hand, flexing it a little. It's really strange, because one for all is the only thing I've heard of that would let someone have more than one quirk. I think they said that Nomu was built to fight All Might though, so maybe there's someone out there with a rare cloning or genetic editing quirk that could do it. Tsukachi and All Might exchanged a meaningful glance. Deku wondered about that, but didn't say anything. Thank you, Midoriya. If the police have more questions in the next few days, would it be okay for us to contact you? Deku said that would be alright, and the detective said his goodbyes. I do need to be going soon, too, said All Might, but there's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about. While I am proud of what you all accomplished today, I meant what I said about it being a situation that none of you should have been put in. Normally schools make sure that students are more prepared to process what happens before they get anywhere near a fight like that, so I don't doubt that coming out of this will be difficult for some of you. The Pro Hero Hound Dog is a licensed counselor who works at our school. If you need to talk to someone, please, go see him. Can you promise me that you will do that? Yes, All Might. All Might patted him on the shoulder. Good. Now, the school will probably be closed over the next few days as the police conduct their investigation. Your mother will probably want to spend some time with you after all this, and you'll need to rest up. After he's out of the hospital, I have no doubt that Aizawa plans to work your class even harder. Deku groaned at the thought. Yes, All Might. Class 1A. Was foolish to think that something like massive physical trauma would hold Mr. Aizawa back for long. Good morning, he muttered as he slid into class on the first day back to school. His head and arms were so wrapped up in bandages that he looked like someone had gone overboard designing a mummy costume. You're back too soon, cried out the entire class in unison. Sir, are you really all right? Asked Ida. My well-being doesn't matter. More importantly, the fight is not yet over. The entire class held its breath, thinking he was talking about more villains. No, not that fight. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. The students let out a collective sigh of relief and then cheered. Since the first time it was hosted, the UA Sports Festival had steadily edged out the Olympics as the most watched recurring event in Japan, and even had a healthy international following. Jiro raised her hand. Is it really okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? That's a good point, admitted Ojiro. What if they attack again or something? Apparently, they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management system is solid as a rock by holding the event. Security will also be strengthened 5 times that of previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge chance. It's not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. As the most viewed spectacle in Japan, can anyone tell me why it is so important for you students? Yaoyorozu, or Yamamo, as some of the students had already nicknamed her, raised her hand. All the top heroes around the country will be watching us compete, for scouting purposes. I heard a lot of pro agencies hire people as sidekicks once they graduate because of their performance in the sports festival, said Kaminari. A lot of people miss their opportunity to become independent after that, and become eternal sidekicks, though, said Jiro. Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb. Yaoyorozu and Kaminari are both correct, Aizawa cut them off. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. Since it's a yearly event, you only have 3 shots at this. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. Yes, sir. Homeroom is dismissed. That day at lunch, Midoriya brought his most recent hero journal with him, filled to the brim with information he'd learned about his classmates and their quirks so far, and studied every page of it, trying to plan out strategies for the sports festival. While school had been shut down, he had also written down what he learned about Tsu, Mineta, Monoma, and Kendo's quirks, as well as the new behavior from One for All during the villain attack. Truth be told, he was glad to have something to distract him. He hadn't realized that he was muttering up a storm until he happened to look up and see Tsu, Ida, and Uraraka staring at him. "You're really getting invested in the sports festival, Midoriya," Tsu said matter-of-factly. "Well yeah, but it's not like I'm the only one. You guys got pretty fired up after Mr. Aizawa made the announcement too." He slapped his forehead. "That finally reminded me about something I've been meaning to ask. Ida already told us his reason, but Tsu, Uraraka, what made you want to come to UA and become pro heroes?" Tsu held her finger to her chin like she was thinking. "My parents both had to travel a lot for work growing up, so I helped raise my younger siblings. It was hard but really satisfying to help that way, so I think wanting to become a hero grew out of that. What about you, Uraraka?" Because, actually, I'm hoping to make a lot of money." "You want to become a pro hero for money?" exclaimed Deku, more surprised than anything. Uraraka sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. "To boil it down simply, yes. Sorry it's such an unwholesome reason. You all have admirable motivations, so it's kind of embarrassing." "Why? How is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable?" asked Ida. "Right," agreed Deku. "But it's unexpected." Uraraka let out a sigh. "My family owns a construction company, but we haven't really gotten any work at all, so we're flat broke. Sorry, I really shouldn't be unloading on you guys like this." "Construction," said Ida as he, Tsu, and Deku adopted thinking poses. "Ah. If she gets licensed to use her quirk in public, it could bring costs way down, couldn't it?" asked Deku. "True. She could make any raw material float. They wouldn't need heavy equipment. Right? That's exactly what I told Dad when I was little. But, even back then I thought heroes were cool, and my parents wouldn't even hear of me coming to work for them instead of going after that dream. So now, I'll definitely do both. I'll become a hero, and I'll make money and let my parents take it easy." Ida stood up at the table and began clapping his hands. "Bravo! Uraraka, bravo! Bravo! Bravo!" Uraraka looked sheepish at all the attention she was attracting, but smiled anyway. "Thank you guys. I must agree with young Ida, young Uraraka," said All Might. Everyone except Tsu jumped a little, wondering how long he'd been standing there. There are many things that drive people to become heroes, and providing for your family is certainly a noble goal. All Might. "Ah, young Midoriya, just the person I was looking for. There's something I'd like to discuss with you, so would you be able to stop by my office after classes today?" Sure. Very good. I will see you all later, goodbye." He dashed off. "I wonder what that was about," said Ida after he had left. "Maybe it was about what Kirishima was saying, about Midoriya running back to help All Might at the USJ, offered Uraraka. The way he generated wind was sort of like All Might too, but he was also getting help from Kendo's quirk, so maybe All Might wants to give him advice about that. Karo. Do you know what it's about, Midoriya?" "Not really. I guess I'll have to wait and see." He went back to looking over his hero journal as he ate. "Actually, I wanted to test something about my quirk based on what happened at the UJS, but I'd need to copy someone else's quirk to try it. Tsu, would you be willing to stick around until after I can talk to All Might to help me out?" "Sure. But what about Ida's quirk? Isn't it one of the ones you can copy?" "It is, but I'd need to fuel up like he does to use it." He turned to the other two. "You guys are still welcome to come, though. I think it's an excellent idea. Tsu, Uraraka and I will head out to the training field after school, and you can join us once you finish your meeting with All Might." "Yeah. Only about 50 minutes? Yeah, that's the limit on how long I can use my power now. I overdid it too many times. That Nomu was also a tough opponent. And it hurt? I can just barely maintain muscle form for 1.5 hours now, if I conserve my energy." "About that, Sordash." All Might gave a sudden belly laugh, complete with blood spraying out his mouth, startling Deku. "You don't have to apologize. Man, we really are alike, you and me." He set a cup down in front of Deku. "Have some tea. Thanks. More importantly, about the sports festival. Using one for all still drains you, doesn't it? What'll you do? Actually, I had an idea for that. I'm meeting up with some friends after we talk to test it out. You haven't told them about one for all, have you? No, everyone still thinks it's just a secondary effect of mirror match. But there were some things that happened at the USJ that got me thinking. Oh, you had mentioned that you hit a villain with one of your strongest attacks. Tell me more. Well, that time I was using it more on instinct, so I don't know for sure how much power I put into it, but it felt like a lot. The thing is though, one for all acted different whenever I was transformed and using someone else's quirk, like Kendo's giant hands or Tsu's jumping ability. Different how? It was like one for all was boosting my weak copies of their quirks and my strength at the same time, and it used up a lot less energy than it should have. All Might hunched over, thinking. Almost like your quirk was acting as a buffer, taking the strain off your body. Using your two quirks together isn't something I had considered. I'm not sure how it will go, but it's good of you to want to look into it. Anyway, that's progress. I'm glad. Now, drink up. Oh. Thank you. Deku reached for his cup and took a sip. All Might got up and walked over to his office window. Frankly, I don't have much time left as the symbol of peace. No way. And some of those with pent-up villainous intent are starting to realize. I granted you my power because I want you to succeed me. Back when we first talked on that roof, you told me that you wanted to be the same hero, and save everyone with a fearless smile. You still feel that way, don't you? Then the time has come for you to show that. The UA Sports Festival is something pro-heroes, no, the whole country, is watching closely. A big event. That is what I brought you here to talk about. The next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace. Izuku Midoriya. I want you to tell the world I am here. But how? You know the sports festival system, right? Asked All Might as he went to sit down again. Of course, I watch it every year. The support, general studies, business, and hero courses all come together and fight through preliminary games of different types by class year. The students who make it through face off in the finals. It's a round-robin tournament divided by grade. That's right. In other words, you've got to sell yourself with everything you've got. Right. But honestly, he began muttering, it's kind of hard to get into it after what happened at the USJ. And All Might is already teaching me, so I'm not as motivated to stand out at the sports festival. In the first place, I don't know if I can stand out in my current state, and I did terrible in the fitness tests. You know, for someone so smart, you're really the best there is at spouting nonsense. Nonsense. Those who are always aiming for the top, and those who aren't. That slight difference in attitudes will have a big impact once you go out in society. I understand how you feel, and a big part of this will be just helping put me at ease. I won't force you. However, I hope you won't forget how you felt back at that beach park, when you saw what you had accomplished. Midoriya. Ida called as he approached. Hey. Sorry I'm late. It's fine. What's All Might want to talk to you about, anyway? Uraraka, you shouldn't just ask people about their personal business so boldly. It's fine, Ida. He knows I've been having problems conserving energy while fighting, so he wanted to make sure I was working on it so I could do my best at the sports festival. But anyway, he slung his backpack down, that's what I'm here to test today. Karo? Ever since I got my strength boost, I've been using it and my copying ability completely separately. But at the USJ, when I used both at once, it worked a lot better than it had before. That makes sense, said Tsu, since they're both part of the same quirk. Sure, let's go with that. Tsu, how far can you jump normally? About 21 meters. Okay, that'll be good for a baseline. What followed was a good half hour or so of experimentation. Deku reached out and pushed one for all to just before the point where he felt his body start straining and tiring. I'm going to try this with about 3% of my total boost. If I keep it that low, I shouldn't lose too much more energy than I would with a normal jump. Jumping from a crouched position, he managed to sail forward 12 meters. That's the low end of your power? Uraraka flailed her arms. What the heck? If you can ever use your quirk to the fullest, you'd be like All Might, Karo. Hey, I think I still have a long way to go before I'll even be close to that. No, Tsu's right. You should have seen him in the entrance exam when he fought off the zero-pointer, Tsu. He went like whoosh. And then boom. And everyone got blown away. It was very impressive, agreed Ida. Guiz, Deku blushed and rubbed the back of his head. Okay, now I'll try it as Tsu but without the power boost. He offered out a fist bump which Tsu accepted, and in a flash of green light Tsudeku appeared. Here I go, she jumped, getting a good but less impressive 3.5 meters. See? It's a lot weaker than Tsu's jumps, and I can't make my tongue go as far either. She stretched her tongue out to a full length of about 1.5 meters, much less than Tsu's limit of 20 meters. I see, said Ida, adjusting his glasses to get a better look. I noticed it was the same when you copied Shoji during the fitness test. So this is what you mean when you said the quirks you copy are weaker than the originals. Yeah. But now. Let's see what happens when I add in a power boost. She crouched down again. Okay, this is the same 3% boost from before. She powered up, feeling the same competing buzzes and strengthening of her muscles that she normally did when pushing one for all, especially around her legs, but strangely there was none of the usual pain. She leapt again, this time traveling 17 meters. Did anyone notice anything different about that one? You didn't have that green lightning you usually do. I didn't. Uraraka shook her head. There wasn't really any wind either. It just seemed like when Tsu jumps, just not as far. Okay, then there's one more thing I want to try. She returned to the start line, and checked if one for all could be pushed any higher without causing pain. Interestingly, she managed up to 6% without problems. Her legs felt even stronger, and the green lighting began crackling around her again. Okay, this is about twice that power. Everyone ready? Yep. Deku leapt, but really, it seemed like she flew. When she finally touched down, Ida ran to check where she had landed. Over 50 meters. What? Then that means? I think I must be using the stockpiled power to boost my shapeshifting, but once I get those borrowed quirks up past a certain point, it can't just be adding strength on top of that. It's like, magnifying them somehow. That's crazy powerful, finished Uraraka. Their other friends murmured their agreement. Wait, if it's boosting your shapeshifting, does that mean you can copy emitter quirks now? No. I mean, I haven't tried, but dash. Uraraka stuck out her hand. Try now. Deku looked down at her hand. Well, it can't hurt, can it? She reached out and took Uraraka's hand, and in another flash of light had transformed into a copy of Uraraka. Okay, so, who wants to try floating? Tsu volunteered, and Deku placed her padded fingertips on Tsu's shoulder, just like she'd seen Uraraka do to make things float. Then she concentrated on one for all and used it to forcibly evolve her body as close to Uraraka's as she could. 5%. 8%. 10%. 15%. 20%. 30%. It was too much for her body, even standing perfectly still. Uraraka felt like one giant cramp. The green lightning flickered out, and she collapsed, exhausted. Deku! Midoriya! Her friends rushed to the ground to help, Tsu catching her and laying her down gently. Okay, no emitter quirks. Deku, you're bleeding. I am. Feeling something warm on her upper lip, she reached up to rub her nose. Her fingers came away red and sticky. Should we take him to Recovery Girl? Ida, you carry him. And no, I'm fine, really. I think I just need to lie down here for a bit. The trio looked at her doubtfully but allowed it. I think that's enough testing for me for one day, though. After the world stopped spinning, she started to change back, counting off the seconds in her head as she did. Reverting back to his true form had only ever taken, at most, 30, and that was back in the weeks after he first got it. After his training with All Might, he'd managed to get it done in Midoriya. Does it usually take you that long to change back? Ida asked. Deku looked up at the concerned faces of his friends. He wanted to reassure them, to tell them everything was fine. To smile through the pain. But already he felt bad about hiding one for all even when they had all been so willing to help him out. But one for all it was necessary to keep secret. He couldn't lie to them about this, too. No. He sat up. It's always taken longer to change back than it has to change in the first place. It's like my quirk constantly wants to change. Unless I stop it, it'll go off just from bumping into someone, and it's always taken at least a few seconds to switch back to looking like myself. But ever since I got my boost, it's like the more I use it, the harder I have to push to turn off my transformations. Like when you run a lot and your legs get all weak and wobbly, asked Uraraka. That's a lot like what it feels like, said Deku. Like my quirk itself is getting tired. Well, quirks are part of your physical body, muttered Ida. We really should take you to see Recovery Girl, if she hasn't already gone home. But you won't make me if I don't agree, will you? No. Deku sighed. You're probably right, but I've been in that office and the hospital so many times already this year that I don't think I can handle it this afternoon. If I'm still feeling messed up in the morning then I'll go see her, I promise. Sorry for dragging you all into this. Tsu put a hand on his shoulder. Deku, we're your friends. You can always talk to us, Karo. Thanks, Tsu. He looked around at them. Man, I'm lucky. Thanks, all of you. Ida helped hoist him to his feet, and after gathering their belongings the four friends went home for the evening. Normally showing up to UA on a weekend would mean extra training, attending a special event, or serving detention. Deku wasn't so lucky. He'd had the nightmare again. The first couple nights he'd assumed that it was just his brain processing what had happened and that it would go away. And it had, for a little while. But then it came again Wednesday night, and he knew he couldn't put it off any longer without breaking his promise to All Might. Deku heard some motion from within the office, and a large, hairy boy with glasses stepped out and began making his way down the hallway. Deku thought he recognized him from Class B, but that was about it. "Izuku Midoriya," said a deep, gruff voice. Looking up, Deku saw a giant dogman in casual, well-worn clothes. Hello." Deku shuffled his way into the office. The dogman shook Deku's hand, but the size difference between them was such that Deku's hand was almost completely enveloped by the teacher's paw. "It's good to meet you. You can call me Hound Dog, Mr. Inui, or even Rio if that's easier for you." Thank you Mr. Inui, it's good to meet you too. Now, before we begin, there's someone I'd like to introduce you to. Mr. Inui patted his pant leg, and a small brown poodle trotted out from behind the teacher's desk and up to Deku. "This is my friend Tenchi, and he's the school's therapy dog. If you'd like you can hold or pet him while we talk. Some students find it very relaxing, but it's entirely your choice. Because of his breed, you also don't have to worry about allergies." That would be nice." Mr. Inui gestured to the large chair on one side of his desk and sat down across from it. Deku sat down in it and Tenchi hopped up on his lap. He began idly brushing his hands across the dog's head and back, and sank further back into the chair and just enjoyed the experience. Between his mom's allergies and their apartment's rules he'd never really even thought about getting a dog, but this really was nice. "Now, I already know the basics of why you're here, but why don't you start with the specifics of what you want to work on today?" "Well, ever since USJ attack, I've been having these nightmares." He looked up, and Mr. Inui gave him an encouraging nod. "I guess not just nightmares. It's more like there's this guilt that I've been feeling. But I feel that in the nightmares too. I keep dreaming that I'm right back next to the villains with everyone. But in the dreams things keep going even worse than they did. Nomu really does kill Monoma and Mr. Aizawa, or Shigaraki grabs Tsu and Mineta and Kino and I can't move fast enough to stop him, or I couldn't push All Might out of the way and Kurogiri's portal." His voice trailed off and he took a few deep breaths to steady himself and let himself get lost in petting Tenchi for a bit. "I just can't put it behind me. I think," said Mr. Inui, "that I have a good idea of what's going on. While I'm not equipped to give you a proper diagnosis, what you're describing is a common response to traumatic situations. It is, sadly, something most pro-heroes struggle with at some point in their careers, but I'm sorry that it's something you're having to deal with so soon. You mentioned that you've been feeling guilt. Can you tell me what you feel guilty about?" "Kendo and Mineta wanted us to go to the entrance. We probably could have made it without getting noticed by the villains at all, if I hadn't convinced everyone that we should check on Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Kansas. That means that even if Monoma was okay in the end, him being hurt and everyone else being in danger was my fault, because I made the wrong choice." I have 3 things to say to that, then. The first is that any decisions on your part were the decisions of someone with less than 2 weeks of hero course training. Part of the reason for the hero course is prepare people for the future so that when they are faced with chaotic situations and difficult decisions, they can take all the possible factors into account before making decisions. You had almost none of that preparation, and were forced into a situation well beyond your control. Under the circumstances, you did what you thought was best at the time, which is all anyone could ask. Okay? The second is that, regardless of whether your choices were the right ones, you should gain some reassurance from the fact that you were at least partially responsible for several people surviving or sustaining less injuries than they would have otherwise. "Wait, I did?" Mr. Inui nodded. "Part of it was fortune being on our side, but by showing up and distracting the villains when you did, you students prevented Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Ken from being injured far more seriously. And even before that, we've heard from the others that you were largely responsible for the plan that let you escape the villains in the aquatic zone. Maybe someone else would have come up with a working plan in the same situation, and maybe not. But you were the one who was there, and it was your plan that protected your fellow students." "Whoa. I guess I hadn't really thought of that. I was just doing what you thought was best at the time." The pro smiled. "And in this case, it worked out quite well given the circumstances. What about the third thing?" "The third thing regards Monoma and his injury. It's admirable that you want to take responsibility for the safety of others. But at the end of the day, you weren't the one who attacked him, and he survived. You can use this as a learning experience, but you can't let what could have happened consume you." Deku considered everything he had said. I think I need some time to process all this. Thank you for the help, Mr. Inui." Would it be okay if I come back to talk if I have more questions? Of course. It's my job to be here for you guys. And contrary to what you see on TV, this isn't the sort of thing that fixes itself in a day. Talking to someone once or twice definitely can help, but working through and overcoming trauma is a process. Thankfully, building yourself up through your hero training will naturally help with some of that over time, but never hesitate to make an appointment or send me a message. Thank you. There's one more thing that I wanted to ask before I go, though. What is it? Deku reached down and rummaged around in his bag, pulling out a hero notebook. Your rescue stats are really impressive, can I have your autograph? Mr. Inui just stared at him, and then broke out in a sound like a mix of a belly laugh and a dog barking. Aizawa mentioned that he had a fanboy in his class. I'd be happy to, on the condition that you give me yours when you become a famous hero. Deal. Walking out of Hound Dog's office, Deku saw that some other students had already begun to arrive in the seating area. Shoji. Monoma. Uraraka. He nodded in greeting, and they nodded back. No one tried talking. There was an unspoken understanding in all their eyes that left nothing to be said. When lunch PRD rolled around the day after the sports festival was announced, the doors around the hero classrooms were suddenly crowded with unfamiliar students. What? Hey, what's going on? Shouted Uraraka, trying to see some way to push past. I agree with Uraraka's sentiment. What is your business with Class A? Yeah, what's the big idea? Bakugo scoffed. They're scouting out the competition, small fry, he said, pushing past Mineta. Wow, Bakugo's being really calm about this, whispered Deku, earning an incredulous look from the shorter teen. Actually, he's been a little bit more calm than normal for weeks now. Ever since the combat training, all the hero course students made it out of a villain attack. They probably want to get a look at us before the competition, Bakugo continued. Not that it's gonna help. Out of my way, extras. While the mortified Class A were doing their best to apologize for their classmates' behavior, a disheveled boy with a mane of lavender hair pushed his way to the front of the crowd. I came to see what the famous hero classes are like, but you seem pretty arrogant. I wonder if all the heroes this school is creating are like that. All those gathered around the door, except for Bakugo, frantically shook their heads. Man, seeing someone like you in the hero course makes me so disillusioned, especially with all the people stuck in general studies because they didn't make the cut for the hero course the first time around. Did you know about that? Bakugo grunted. Anyway, the purple-haired boy continued, the school's left those of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. And it also seems they might also transfer people out. Mineta's knees began wobbling. You think we're just scouting out the enemy? I came with a warning. If you hero course students get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came to declare war. Bakugo just smirked and began pushing his way through the crowd. Wait a minute, Kirishima called. Bakugo, what are you gonna do about all this? You're just gonna talk trash so everyone hates us and then walk away. Do about what, weird hair? It doesn't matter. Huh? It doesn't matter, 'cause talk is cheap. All that matters is if you can rise to the top. That's actually kind of manly, responded Kirishima, taking the words into consideration. What? Mineta cried. What are you on about? That's not deep at all. All he did is make us a bunch of new enemies. Deku, for his part, contemplated the words quietly. Those who are always aiming for the top, and those who aren't. That slight difference in attitudes will have a big impact once you go out in society. I understand how you feel, and a big part of this will be just helping put me at ease. I won't force you. However, I hope you won't forget how you felt back at that beach park, when you saw what you had accomplished. Maybe right now it is borrowed power, but one day I'm gonna make it my own, and beat you with my own strength. Just you watch, Kaken. All those years pretending you had a flashy, useless quirk. All those years letting everyone walk right over you. You have fun with your little game? Well, come at me with everything you've got, 'cause I'm still better than you. Very well, hero, you win. I'll use my strength. You really are an amazing person. Deku looked around the room, taking in the faces of all his friends, and even of the various determined strangers blocking their way. What was I thinking last night? Of course I have to bring everything I have to the table. How can I say I'm making one for all my own if I'm the only one here not giving it my all? The 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival went by in a blur. Deku talked to All Might and Lunch Rush about helping him put together a diet and set of exercises that would help him quickly buff up his body's stamina in time for the event, and stuck to it the whole time. While everyone mostly worked on training their skills and their quirks individually, a few groups scattered joint training sessions into their schedules, including Tsu, Uraraka, Ida, and Deku. They'd even allowed Mineta to join for one session, and all things considered he'd been on his best behavior. That might have had more to do with Ida watching him like a hawk than anything else, though. Mina complained as the class waited in the prep room for Present Mike to announce their entrance. I wanted to show off my costume. Well, they've gotta keep it fair for the general studies and support students somehow, said Ojiro. So we'll just have to make do with our quirks and our training. Man, I wonder what the first round's gonna be. Whatever it is, we'll find out soon enough, right? I remember last year it was a paintball free-for-all. Everyone, said Ida, bursting through the door, they're almost ready for us. We will be entering soon. As everyone got up from their seats, Todoroki walked over to Deku. Midoriya. Todoroki? What is it? You could have heard a pin drop. Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you. Huh? Why yeah. But I've been watching closely. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Deku's breath caught in his throat. I'm not trying to pry about that. But I'm going to beat you. Oh? Is the best of the class making a declaration of war? Marveled Kaminari. Hey. Kirishima walked up to Todoroki and put a hand on his shoulder. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Not now, we're about to start. Todoroki shrugged his hand away. We're not here to play at being friends. So what does it matter? Todoroki, I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll beat me, but of course you're better than me. I think you're more capable than most people, looking at it objectively. Kirishima held up his hands and gave a disarming smile. I mean, you don't have to be so negative about it, Midori Dash. But everyone here, even the students from other courses, are aiming for the top with everything they've got. It's like Mr. Aizawa said, because I've got so far to go, I can't afford to fall behind. He met Todoroki's eyes. I'll be going for it with everything I have, too. Todoroki's expression was impossible to read. Yeah. Walking out onto the field, the classes A and B were welcomed almost as national heroes. Word of the attack at the USJ had spread quickly, and the idea of 41st years fending off a surprise attack by villains who were geared up to take on All Might, well, everyone loves a good underdog story. Everyone, perhaps, except for classes C through K of the general studies, support, and business courses. After the hero course, their introduction by Present Mike felt a bit lackluster. Time for the player pledge, announced Midnight, cracking her cat-o'-nine tails. Most of the boys, except for Mineta, who was very approving, and some of the girls in the gathering of students got a bit flustered by her skin-tight spandex and leather getup, but they had the presence of mind to look around and ask about who would be making the pledge. Quiet, everyone. Please welcome our student representative, and the student who took first place in the hero course entrance exam, Katsuki Bakugo. Crap, thought all the rest of Class A in unison. Of course, he would be from the hero course, muttered a nearby girl from general studies. Man, she hates us, and she's not the only one, Ciro whispered to Deku. It's all Bakugo's fault too, added Kaminari, he's been talking crap for weeks now. Bakugo took the stage, a bored scowl on his face. I pledge. The audience waited with bated breath. That I'll be number one. The students exploded in a chorus of booing while 1A hung their heads. Bakugo, why are you doing something so disgraceful, admonished Ida, karate chopping the air. Bakugo just gave the student crowd a thumbs down. At least become nice bouncy steps for me to jump off of. Even Class B was getting irritated. I'll crush you, shouted Tetsu, who Deku vaguely remembered as the guy who had fought alongside Kirishima at the USJ. Confidence? No. The Kaken I knew when we were in school would have laughed while saying that. He's purposely pitting himself against everyone. Kaken banged against his shoulder walking past, expression still blank. Well, I guess not everything changes. Getting the rest of us swept up in everyone's crossfire is still very junior high Kaken. The first event was an anything-goes obstacle course race, well, almost anything. You couldn't leave the track, and lethal force was clearly out. The students crowded around the front gate, ready to shove and bulldoze their way through the narrow corridor that marked the start of the track. Deku tuned out the buzzing of mirror match as she was bumped and jostled around. She'd already copied Sue as everyone was lining up, and she didn't feel like having her current body overwritten. The starting buzzer sounded, and everyone leapt into action. Literally, in Deku's case. Even if it took her some extra grip and concentration to do so, she'd found that she could still climb walls, which came in handy for getting over the stampeding crowd trying to push through the entirely too small space. She'd just managed to get clear when she felt a blast of freezing wind on her back. Hazarding a glance behind her, she saw what had caused it. As soon as he was clear, Todoroki had frozen the hallway behind him, sticking over half the contestants to the ground right off the bat, though only 1 or 2 people from the hero courses seemed to get caught in it. It was certainly impressive and, given her current body's vulnerability to cold, made Deku rethink her whole frog strategy for the first stretch for the race. Instead, she looked around and copied the next person she saw whose form she was already familiar with. Deku's first time copying Ida had been during their training the week before, and despite being unable to use the speedster's quirk, he regretted not trying it sooner. Even without tanking engine itself into account, Ida was literally built like a race car, and one of the best runners in the class. Deku had found that he could comfortably use one for all at about 7% in his friend's form, though most of that energy seemed to divert itself to his legs. Now, the ice that Todoroki was covering the track with from first place was forcing him to move a bit slower than he would have liked, but he was still skating along at a decent pace. All that stopped when he saw the climbing wall. It was about 3 stories high, and the whole thing was built like a treadmill so that it would be slowly but constantly pushing you down. It also stretched out for about 100 meters in either direction before having openings to go around, and if you watched closely the sliding plates would occasionally line up to reveal temporary holes in the bottom of the wall that smaller or faster students could roll through. This is bad. If I break through, I'd open up a path for everyone else. I'd also drain myself if I did that or if I leapt over it now that I'm not copying Tsu. The question is, do I go around, do I try to climb, or do I try to sneak through? His thoughts were interrupted by a giant sheet of ice freezing up the entire mechanism. Todoroki locked it up. "We can get through underneath," shouted a student next to Deku. "I wouldn't if I were you," the ice user called back. "I made that ice pretty weak on purpose." As if on cue, the wall snapped off a few of the covering plates and began rotating again just as soon as Todoroki passed underneath it, leaving slick, glistening ice on all the hand and footholds. Deku began running to the side, intending to go all the way around the wall. He realized that not taking a more direct route would give the other students with more mobility an advantage. Bakugo, for example, rocketed himself right over the barrier with his explosions. But just the same, even with the added athleticism from Ida, he didn't feel like trying his luck by scaling an iced-over cliff or trying to squeeze through those holes without getting trapped. There was one reward to going around the long way, though. One of the snapped-off bits of the wall that he found was the perfect size and shape to carry along, and he figured it would make a good shield towards the end when students began trying to trip each other up more. "Wow!" came Present Mic's voice over the loudspeakers. "Looks like the Great Wall was hardly an obstacle for many of our students. In fact, it looks like Yaoyorozu and Hananuki are clearing a wide path through it as I speak. As expected of some of our other students who were accepted through recommendations. But, how will our contestants fare against the next obstacle, Boiling Springs?" The entire ground of the racetrack became slick and unstable, often sloping down into pits of quicksand or streaming water. There were also smaller pits scattered around the track that would randomly explode jets of water like geysers. Well, no, not randomly, Deku realized. Each one seemed to have its own cycle of erupting and cooling down. A few students had already gotten trapped, but Todoroki and Bakugo were already almost to the end, slowing each other down slightly with their fighting. There were also a few other students doing alright, including what looked like a support course student skating over the slick mud on motorized skis. "There's no way I can run through this, but..." Deku looked at the support course student, then looked down at the large scrap of metal he held in his hands, then smiled and began running in the opposite direction. "Have to time this just right?" He fixed his eye on a geyser roughly in the center of the field, counted off the seconds, and began running. He finally built up his full speed just as he reached the start of the mud, and leapt, pulling the armor underneath him like a sled. As soon as he began sliding, he began focusing on transforming back, shedding the excess mass that he had copied from Ida, making himself as light as possible. Come on, now! Just as he passed over the geyser, it erupted, speeding him back up and launching him into the air. "I'll show you to declare war on the wrong person, you." "Half and half BSTRD, raged Bakugo, sending yet another explosion to Todoroki's face. Instead of responding, Todoroki simply parried the blast and laid down another narrow platform of frozen mud to step onto. Neither of them paid any attention to the high-pitched scream sailing towards them until Deku flew right between their heads, knocking Bakugo enough off balance that he tumbled into one of the sand pits. Amazing! Midoriya has taken the lead out of nowhere at the end of the second obstacle, with Todoroki right behind him. But the show isn't over yet, folks, not until our competitors get through the Beast's Cave. Please join me in welcoming our guests, Pixie Bob and Ragdoll of the Wild Wild Pussycats. In the darkness of the cave, Deku was almost more grateful for the green sparks one for all gave off than the super strength. Almost. Another rock monster entered the range of his dim illumination and swung a clawed fist in his direction. Deku intercepted with his shield, then used it as an improvised weapon to attack the giant's knee. Thanks to the help of All Might and Lunch Rush, He had managed to condition his body to handle one for all at 5% without straining himself or needing to copy someone. With that kind of force behind it, the metal sheet easily sliced through the creature's stone leg. I wonder how these things actually work. They must be using someone's quirk to do it somehow. Maybe a general animation quirk. Or maybe some kind of matter control quirk, but in that case they'd have to be monitoring it closely. Hearing the telltale crackling of Todoroki's ice, Deku lifted his shield just in time, feeling a blunt impact on the other side as the temperature of the metal dropped by a few more degrees. With his next hit against a rock creature, the shield shattered, and he could hear Kaken's explosions gaining on them. That didn't matter though, because at that moment he made out the end of the tunnel. With one last leap he tried to close as much of the distance as he could. The air in the tunnel turned frigid, and he heard crackling from every direction. His feet slipped out from under him as he landed, and he went spinning and sliding into a wall. He still couldn't see much with the available light, but he could make out the sound of Todoroki's cleats crunching through the ice next to him. With one last effort, he shoved off the wall and slid to the finish, coming in just over a second after Todoroki. A couple seconds later, Kaken followed them out. In the first-year obstacle course race, it looks like our winner is that man, Shoto Todoroki. And coming in at a close second place, making a huge splash, is Izuku Midoriya. Lifting himself to his feet, Deku gave the crowd the best determined grin that he could. Not that it kept him from tearing up and sniffling a little at it all. "Deku, you were amazing," came Uraraka's tired voice from behind him. "Second place is amazing. Man, I'm jealous. It was just. Everything I needed to happen just seemed to fall in place. I tried my best, but a lot of that was luck." She jokingly punched him in the shoulder. "Well, leave some luck for the rest of us next time, will ya?" "The first game of the first-year stage is finally over," announced Midnight. "Let's take a look at the results." Besides himself, Todoroki, and Kaken, Deku saw that Ida, Tsu, and Uraraka had come in 6th, 13th, and 16th respectively. Looking at the people who had come through the gates, it seemed that all but a few of them were from the hero course. The top 42 runners will carry on to the next round. If you didn't make the cut, don't worry, there'll still be plenty of chances for you to show your stuff. Now, what is the next round, you may be asking? Well, she waved her hand, and the stadium's big screens lit up. "A cavalry battle?" exclaimed Kaminari. "Aw man, I was never good at those. I wonder how it'll work with teams and such, Karo." "If you'll just let me finish," said Midnight away from her microphone. "You can assemble into teams of 2 to 4 people, with one rider and the rest helping to carry them. Each team will be worth a number of points equal to the combined points of its members, and your team's rider will have to wear a headband representing your team's points. We start with 5 points for the runner who came in 42nd place, increasing by 5 all the way up to 205 points for second place." Deku gulped. "The only exception is," Midnight gave a wicked smile, "first place, with 10 million points." The entire crowd turned to face Todoroki. He looked unfazed. "You can increase your points by stealing headbands from other teams. Once you have them, they must be worn on your neck or above, so it can get a little crowded if you're doing well. You can still keep playing until the end if you lose your headband or your team falls, as long as you rebuild your formation before continuing. Feel free to go all out, this is a battle, after all. Just no deliberately breaking up other teams. We'll give you a few minutes to make your teams." In other words, thought Deku, anyone can qualify as long as they can take out the team that's in first. But if you get it, then you've made yourself the biggest target on the field. Now let's see, given my points and everyone else who made it into the second round, the best strategy would be. "Hey, Deku, do you want to team up?" Uraraka interrupted his thoughts. "Huh? Oh, sure Uraraka. Actually, you'll probably be really helpful. Actually, with your quirk and 1 or 2 more people, I can already think of part of a plan." "Alright. Who do you have in mind?" "Let's see, where's, Ida." "Tsu," the pair waved as he and Uraraka walked over. "Want to team up, the 4 musketeers of Class A? Ida, Uraraka and I could be the horses, and using Uraraka's quirk to make everyone lighter we'll have more maneuverability. And Tsu, with your tongue you'd have a lot of reach as we move around the field. It's a sound strategy. I expected nothing less from you, Midoriya, but I'm afraid it's because of that I have to refuse." "Huh? Ever since the entrance exam, you've been taking the lead in whatever situation we find ourselves in. You are a wonderful friend, but if I just keep following you, I will never grow. Bakugo and Todoroki aren't the only ones who see you as a rival." "I agree with Ida, Karo. Sorry, Deku, Achiko. Still, I wish you all the best of luck in this round, even if I am challenging you." Ida called as he walked away. "I guess this is what it's like being close to the top," thought Deku. I can't keep relying on just people I know well. Uraraka, do you have anyone else that you think we should team up with? A couple of people maybe, but nobody for sure. Midoriya. The pair turned around to the source of the voice to see Kendo approaching them along with another girl. Ah, Kendo, long time no see. Yeah. Tokage and I were wondering if you two wanted to team up. She has an idea, but we'd need someone with maneuverability to pull it off, and the two of us already have a rough idea of each other's quirks. We were also hanging back a bit in the race to get a better view, so we saw what you can do too, Uraraka. Staying towards the back to scout everyone out for later rounds? That's actually pretty smart. Ah, that sounds good, but I'm afraid we'd have to wait until we hear about Tokage's plan before we accept. The brunette held up her hands and waved them back and forth, which was kind of impressive considering her arms were still at her sides. My quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter. It lets me detach parts of my body and control them independently, and I can hover around while I do. That means that as long as I can move around enough of me to help support the team, I can send other parts of myself like fingers around the field to harass other teams and try to grab their headbands. And with the reach and surface area of Kendo's hands, as the rider she would be able to act as both offense and defense if the other teams get close to us. I see. And with my speed boost and Uraraka lightning us, we'll have an added layer of either defense or offense from our mobility. I like it. What do you think, Uraraka? You on board? MHM. Deku's team was set up a little differently than most of the others. Tokage acted as a kind of saddle, holding Kendo's legs in place with her detached sides while her legs were held up by Uraraka and her arms were wrapped around Deku's neck and shoulders. Uraraka wasn't sure why she felt the most weirded out by that last bit. Meanwhile, her head rode atop the formation along with Kendo, while her hands and feet went off to do their own things. Kendo sat atop the horses, with the team's 435 points on her head, where she had the best view to use her hands as shields or to reach out for headbands. Uraraka took up the back of the formation, having already lightened everyone else's bodies and her own clothes. Finally, Deku had taken up the position of front horse in order to drag everyone else along. She had also copied Kendo, something about stamina and my boost synchronizing well with certain physical enhancements that the others hadn't completely understood but were happy to go along with anyway. Since he wasn't having to hold up Kendo, Deku was free to use his hands and one for all at a low power setting to help out Kendo. Alright, everyone remember that we can get a lot of points even without Todoroki's headband. There's no use competing with everyone for it unless we've lost all our points. Got it. 3, 2, 1. As predicted, about half of the dozen groups went right for Todoroki's headband, which gave Deku's team a chance to maneuver to the opposite side of the field and get their bearings. With Deku's maneuvering, it took about 2 minutes until someone was able to catch up with them for an actual fight, and in that time Tokage was able to snatch Hagakure's 390-point headband from a distance without her noticing. Kendo blocked the attacker's hand, which quickly expanded in size to match her own, nearly knocking her off balance. Deku had to pivot and jump back just to help keep the whole team from being pushed over. Monoma? The blonde responded with what Deku could only describe as half of a smirk. He was supported by 3 other students from Class B who Deku, unfortunately, did not recognize. She just had to trust that Kendo and Tokage knew them well enough to counter whatever quirks came their way. Sorry, Midoriya. You seem like a good guy, but after everything Bakugo said, I can't exactly let him have the pleasure of Class A excelling here, and the best way to do that is to take his and your points now and go for Todoroki's at the end. I'll have to thank you later, but for now I'll be taking those points, and that strength. Deku tried to back away, but the tips of Monoma's giant hands still brushed across her head. He retracted the giant hands he had copied from Kendo and seemed to be preparing to bring out another quirk. His face went slack with shock. Not willing to give Monoma a chance to recover and turn one for all against her, Deku took the opportunity and charged in, crashing through some sort of invisible barrier in the process, probably put up by the Waleed acting as Monoma's front horse, if that giant breath he had just blown out was any indication, and pinned the power mimic's arms to his sides. Kendo, now! She reached out and managed to snatch the single headband off Monoma before his horses managed to pull him away. What the hell was that? Asked one of them. Monoma's face shifted from shock to a disgruntled scowl. Nothing. Feels like his strength is something that has to be built up over time, so it's useless within my time limit. We'll get more out of Kendo's. The two groups eyed each other warily before Monoma and company decided to cut their losses and pick an easier target. Got another one, announced Tokage, slipping another headband around Kendo's neck. Nice. With those 4, we've got over 1,000. That should hopefully be enough, and we've only got to hold on to it for about 2 more Minu dash. She was cut off by a sudden wall of ice appearing in front of them. Turning around, the group saw that the wall continued in a V shape all the way to the edges of the sports field, and bent inwards at the top to make jumping out harder for Deku. Todoroki had boxed them in. Surveying their team, Deku catalogued everything she knew they could throw at her and her allies. The biggest immediate threat in close combat like this was probably Tokoyami. His dark shadow was strong, could extend out, and could act somewhat independently of him, giving them both medium-range attack and defense. Yaoyorozu was in the back with him, and while her creation quirk did better with prep time, but she could still put up defenses in a pinch, and Deku figured that she was the source of the roller skates that she and Tokoyami were wearing. Ida was the front horse, and coupled with the roller skates that gave Todoroki's team incredible mobility. And of course there was Todoroki himself as the rider. She didn't see if he still had the 10 million point headband or not, because in addition to the band on his head there were 3 more around his neck, and all of them were turned inside out. The amount of ice he can output is incredible, but I also know from training that he can generate heat with his left side. So why haven't I seen him using it today? Maybe generating heat intense enough to attack with all at once has a drawback like One for All does for me. It's not much, but we'll have to rely on him not using his hot side. Uraraka, she whispered, when they come at us, favor dodging to the left. We have to keep Ida between us and Todoroki's right side. Got it. You almost had me in the first round, Midoriya, Todoroki called. I'm going to take an undisputed first place this round to make up for it. Ida charged, and Deku and Uraraka narrowly managed to skirt around him fast enough for Kendo to put up her defenses. This repeated itself a few more times, with the two teams circling around to stay on roughly opposite sides of the ice triangle. As much as Todoroki wanted that undisputed victory, it seemed that he was well aware that Deku and his team could quickly switch off the defensive if they overextended. Everyone, there's less than a minute left, Ida said to his team. You won't be able to use me after this. I'm counting on you. Ida. The speedster crouched down and tensed his legs, giving off a noise like a small jet engine. Hang on tight. Make sure you get their bands, Todoroki. Torque over. 2 was all Deku was able to get out before Todoroki's team had rocketed past them and back around to their side of the triangle in a streak of dust and blue fire. She had hardly even seen them coming, much less had time to react. Recipro burst. Ida stood rooted in place, black smoke pouring out the exhaust pipes on the back of his legs. Todoroki was holding 4 headbands in his hands, which he quickly turned inside out and wrapped around his neck. What was that? By forcing the torque and rotations to increase, I created an explosive power. With the recoil, my engine stalls after a while, though. It's a secret move I hadn't told anyone in class about yet. I told you, didn't I, Midoriya? That I'd challenge you. We've got to get back in there. Deku shouted. Wouldn't it be better to go after points from another team? Asked Tokage. No time, we don't know who has them, and right now they've got the highest concentration of points on the field. We've got to go after them while Ida is stalled. The others seemed hesitant, but something about the authority that he spoke those words with made Uraraka's heart jumped. She began shoving the group forward from the back, causing Deku to stumble a bit before picking up the pace. All right, Deku. We'll get our points back and win. We definitely will. Uraraka, there was something about her determination, like it mirrored something she had been feeling but hadn't even realized. That's right, it's not just these 3 who teamed up with me. I'm also doing this for All Might, and Mom watching at home. I'm carrying all their hopes with me right now. She crossed her arms in front of her and charged forward. Everyone, be ready for the follow-up. Team Todoroki mounted the best defenses they could. Yaoyorozu created a large metal paddle, while Tokoyami put Dark Shadow on an interception path. Both of them managed to block one of Kendo's hands. Todoroki lifted his left arm and ignited it, interposing it between Deku's reach and his headbands. Carolina Smash. Deku chopped one of her hands through the air in a slashing motion, the force of the wind snapping Todoroki's arm out to the side, and reached in to grab with her other hand. They're inside out so I can't see their points, but he probably has the 10 million points around his head, so. Grabbing the highest bandas, she pulled away and dragged the rest of her team past and to safety. We did it. We got she checked the inside of the headband, and her smile died, we got 70 points. Just in case, we shuffled around all the headbands, shouted Yaoyorozu. You were naive, Midoriya. Todoroki, get a hold of yourself, said Ida. That was too close. The dual-haired teen had just been staring at his left hand, but seemed to shake himself at least partially out of his stupor. DMN half and half BSTRD. Bakugo rocketed over the wall while his horses did their best to break through it without him. Uraraka, we have to go back around for another grab. Right. But before any of the groups could make another pass, Present Mix voice echoed over the stadium speakers. Time's up. DMN. Deku lowered Kendo and Tokage to the ground, and began transforming back. Guys, I'm so sorry, I missed our chance and dash. In first place, Team Kendo with 10,565 points. Uraraka giggled and gestured behind her back to a grinning Tokage, who was holding Todoroki's 10 million point band in a floating hand. You shook him up bad with that last attack, so he didn't notice me sneaking past their defenses when you tried going back. Thanks for the opening, Midoriya. Deku's tears of relief and gratitude were forceful enough to crack the ground under his feet. In second place, Team Bakugo. In third place, Team Todoroki. And in fourth place, Team Tetsu. What, it's actually Team Shinso. When did you come from behind? Midoriya looked around at the other winners. Bakugo was grumbling on ground, seemingly sad at having come in less than first yet again. Todoroki just looked spaced out, and the boy with the mane of purple hair who had declared war on the hero courses a couple weeks ago was just smirking. When Present Mike announced the hour break for lunch, Todoroki had pulled Deku aside to talk, and led him away from everyone to the student and faculty entrance of the stadium. Standing there, Deku couldn't help but squirm a little under his classmates' unwavering gaze. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Todoroki didn't respond except for continuing his glare. If we don't hurry, the cafeteria will probably be really crowded. Still nothing. Man, even with as calm as Kaken's been, he's always still kind of seething. This guy's intimidating, but he just makes you feel like there's ice in your veins. I was overpowered. Huh? So much so that I broke my pledge without even meaning to. His pledge, wait, could this have something to do with why he wasn't using his fire even when it would have helped him? Todoroki pulled his left hand out of his pocket and looked at it. Ida, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Kendo, Tokage. None of them felt it. And I think the only reason I recognized it is because I felt power like that before. The teen locked up. Back at the USJ, when I experienced All Might fighting up close. What are you getting at, exactly? It means I felt something similar coming from you. Deku gulped. Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child or something? Secret love child? Wait, so that's what he was thinking this morning. Well? Are you? That's not it. I mean, that's exactly what someone who was secretly All Might's kid would probably say too, but I promise you that's not how it is. But since we're asking questions, why do you even think that about me in the first place anyway? You said, that's not it. That means there is some sort of connection between you two, doesn't it? Alright. There's no use in you denying it at this point, but I understand if it's something you can't talk about. He paused for a moment, thinking. Endeavor's my old man. I'm sure you know he's been stuck as the number 2 hero forever. So if you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. What? My old man has a strong desire to rise in the world. As a hero, he won a name for himself by being an overwhelming force against villains. But the fact that he was never able to surpass All Might really got to him. So he moved on to his next plan. What are you talking about, Todoroki? What are you trying to tell me? You've heard of quirk marriages, right? They became a big problem for 2 or 3 generations after superpowers appeared. Choosing a partner based solely on strengthening your quirks when passing them on to your children, people being bought and forced into marriages. It's an archaic way of thinking that was brought back by a lack of ethics. Right. I mean, we only covered it a little in junior high, but pretty much everyone knows about the basics. Wait, you don't mean? Todoroki nodded. My father's a man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold on her and her quirk. My older siblings didn't get the right ratio of their quirks, so eventually he went to a quirk specialist to help ensure that I would. It worked, and now he's trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. It's so annoying. I won't be a tool of scum like that. Deku just stood in shock. In my memories, my mother is always crying. Your left side is unsightly, she said. Eventually she snapped under the weight of it all and poured boiling water on my face. He lifted up his hand to cover the large burn scar around his left eye. Basically, I picked a fight with you to show my old man what I can do without using his DMN quirk. I'm going to reject him completely by winning first place without using it. Even though we're reaching for the same thing, the world's an even crazier place than I ever took time to think about if we're coming at it from such different angles. Todoroki began walking away. I don't care if you can't tell me how you're connected to All Might. No matter what you are to him, I'll still rise above you with just my right side. Sorry for wasting your time with all this. It seemed like you deserved to know why you're being hunted. Todoroki. Deku took a few steps after him, searching for the words to say. I've always been supported by others. That was the case earlier too, in the cavalry battle. I'm here because of the people who have supported me. Saving people with a fearless smile, being the greatest hero. If part of me seems like All Might, it's because so much of me is striving to be like him. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to become number one. I know my motivation is trivial next to yours, and I'm sorry that you didn't have that support when you should have. But I can't lose either. I have to live up to the hopes of those who supported me. That declaration of war you gave earlier, I'll return that. I will beat you, too. Todoroki paused to listen to Deku's speech, then kept going without answering. After lunch, the remaining competitors gathered back on the field for the announcement of the final round. So it's gonna be a one-on-one tournament, huh? Man, I'm gonna stand on the same stage I watch every year. Kaminari was hyped, to say the least. Wasn't it different last year? Asked Mina. Sort of, relied Siro. There's always one-on-one fights, but last year it was a sports chambra match. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket, announced Midnight. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have some light recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to partake in the recreation or prep for their matches. Excuse me, Ojiro raised his hand and stepped forward. I'm withdrawing. The entire crowd gasped at that. Ojiro, why? Deku had to ask. This is a rare opportunity for the pros to see you, Ida added. Because I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was that guy's quirk. He looked over to the boy with the mane of purple hair, who Deku realized had also been the rider on Ojiro's team. I know that this is a great chance, and that I'm being foolish wasting it, but everyone here competed by giving it their all. I can't be up there without knowing that I don't belong. You're worrying about it too much, encouraged Hagakure. You should just make sure to produce results in the finals. That's not it. I'm talking about my pride here, Ojiro covered his eyes. I can't just. I'm Nirenjiki Shota from Class B, said a squat boy, stepping forward and saving Ojiro from having to speak further. I also want to withdraw for the same reason. Regardless of ability, don't you think it goes against the goal of the sports festival for those who didn't do anything to move on to the final round? Well, this is certainly an unusual turn of events, said Present Mike. We'll have to see what Chief Umpire Midnight has to say, said Aizawa. Midnight cracked her whip. Well, you kids sure are passionate. It's getting me all fired up. I'll allow it. Ojiro, Shota, I accept your withdrawal. A girl with bushy pink hair who was decked out in support gear shrugged. Suit yourselves, I don't really care how I got here as long as the big companies get to see all my wonderful babies. Said Midnight, in this case we'll have to move up 2 more people to keep things balanced. Team Tetsu, since you came in 5th place, please select 2 of your members to continue on to the final round. A few moments later it was decided that Kaminari and Tetsu would also be moving on, and the brackets were created. It's you, isn't it? Izuku Midoriya. Deku scrambled away from whoever had managed to get right behind him without his noticing, then turned to see it was the purple-haired boy from before. Looking forward to the first match. Just as he was opening his mouth to say the same, Deku felt Ojiro's tail wrap over his mouth. Midoriya. The purple boy just smiled and walked away. Ojiro, what's the matter? Don't answer him. What? It's his quirk. I think it lets him control people. What? But isn't that overpowered? Ojiro raised an eyebrow. Coming from you of all people, but yeah, it is. I think you can avoid it once you know about it, though. My memory didn't go blank until after I answered him when he was talking to me. I think that's how it works. So if I answer without thinking, I'll lose right away. Probably, but I don't think it's completely impenetrable either. I said I barely remembered anything until almost the end, right? When we were running away after Shinso stole Tetsu's headband, I bumped into one of the horses on Tetsu's team. That's when I snapped out of it. I remember everything that happened after that. So receiving a shock can get rid of it? It's very likely. Still, I don't know what level of shock you'd need, and in a one-on-one match you can't count on outside forces like that. Anyway, that's about all I know to tell you. Thanks. That was amazing. I'm going to say something selfish, but, he offered out a fist bump, please do your best for me, too. Ojiro, Deku nodded and completed the bump. A half hour later, the recreational games were finished and Deku was in the hall leading into the arena, waiting for Present Mike to announce his entrance. Hey, he heard from behind him. All Might. Looks like you got a handle on One for All, then. Yeah. Well, a little. This is still a really small amount of the power I used the first time. Even if it's not a big drain, I still don't know how it measures up against some of the heavy hitters of the class. But I don't want to sound ungrateful either. I've really been blessed by luck and by the people around M-. All Might cut him off with a light slap to the back of the head. You're supposed to just say, "I'll do my best, DMN it, you prince of nonsense. You're gonna do great out there, trust me. Now go out and show everyone that fearless smile you're always talking about." Deku couldn't help grinning a little at the encouragement as he walked out onto the field. Present Mike introduced the two competitors and laid down the ground rules. Someone loses if they're immobilized, pushed out of the arena, or taps out. No lethal force, but otherwise anything goes. "A tap-out option, huh?" asked Shinso. "So this is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about appearances. Ready? Match start." That monkey was going on about his pride, but don't you think he was dumb for throwing away his chance? Deku couldn't contain the anger bubbling up inside him. After everything Ojiro said, everything he did, "You've got the nerve to, what did you say?" It was like someone had flipped a switch in Deku's brain. Everything went foggy, and his feet slowed to a stop on their own. Shinso smiled. "I win. Midoriya." The match has just started and he's completely frozen. He's got a blank look on his face and isn't moving a muscle. Is this Shinso's quirk? He didn't stand out at all, but was he secretly someone super amazing this whole time? You're lucky that you've been blessed, Izuku Midoriya. Turn around and walk out of bounds. Deku's body began moving without any input from him. What's going on? I can't control it. No. DMN it. Stop. Even though Ojiro warned me. Crap. Something began moving in the fog and numbness covering Deku. Flashes of multicolored light and buzzing? Buzzing everywhere, yeah. He was sure the buzzing meant something, if only he could remember. And who were these shadowy people standing in front of him? The buzzing was so loud now, so loud that it hurt. He couldn't think, he couldn't. Deku's entire body spasmed, and he fell to his hands and knees centimeters from the edge of the arena. Blood was dripping from his nose, and spiderweb cracks spread across the concrete underneath him. Amazing! Midoriya releases an explosive whirlwind of power and stops himself just in time to stay in the match. Folks, I do not believe what I'm seeing. Why? You shouldn't be able to move freely. What did you do? Deku clapped his hand over his mouth to keep from responding. I don't know what that was either. I managed to shake myself just then, but I wasn't the one using one for all. Were those my predecessors? One of them had eyes that looked like All Might's. But is that even possible? Did they save me somehow? What did you do? I'll have to figure it out later. I can't spend time thinking about that now. Say something. Deku pulled himself to his feet and turned to face Shinso. You can produce that much power so readily? I'm jealous. I felt the same way a year ago. Deku began moving towards Shinso, green light slowly beginning to spark off his skin. Thanks to my quirk, I've been behind from the start. Someone who's been blessed like you can't understand, can you? I do understand. But he's right, I have been blessed. Someone like you who was born with the ideal quirk. Someone like you who can reach your goal. I have been blessed by others. And that's why. Shinso felt something slam hard into his midsection, and a moment later he was sprawled on the ground outside the arena. What? No. How did he do it? I can't lose. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to round 2. Deku may have won, but his appearance begged to differ. Blood was streaming down his face and he was panting heavily. Whether it was due to the sudden pain he had felt earlier, the heat of the moment, or even actual exhaustion, Deku wasn't sure. Someone who's been blessed like you can't understand, can you? Someone like you who can reach your goal. Those words echoed in Deku's head, even as he and Shinso went to bow to each other after the match. Shinso, why do you want to be a hero? The other boy turned away. You can't help the things you long for. Deku watched as he walked back, pausing for a moment as his friends from General Studies shouted encouragement to him. Hey, Shinso. You were wrong, you know. About me not understanding. For most of my life, my power wasn't anything like what it is now. But there were still a lot of people who believed in me, so I'm gonna believe in you, too. Shinso turned to face Deku, sizing him up, then nodded. Depending on our performance, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. Remember that. Even if it didn't work this time, I definitely won't give up. I'll get into the hero course, get certified, and I'll definitely become a better hero than you guys. Yeah. Deku's face went slack. He got me again. Even though the match is over, what is he? Shinso snorted, and the brainwash switch in Deku's mind flipped back off. Most people are wary when they talk to me, you know. At this rate, somebody's gonna trip you up in no time if you're not paying attention. Don't lose too quickly, okay? I won't. Click. Even Shinso didn't know what to say when Deku fell for the brainwashing a third time. In the match against Shinso, I couldn't smile at all, apologized Deku while Recovery Girl looked him over. Ah, well. His cries hit close to home for you, huh? Yeah. But that didn't mean I could lose. That's what it means to aim for number 1, right? Poor thing. It good that there's no real injuries besides the general stress on his body, but you put some weird pressure on him again, didn't you? She elbowed All Might in the stomach. It was necessary for his morale, he complained. Ouch. Oh yeah, All Might. I had a vision, back when Shinso brainwashed me. There were these people, about 8 or 9 of them, I think. But with all that fog in my head from the brainwashing, it was like that vision came out of One for All to cut through it. And one of the people had eyes like yours, All Might. Was it the people who inherited One for All who were helping me out? All Might shivered. That's spooky. What the heck, young man? What? I thought you'd know about it. No, you're right, I saw something like what you're describing once in my younger days. It's a clear sign that your grasp of One for All is evolving. What does it mean? I think it's something the inheritors leave when they pass on One for All, like a fingerprint. But it's not something that can interfere with you, it's not any more alive than the rest of our power. I suspect that your strong emotions managed to weaken young Shinso's power for just long enough for you to reach out and use One for All. Does his power even work like that? No idea. Probably not worth worrying too hard about it right at the moment. More importantly, don't you need to go see who you'll fight next? Oh no. Recovery Girl said, he's not going anywhere until he lies down and rests for at least 15 minutes. Even if there's no apparent injuries, that's the bare minimum of what I'm requiring before he can re-enter the tournament after a stunt like that. I'll leave you to that, then. Good luck, young Midoriya. The most eventful thing to happen while Deku was resting felt like an earthquake. In fact, that's what he had assumed it was, until Zero came in a few minutes later shivering and asking for hot water bottles. Apparently, the earthquake had been Todoroki flash freezing him inside an iceberg half the size of the stadium. That's what I'm up against? Recovery Girl let him go, and he made it outside just in time to see Kaminari getting flung out of the arena by Tokage. Kaminari's quirk is strong, but it makes sense that Tokage would beat him. She got in through recommendations too, so she'd clearly have the edge in experience, and she can hover. Then again, Kaminari's quirk also travels partially through the air, but it's at reduced power. I wonder if the fact that she can detach bits of herself means Tokage could make it more difficult for things to conduct electricity through her body if there's still some kind of feedback dash. Deku! Uraraka called, interrupting his mumbling, I saved you a seat. Thanks. He plopped down. Whose match is next? Ida and someone called Mei Hatsum, I think she's the one from the support course. Yeah, but look at that, Sato pointed. She's fully decked out in support items, which makes sense, but so is Ida. That's generally against the rules for those in the hero course, Midnight pointed out. Those who must use equipment need to petition beforehand. I forgot about that. Aoyama wore a belt, so I thought it was fine. He submitted a petition. I humbly apologize. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she is from the support course, she said she wanted an even match since she made it this far. She said she wanted to fight fairly. So, she gave me this equipment. I did not think I could ignore her fighting spirit. Such youthful passion, I love it. As long as both sides are fine with it, I'll allow it. It was a sales pitch. Even if Deku was being charitable, that's all he could describe that fight as. Hatsum spent 10 minutes running circles around Ida both metaphorically and literally, highlighting every piece of tech that the two were equipped with through a pair of speakers on her costume the entire time. Then just before the draw had been announced, she simply stepped out of bounds and surrendered. Honestly, Deku wasn't sure if he'd ever seen Ida get more worked up over something. During the match Deku found out from his friends what had happened in the other matches while he had been gone. Mina was apparently much more athletic than most of the class had given thought to, even more so than Kendo, and the mobility she had when sliding around on her acid was incredible. Still, she couldn't use anything more than weak acid to attack at range without risking too much damage, and Kendo had the reach and skill advantage in close combat, which had cost Mina the victory. Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu's match had ended in seconds, with Dark Shadow shoving her out of the arena while she was trying to create shields and weapons. Deku wished he had been there to watch and take notes, but it was that or have Recovery Girl hold him back from advancing. He was so engrossed in everything he was learning that he didn't see the look of shame on Yaoyorozu's face, and just barely noticed when Uraraka left to prepare for her match. Good work, Ida. Ida stepped through the door and back into the contestant prep room after his match with Hatsum. Oh, Uraraka, what's with that face? It's not like you at all. Your brows all wrinkled. My face? Oh, it's just my nerves. Must have worked their way up. I see. You're up against that Bakugo, after all. Yeah. I'm really scared. But after seeing a match like yours, Ida? Huh? Like mine? The door squeaked open again. Uraraka. Deku. Huh? You don't want to watch the match? Nah. Right now Kirishima's up against his friend from Class B, and if I do miss something important I'm sure I can find recordings. Then, next, soon. But well, I don't think even Bakugo would use a full-strength explosion on a girl, Ida offered hopefully. He would. Deku didn't even have to think about it before answering. TCH. Everyone's trying to become number one to make their dreams come true. Even if it's not Kaken, nobody's going to be thinking about holding back. Achiko nodded, trying not to let her troubled thoughts show. But that's why I came. Uraraka, you've helped me so much. That's why I thought maybe I could help you a little. He held up a pair of notebooks. One was old, worn, and even burned in a couple of spots, and the second was one of the crisp new ones he had been filling up since he came to UA, a plan to use your quirk against Kaken. It's rough, but I came up with something. Oh, isn't that great, Uraraka? Thanks, Deku. She gave a smile of genuine appreciation. But it's fine. Huh? You're amazing, Deku. But back in the cavalry battle, I think I understood a little of what Ida was talking about. You're someone that everyone can rely on, but if I make a habit of that, I'll never grow as my own hero. Uraraka. That's why it's fine. Everyone's facing the future and trying their hardest. That means we're all rivals, right? So, let's meet in the finals, okay? She gave a thumbs up to her two friends. Okay. I understand, Uraraka. Good luck, and do your best in your match. Just one more thing though, this is coming from the class mimic, but sometimes even great heroes need to rely on each other to get stronger. Don't be afraid to count on us when that time comes. Right. The 8th and last match of the first round. He was kind of famous in middle school. This isn't the face of a regular person. From the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Versus. She's the one I'm rooting for. From the hero course, it's Achiko Uraraka. You're the one that makes things float, right, round face? Round. If you're gonna withdraw, do it now. You won't get off with just an ouch duh. Achiko just set her face in a determined scowl to match Bakugo's. Start. Achiko swung herself low to the ground and began charging the explosion wielder. Withdrawing isn't an option. Then, die. I remember Deku saying he always starts with a big right swing when we went over the combat training tape. Wait for it, dodge and dash. Achiko got a face full of heat and smoke and dust for her troubles and went rolling backward. Eck? No good. Even if I knew about it, I couldn't react in time. She began sliding off the outer jacket of her UA sports uniform. You're not gonna win this. Bakugo swung at the target, flying back out at him from the smoke. Don't underestimate me. The empty blue and white fabric was flattened to the pavement under his hand. If I can just make him float now while he's distracted. She leapt from behind him, stretching out a hand. And she was close, she thought. She really was. But Bakugo caught on at the last possible second, and she was sent flying by another explosion. She managed to roll onto her feet and try again. Too slow. Bakugo swept another explosion across the ground, knocking bits of concrete debris up at his opponent along with the blast. Take this. Achiko lunged again, earning yet another blast for her troubles. Again and again, lunge, get blasted, scramble around with the debris on the ground, repeat. I'm not done yet. She tapped a couple small stones which lifted off the ground. Using of her quirk on top of all this physical exertion was making her a bit nauseous. Even over the ringing in her ears, Achiko could hear some scattered booing in the crowd. Hey, someone shouted out, how can you say you want to be a hero like that? If there's such a huge difference in your abilities, then hurry up and send her out of bounds. Boom. Stop bullying and playing with the poor girl. Come on, give me some credit for staying in this long. Achiko grimaced as the booing grew louder. There's booing from part of the crowd? But honestly, I feel the SAO. An elbow? What are you doing? Was that a pro saying he's playing around? Mr. Aizawa's monotone echoed out across the stadium. How many years have you been a pro? The booing died down. So did the cheers, actually. The only sounds in the stadium came from Aizawa and the explosions in the arena below. If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. Go home, and look into changing careers. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. It's because he's doing everything he can to win that he can't go easy on her or let his guard down. Not yet, you're still not dead. Bakugo faced down the exhausted and scraped-up girl in front of him as she wiped sweat off her face. Nope. And it's about time. I think. TCH. Bakugo braced himself. The way she said that, he knew something was coming. Just not what. I swear, if Deku gave her a plan out of one of those DMN notebooks of his. Thanks, Bakugo, for not letting your guard down. Huh? I'm gonna win. She pressed her fingertips together, releasing half of the arena floor from her anti-gravitational pull. The half that Bakugo had blasted up with his continuous explosions, that is. The half of the arena that was, in fact, floating a good 40 meters or so above their heads. A meteor shower? You should have noticed. With this much debris, it doesn't matter whether he evades or counterattacks. Unless he wants to get hit, he'll have to give me an opening. I'll have to make the most of that and throw him off balance by making him float. She began charging him, building as much momentum as she could. Then she touched her fingers against her palms and leapt, bracing herself against the familiar vertigo of weightlessness. I'll win. I'll win and be like Deku, too. She reached forward. And was blown back in a flash of light and a giant shockwave, releasing her quirk just in time so that she dropped and rolled to the edge of the arena rather than being launched out of bounds. The explosion hadn't even been pointed at her. Bakugo seemed maybe a bit staggered, but he was still standing just fine. Since you're friends with Deku, I figured you'd be up to something. In one shot, he took out the entire storm in one shot, she whispered in disbelief. That was close, Bakugo muttered. My left wrist's just about done in for this round after the recoil from that. I did as much as I could. But he wasn't fazed at all? But all the same. Her body felt like it weighed as much as every one of those meteors put together, but she rose to her feet. Bakugo grinned. It wasn't a kind smile, but it wasn't disdainful. It wasn't sadistic either, though some in the audience might have told you otherwise. It was the smile of someone who had been holding out way too long for a challenge. Alright, let's get serious then, Uraraka. I won't lose. If it were Deku, he wouldn't give up, so I won't give up either. Her knees gave out, and the ground fell upward to meet her. Bakugo skidded to a halt, his face shifting to confusion and, maybe for the first time in years, muted concern. Uraraka down. My body won't do what I want. She pulled herself forward along the ground with whatever ounces of strength she had left. Things were beginning to blur. But I can still. I'll become a hero. Daddy. Mom. I'm sorry. The weight of her body melted away as she drifted into merciful unconsciousness. Deku's head hung low as he walked towards his fighter prep room, only snapping out of it as a familiar classmate stomped up the stairs. Whoa, Kakin. What the dash? The hell do you want? Die, scum. Oh, well I'm next, so? I was going to get ready in the waiting room. Also, congrats on winning the first round. Deku stiffly began inching away. Later. That was your idea, wasn't it? That desperate plan of hers. You just have to stick your nose in everything and be annoying, don't you? What the hell dash? It wasn't. Deku spun around to face him. It was hers. All of it. Uraraka came up with it just so she could beat you. And if you thought it was annoying that's because, well, I guess that would mean it almost worked. Uraraka was leading you around by your nose. Bakugo just glared at him. Well, am I wrong? Deku began walking away. She wasn't weak. Deku froze in his tracks. Wait, what? She wasn't weak. There, I said it, you happy? I dash. So if you want to stand in the same ring as her, Deku, you'd better be ready to make good on that promise from back on the bus. When you step out there, you'd better have made that power your own, or whatever flowery bullshit you were spewing, 'cause if not, you're going to get crushed. He stormed off, not waiting for a response. What was that? Man, I lost. Achiko said with an embarrassed smile on her face, rubbing the back of her head as Deku came in. Huh? Uraraka? I got carried away at the end thinking I could do it, dagnabbit. Uraraka, what about your injuries? Are you okay? Bakugo's words played back in his mind. Yeah, recovery girl took care of me. It was only moderate healing so it wouldn't drain my stamina, so I've still got scratches and stuff, though. Man, but that Bakugo was really strong. It's so frustrating. He totally got me. I need to work harder, too. Are you, alright? I'm fine. Better than expected. Her phone vibrated. I mean, you just keep looking ahead, Deku. So even though I lost, I'm gonna make sure I don't just keep losing. That's, distantly, Deku heard present Mike announcing that Kirishima had won the tiebreaker arm wrestle with Tetsu. That decided who he would be facing this round. What, already? Well, later Uraraka. Oh, sorry Deku. You weren't able to prepare at all since I was here. No. I'm fine. I'll be watching, 'kay? Good luck. Thanks. Once he left, Achiko pulled out her phone and started dialing. Hello? Sorry about not picking up earlier, Daddy. It's fine, sorry for calling when you're busy. Your mom and I watched you on TV. You were so close. But you were amazing. I wasn't that close. And I wasn't amazing. I rushed too much in the end, too. I didn't have a plan for what to do after that, either. I was completely beaten. Is that so? Well, I don't understand complicated things like that, but just because you lost doesn't mean your path's been closed off, right? There's always next year, right? The further you advance, the more you can show how well you do against different types. The scouts can't tell with just one match. What are you in such a hurry for? I mean, Achiko was having a hard time holding back tears. Now, I want to hurry and help you guys. Achiko, her daddy's voice soothed over the phone, it's fine even if you don't rush. You feeling that way just shows that you've got the heart of a hero, so I know you'll be a great one. The dam broke, and the waterworks really started. In fact, you already are to your mom and me for working so hard to go after your dream. We love you, kiddo. I've gotta go, but I'll talk to you again soon, okay? Oh okay. After they hung up, Achiko just sat down and ugly cried. And after a few minutes, even if the world felt just as big and hard as it did when she went into that room, she felt like maybe she was a little more ready to take it on. Now if only crying so much hadn't made her eyes all puffy. Uraraka! Ida exclaimed as she re-entered the student stands in the arena. I've gotta watch. Were your eyes hurt? You must hurry to recovery girl dash. I already went. This is, you know, it's different. She plopped into a seat. It's different? I see. If that's the case, then you must have been really frustrated earlier. Rather than feeling regretful right now, said Tokoyami, you should use this match as a source of encouragement. Yeah, so what's happened so far? She asked, peering down at the Kirishima vs Green Kirishima match below. Kirishima launched a strong offense from the beginning, but Midoriya was able to dodge most of his attacks. Once Kirishima landed a hit against him, Midoriya changed up his tactics by copying him. It doesn't appear to be as effective as the original, but I believe he is making some use of Kirishima's armor at the cost of some of his speed and power. It's interesting, though, noted Ida. Midoriya has been slowly increasing in speed and strength since he copied Kirishima. It most likely has to do what he discovered about boosting his shapeshifting. During our tests, but I don't think he's willing to push it to the upper limit in the middle of a fight before being sure what that will do. But that means that as Kirishima wears himself down over the fight, Midoriya will just keep accessing more and more of his boost until he hits his limit. Whoa, now that Achiko watched with that in mind, she could see what Ida was talking about. It was subtle, but she could see the changes happening every few hits. Kirishima was landing less and less, and the ones that he did seemed to phase Deku less every time. On the flip side, Deku's attacks were getting stronger, harder to dodge, and coming more and more often. Kirishima was definitely skilled and putting up a valiant effort, but in the end it just wasn't enough. Deku knocked him off balance with a powerful uppercut, grabbed a hold of his shirt, and swung him out of the arena in a flash of green lightning. Midoriya advances to the semi-final round. Achiko wished Ida luck as he left for his match with Kendo, then greeted Kirishima and Deku as they re-entered the student bleachers. It was a good try, Kirishima. Mina encouraged, you were really manly out there. Yeah. Achiko enthusiastically nodded her agreement, both of you were. Ha, thanks you guys. Still, Midoriya is really a beast once he gets going. I'm surprised lasted as long as I did. It's not that, it was just a good matchup. Really. Say. Deku, why didn't you change back at the end like you normally do? Well, I didn't really see a reason to, and, he began nervously fiddling with a spike of gelled green hair. Well, Kirishima, I still think I was right when I said you've got a natural pros quirk. Mind if I borrow it and see what it can do for another match or two? Sure thing, man. It'll be like a piece of me is still going even though I'm out of the running. Besides, it'll give me something to work towards if you can go farther that way. Thanks, I owe you. Ida's match is about to start, Tsu alerted everyone, who hadn't been paying attention to present Mick's announcement. Achiko turned her attention back to the arena below and was glad to see that this time around her blue-haired friend got the chance to shine as something more than a walking billboard. She had to respect Kendo's fighting skills. She was able to block Ida's attacks even at the speed they were coming, and even once managed to nearly swing him out of the ring before he used his exhaust to catch himself. Eventually it came down to the same burst of speed that Ida had used against their team in the cavalry battle, shoving Kendo out of the arena in a rush of blue fire before she had a chance to do more than clobber Ida in his shoulder. Next was Todoroki vs Tokage. Thankfully, she didn't need to duck to avoid taking a glacier to the head like she had during his match with Zero. Instead, Todoroki coated his left side with ice and anchored it to the ground, then began producing sheets of frost that radiated out from his left foot in rapid bursts. They weren't especially thick, so Tokage had no trouble hovering over them, but Todoroki was firing them off within less than a second of each other and showed no signs of stopping. Beside her, Deku gave a small gasp and began muttering up a storm. She wasn't able to pick up on much beyond the words reptile quirk, but the fact that he had spotted something made her take a closer look at the fight. Sure enough, after a good moment of searching she noticed cold fog building on the floor of the arena. But she didn't see what that had to do with something that Tsu had told her a few weeks back about her quirk clicked into place and Todoroki's plan began to come into view. Tsu goes into hibernation when it gets too cold because of her frog quirk. Tokage's not a frog, but if she's got a lizard quirk, then maybe it's the same for her. Sure enough, Tokage seemed to be slowing her attacks and having to merge her body back together much faster than during the cavalry battle. Another half minute and she was asleep on the arena floor. Todoroki exhaled a large puff of frozen air before heat began radiating off his left side. Watching the stadium screens, Achiko almost thought he looked relieved, or maybe unhappy, or maybe just bored. She liked to think she was decent at reading people, but Todoroki was even better at not giving away what he was thinking. "Hey, Deku," she asked as they finished clearing off the stage for the next match, "you're pretty good at figuring out people's quirks. Who do you think is going to win this next match?" "Depends. I've got a hypothesis, but I'm not sure about it yet," he continued after seeing that she was still interested. "Well, sometimes quirks have a vulnerability that limits their power or weakens you, right? Like Tsu and Tokage don't do well with cold. I wonder how Dark Shadow is going to react to the bright light of Kaken's explosions. You think they'll make his quirk weaker? Maybe. Or maybe they'll do nothing, or maybe Dark Shadow even absorbs light. That's why I want to wait and see. It'll probably be an interesting matchup either way. Those two are probably some of the strongest in our class, up there with Todoroki." Ida, who had returned from getting snacks and making a phone call while they were talking, seemed to be pointedly not saying anything. "What do you think, Ida?" "I think it will certainly be an engaging and informative match. However, in the interest of today's competitive spirit, I do not wish to say anything further, lest I reveal information shared with me in confidence that could affect a classmate's chances in the tournament." "Okay then. Get a hold of your brother, okay?" He shook his head. "I keep getting his work answering machine. But it's probably for the best. If I've made it this far, I want to go all out and be able to tell him that I won." "Ah, yeah, that makes sense." As the match begun, Achiko began to suspect that her theory had been correct. Dark Shadow made several rushes against Bakugo, but the overwhelming force it had shown earlier against Yamamo faltered in the face of his explosions. As the explosive teen built up steam, he forced Tokoyami on the defensive. After slowly chipping away at Dark Shadow's strength, he let loose one giant blast. It didn't look like it quite had the same raw power as the one that he had used to destroy her meteor shower, but it gave off a lot more light and smoke. When the dust cleared, Bakugo had Tokoyami in a wrestling pin and was using smaller blasts to hold Dark Shadow at bay. "Ah, that's too bad about Tokoyami. Still, if Bakugo took down someone that strong, then I don't feel so bad about my round. Even if it was a bad matchup. I think you actually made a big impression on him. Kaken, I mean. Just, don't anyone let him know I said that. I like living." "Ha, deal. So it looks like it's all 1A in the final four. You two, Todoroki, and Bakugo." Deku let out a low whistle of disbelief. "Yup. Speaking of, I think Todoroki is already prepping for the match, so I should probably be getting ready too. Let's do our best, right Ida?" "Of course. I won't let you down, Midoriya. Please do the same for me." Deku took a deep breath, focusing himself before his next fight. Todoroki was definitely a formidable opponent, but he had the power All Might gifted him on his side. And on top of that, he had Kirishima's borrowed abilities, which was almost more impressive in the moment. He controlled his breathing and focused on increasing the output of One for All. Kirishima's hardening seemed to increase in strength along with everything else, letting him use a whopping 45% of his power without running himself ragged right away. And on top of that, he'd already found out a couple weeks ago from Kirishima that hardening provided some resistance against shockwaves and, as was especially relevant for this match, heat, assuming that, for one reason or another, Todoroki did decide to bring out his full power. It was the perfect quirk for what he needed, or the closest to perfect he'd encountered yet. He wasn't sure what he'd done to get so lucky, but he wasn't about to question it. Still, hardening takes up some stamina to maintain just on its own, especially when I'm trying to move quickly. It won't be worth it to maintain that form constantly. I'll have to sync up short bursts of power as I need the strength or sturdiness. He got up out of his seat and began making his way out to the arena, feeling that he had managed to collect himself and calm his nerves sufficiently. All that went out the window, however, when he rounded a corner to find himself face-to-face with an imposing man wreathed in flames. His body stiffened almost instinctually as he scrambled backwards. Endeavor? Oh, there you are. What are you doing here? I've been watching the fights. I wanted to compliment you on your wonderful quirk. Your speed and strength are impressive, as was that explosive force you generated in your first match. If the rumors I've heard about you doing all that while conserving your energy are correct, I expect that you'll eventually be on the same level as All Might. I see. Well, please excuse me. I need to head to the match. Endeavor knows about One for All? No, based on his wording he's probably just making observations like Todoroki was. But still, there's no way I can let him find out about something like that. I'd better get going. It is my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. His match with you will be a very instructive test bed. Please don't disgrace yourself in it. Midoriya's fist tightened. After everything he's done, how can I just stand here and listen to this? That was all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you right before the match. Endeavor began walking away. I am not All Might. That's obvious. It's obvious, right? He interrupted. Todoroki isn't you, either. But with All Might, I still want to be like him. Not just because of his power, but because of the kind of person he is. He let the implication stand for a moment. Excuse me, I really do need to be going. Start. The first wave of ice came so quickly that Deku barely had time to react before being engulfed. He felt the twin rushes of Mirror Match and One for All course through him as he threw a 45% punch at the glacier. The force was enough to shatter it and even push Todoroki back against the supporting block of ice he was bracing against, though he quickly recovered. The chilled air the collision had created was still enough to make his shiver as he let the power dissipate. I know you have a limit, Midoriya. You won't be able to keep up counterattacks like that for the whole fight. He let loose another wall of ice, slightly smaller than the last one. Deku just gave a shark-toothed grin. Smash! The second glacier also shattered. That ice behind him is probably how he plans to avoid being blown away. I need to get in close if I want to force him out, but I don't know if I can do that while smashing through his ice and still have enough stamina for another round. I need to hold out a little longer and hope I can work out enough of his strategy to work around it. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Normally I'd say we'd both be at a disadvantage in an endurance match, but he's done something different. He's holding up better than he usually does. I'll end this quickly. He fired off another wave of ice, then immediately followed it up with another as soon as Midoriya shattered the first one, using it as a ramp to close the distance between them. Crap! He's been using so many long-range attacks, I hadn't expected him to the B1 to try to get in close. Deku thought as he narrowly dodged Todoroki's downward strike. He frantically tried to kick through the ice that his opponent immediately released to entrap his foot, and in his panic accidentally pushed past his limit. He hit the ground hard and rolled for a few paces, more winded from his own power than the impact. That was a lot more powerful than your last ones, said Todoroki, having caught himself with his ice less before he could be pushed over the edge of the arena. Are you trying to tell me to stay away? Deku forced himself to his feet, legs wobbling. It's not just his quirk. His judgment, technique, mobility, everything is strong. But he noticed the ice beginning to form on the right side of Todoroki's body and uniform. That's it. His fire side could probably correct the strain on his body like I'm using Kirishima's quirk to do for mine. That's probably what he meant by having the perfect combination of his parents' quirks. But if he's not using it, then he'll just freeze himself. That could do some real damage if he's not careful. See? It looks like you're already running low on steam just from avoiding that. Sorry that this is rough. Still, I appreciate your efforts. It's thanks to you that guy's face is clouded over. He jerked his head in Endeavor's direction. Still, now that you're worn down a bit I don't expect you can fight for much longer. Let's finish this. Keeping Endeavor in his field of vision, he let loose another overwhelming ice attack at Midoriya. Hey, eyes over here, we're not done. Midoriya threw the full force of his body into the ice wall, and the resulting shockwave was enough to force Todoroki back through several protective layers of ice. He was dangerously close to the out-of-bounds line now. BSTRD. You're still pushing yourself? With all those times you've had to go to Recovery Girl already, with what happened at the USJ, you're still screwing around like this. It's not like I'm the only one, Todoroki. You're shivering. TSS. He's figured it out? Quirks are physical abilities, too. Just like I've got a limit on my endurance, there's a limit to how much cold your body can take, isn't there? And I'm betting that it's something you can solve using heat from your right side, like you did after Tokage's match. He glared at the ice user. Everyone here is giving it their all, both to with the sports festival and to become heroes. To be number one. But you're saying you're gonna do all that, that's you're gonna win and save people, without touching half of your strength? Tell me again, which one of us is screwing around? Because from where I'm standing, you haven't landed a single solid hit on me, so come at me with everything you've got. With everything you've got, what's up with that? My DM old man pay you off or something? You really sure you want to make this personal? He rushed Midoriya, right arm winding up for a close-up attack. That turned out to be his worst mistake yet. A rock-solid, superpowered fist landed itself squarely in his gut, throwing him back and making him lose the soba noodles he'd had for lunch. He managed to encase part of Midoriya's arm in ice, but the greenette just shattered most of it off. The two fired off a few more exchanges of ice and wind, but they were coming slower now. Both were clearly beginning to reach their limits, but even as Deku gritted his teeth and braced himself against the exhaustion, he strongly suspected that Todoroki was worse off. Why do you keep going so far? What are you even holding on to? I told you, Todoroki. I want to be like All Might, the kind of person who can smile at people and they'll know everything will be okay. And if I want to be that kind of hero, then I can't lose here. He let off another blast of wind that collided with Todoroki's already sore stomach. That's why I'm giving everything I've got. But you say you want to be a hero too, so why won't you? Shut up. Don't think you know anything about me. I already told you, I'm not using that BSTRD's quirk. Aoff. Deku shouted at the sky. Again and again and again, you keep saying that. And to me, of all people. It doesn't matter where it started, because right now it's your power, isn't it? Todoroki froze. Something about those words put a crack in his resolve in a way that none of Midoriya's actual attacks had been able to. In the back of his mind they sparked a connection, a memory that was all but forgotten after all these years. Shoto was only 5 at the time. There was nothing he could have done. No way he could have stopped his father from slapping his mother after she had tried to get him to stop pushing his son so far in training. So why had it felt like he was the one who'd hurt her? I don't wanna, Mom, he'd sobbed, I don't wanna be like Dad. I don't want to be someone who bullies you, Mom. But you want to be a hero, don't you? He'd looked up at her through tear-stained eyes and nodded. It's okay for you to be one, as long as you have a future you feel strongly about. She'd ruffled his hair. You know, I hear All Might is going to be on the TV tonight while your father's out patrolling. If you promise not to tell, we can watch it. It'll be our little secret. Yes, that's right. All Might had said on the interview, children inherit quirks from their parents. But the really important thing is not that connection, but recognizing and understanding your own flesh and blood, recognizing yourself. That's part of what I mean when I say, I am here, you see? Every time, I'm reminding myself to use everything I have and everything I am to help people. See, Shoto, his mother had said. You don't have to be a prisoner of your blood. It's okay for you to be who you want to. Deku flinched back from the sudden and unexpected heat in his face. Damn it. Going that far just to help your enemy, which one of us is screwing around now, Midoriya? Todoroki gave an uneasy grin as flames enveloped his left side. He could already feel the cold and numbness fading from his left side. I want to be a hero, too. Shoto, a voice yelled from the stands. Have you finally accepted yourself? That's it. Good. It all starts from here for you. With my blood, you will surpass me. You will fulfill my desire. Hey, Deku waved his hand, ignore him. He's not part of this. Right now it's just you and me, here in this fight. Right. You know, you're crazy. Right now you've put yourself in a position where you're way more exhausted than me. Don't blame me for what happens next. He let loose a glacier the size of the one he had used against Zero in his earlier anger, which Midoriya also somehow shattered, and immediately charged up his flames for the biggest blast he could give. Not good. I used up a lot of energy on that last smash, but my only option now is to go in with my full power and hope the heat resistance will be high enough to get me through. Deku opened the floodgates of One for All and launched himself forward, winding up for one last punch. He heard Todoroki say something, but couldn't make it out over the roar of the flames. And then the fire was on him. Suffice to say, neither boy was expecting the giant shockwave that ensued. They would later learn that the air in the arena had been cooled and then rapidly expanded by Todoroki's attacks, right at the same time that the increasing pressure collided with Deku's punch. Even the pro heroes working security outside could see the plume of fire and debris coming out of the stadium. The steam and dust cleared to reveal Deku standing in the middle of the explosion's crater, smoke rising from his hair and extended right fist, with just enough of his gym uniform left intact to still be decent. As soon as he released his quirks, the wave of exhaustion forced him onto the burning arena floor. Even so, the blast had already launched Todoroki entirely out of the arena, and Deku was declared the winner. The crowd cheered as faculty robots. helped cart them both off to Recovery Girl's office. Blood sport, that's what it is. Just plain brutality, she said, shaking her head. Multiple hairline fractures, lacerations, and you're lucky your body's built the way it is or you'd be experiencing life-threatening temperature shock. And you, she whirled around to face Deku's bed. First-degree burns all up your right hand and arm, exhaustion, and severe quirk fatigue. And bruising on both of you. Deku tried to shrink further into the hospital bed. Will I still be able to compete? You'll be lucky if I let you walk out there, she grumbled, covering his arm in burn ointment and gauze. There'd be no point in it. For you to be able to move at all, I'd need to keep your healing to the bare minimum. Maybe, but just the same, that's still what I want to do. She huffed, gave him a healing kiss, passed him an energy drink, and turned her attention to Todoroki, who for his part settled back into the bed and acted the part of a far more cooperative patient. Bakugo slouched into the room for some light healing from Recovery Girl, then stormed out without a word to either of its other occupants. A minute later Ida walked in, covered in bruises and scorch marks but still holding up. He was helped along by Uraraka and Tsu. I am sorry, Midoriya. I was not able to rise the occasion, so I will not be able to challenge you in the finals. It's okay Ida. To be honest, I probably won't be able to beat him at this point either, but we both tried our hardest. You're still planning to fight, Deku? Asked Tsu. He thought he detected a hint of concern in her voice. Fight might be a bit of an overstatement, but, yeah. I won't be able to push myself very hard, but I don't think it'd be right to give up after going this far. If nothing else, Kaken won't be able to complain about winning by default. Just as Ida finished getting healed up by Recovery Girl, his phone went off. My apologies for disturbing the peace of the infirmary. I will take this in the hallway, please excuse me. We should probably give you two a chance to recover, too. But you were both really cool out there, and we'll be cheering you on, Deku, whatever you decide to do, said Uraraka, before slipping out with Tsu. After resting for a few minutes to Recovery Girl's begrudging satisfaction, Deku got up and began to make his way out of the infirmary to get ready for the final round, only to run into Ida, Tsu, and Uraraka talking quietly just a few paces outside the door. Midoriya. I was just beginning to explain things to Tsu and Uraraka. I'm sorry, but I will not be able to see you compete. What? Is everything okay? I'm afraid not. A villain got my older brother. You mean Ingenium? Yeah. How is he? Asked Uraraka, furrowing her brow in concern. I'm not sure. I don't know any of the details, but from what my mother said over the phone it sounds serious. I'm going to go visit him directly to see for myself. Tsu placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about the festival, Ida. It's important for you to be with your family right now. We all hope your brother will be okay. The other two nodded. Thank you all for being understanding. Good luck in the final round, Midoriya. The three friends sadly looked on as Ida, perhaps for the first time in his life, ignored the speed limit of the hallway and dashed off in the direction of the exit. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Versus. Also from the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Now, start. Deku immediately brought up hardening and poured one for all into it. Green's light sparked off him whenever he shifted his now rock-like body. He knew how quickly Kaken could close distance when he wanted to and wasn't willing to try his luck at throwing up a shield right before he attacked, so for now his best shot was to pour a low level of power into the borrowed quirk to avoid pushing himself too far, which in this case meant only about 4%. Not enough to even quite bring hardening up to Kirishima's normal levels, by the feel of it, but enough that he wouldn't go down in just a few hits. To his surprise, Kaken did not rush right in. Instead, he pressed his palms to the ground and let off a series of weak rapid-fire explosions. In seconds, the field was covered in dust and smoke and the smell of burnt sugar that always accompanied Kaken's explosions. Deku's entire field of vision was cut off, and he could only take a ready stance and brace himself against whatever Kaken was planning next. So, you of all people got half and half to use his old man's fire, even with that oath of his, came a voice out of the smoke around him. What? How did you dash? Boom! He was thrown off balance by a sudden explosion to his back, knocking him off balance and forcing him to use up precious energy lifting himself from the ground. Took a page out of those DMN journals of yours. What, you thought that you were still the only one keeping tabs on competition? A hand emerged in Deku's peripheral vision, and he barely had enough time to fully register it before another explosion enveloped the right side of his face. He must be using my glow to see me through all this smoke. But how am I supposed to fight without using my power? You know, after that battle trial, it's really been pissing me off that a weak Deku like you would have the luck to stumble into a broken power like that. Kaken, I don't dash. Boom. My whole life you've just been a pebble on the side of the road. Just another extra in the background, but you always thought you were gonna get better, you never figured out how to stay in your place. There's no way I can fight him like this. I can't even see where to hit. Boom. And then not only did you suddenly grow a spine, but it turns out you were right about all that? It really pisses me off. And now everyone's looking at you like they think you're in the same league as me. Even that half-and-half BSTRD thought as much. Boom boom boom. It really threw me for a loop, because if someone like you can get that strong, where did it leave me? What about everything I'm doing to surpass even the pros, huh? But see, that fight was a wake-up call for me. I could get mad, or I could get even. So I put away the kids' games. I've been keeping my head down and watching, just like you always did, and I've been getting stronger. So come on, Midoriya. Show everyone that power you've been given. Because I'll show you and everyone else, I'm still the strongest. Die. A sudden wind began sweeping away the smoke. And whatever Deku had been expecting, it certainly wasn't that. Kaken was flying at him from above in a corkscrew motion, propelled by his explosions and still accelerating. All around him, a personal cyclone of heat and smoke was beginning to form. In the face of that, there was only one thing Deku could think to do: let instinct take over, raise his arms in front of his face, and harden his skin as much as he could as he was swallowed up by light and sound and fire. As he was launched backwards, he felt something go snap, like he'd been winding up a rubber band all day and it had finally stretched past its breaking point. He felt Kirishima's hardening slip out of his grip. Patches of green light flickered over his skin, popping and sparking in a much more strangled manner than he'd ever seen before. After a few seconds there was one resounding burst, and he felt his borrowed form burn away all at once. As sore and disoriented as he was, he could still feel himself being lifted by the collar of what was left of his gym uniform shirt. Come on, I'm not done. Stand up, DMNU. I yield, Deku managed to rasp out, but not loud enough that he was sure Midnight could hear. Like hell you do. You think you get to just roll over after everything you were saying about giving it your all? You think that's gonna fly with Four Eyes or Frog Face or your little girlfriend? She's not, but somehow Deku's legs managed to prop him up. Kaken leapt back and surveyed Deku. Damn it. You used everything up in your fight with the half-and-half BSTRD, didn't you? Don't you know there's no glory in blowing you sky high when you're basically quirkless? He gritted his teeth and adopted a fighting stance. Fine. I'll just crush you the old-fashioned way. What happened next would be better described as a brawl than a fight. Even beyond their in-class training, Bakugo had picked up some martial arts years before, and Deku had learned the basics as part of his training with All Might. By this point in the festival, neither had enough left in them to make proper use of those skills, instead falling back on the wild swings and kicks that you'd see in a schoolyard fight. It wasn't completely one-sided. By the end of the fight, Bakugo had a split lip and the beginnings of a black eye. But a solid punch to his stomach forced Deku to double over, leaving him wide open to the sharp blow to his head that sent him sprawling and ended the fight. Seemingly appeased for the moment, Bakugo began walking away. Next time, Midoriya. Next time we fight, you come at me with everything. He paused for a moment and added, almost as an afterthought, and quit calling me Kaken. This was, quite possibly, the worst Deku had ever felt at any point that he could remember that wasn't right after the USJ. His body was completely wrapped up in a flu-like ache, his head felt like it was full of cotton, everywhere was bruised and sore, and even dressed in fresh bandages and burn ointment his right arm stung even worse than it had after his fight with Todoroki. Ah, you're awake, Recovery Girl noted. How are you feeling? Slightly better than dead, he tried. She gave him an unamused glare. That was incredibly reckless. What were you thinking out there? He thought for a moment. What had been going through his mind? Pride? Concern for his old friend? Just plain stubbornness? At first I think I just wanted to show the world what I could do. But now? He shook his head. I don't know. It felt like if I didn't do what I did, Bakugo would have gotten cheated, I guess. Or maybe I just felt like I needed to stand up to him. Either way, I'm not sure what would have happened if I held back. So you decided to make yourself a glorified punching bag. That's not, ow! Deku yanked back his left hand and rubbed the spot that Recovery Girl had pinched. What was that for? You aren't changing. What? Your quirk normally activates with skin contact. She held up an ungloved hand. Do you feel at all like you're changing? I don't, actually. His brow began furrowing in worry. The youthful heroine harumphed. I thought as much. Even ignoring your physical injuries, you've pushed your quirk so far past its limit that you've shorted it out and done some real damage to it, just like if you'd torn a muscle or broken a bone. She shook her head. It should begin healing on its own after a little while, and if you come in next Monday morning your body should have recovered enough that I can heal that along with the rest of your injuries. As it stands, no strenuous activity for the rest of the week, and no using either of your quirks, even if your shapeshifting does begin to come back. She handed him a bag full of several packs of her medical gummies, energy drinks, bandages, ointment, and a silver medal. Use these as you need over time. It's getting late, so it'd be best if you rest for a few more minutes and get going. All Might stuck around to drive you home. Thank you very much. Oh, and young man? Yes? I've already talked to All Might about this, but after Monday I won't be providing this kind of healing for you anymore. Helping with the sort of routine injuries you'll run into while training is one thing, but you've got to learn to curb this self-destructive behavior before it becomes a habit you can't walk away from. The first half of the ride home was mercifully silent. Toshinori tried to make sure that none of his concern obscured the pride on his face, but he wasn't sure he was winning that battle. Midoriya, for his part, seemed to be content to zone out and munch on a pack of gummies. For a while, anyway. Did I do okay? Toshinori just smiled and shook his head. Okay? You did great, kid. It's just, yeah. What recovery girl said. They went silent a little longer as the sobering thought sunk in. I feel like I should take some responsibility for that. I'm both your mentor and predecessor, and I've been putting pressure on you to use that power. Maybe faster than you're ready for. No. It's not your fault. I need to figure out dash. Hey, kid, it's alright. We'll figure it out. I'll put in calls to some people who might be able to give us some ideas. Ah, really? Amazing, All Might's friends, they must be really cool pro-heroes or at least people. Familiar with their work, I'd imagine a bit on liver had an side a kicken never joined an agency with author prosput mabe theory undergrounder est hadi reclasito I'd like to think that he would know about him beautif thegu ardet he reputation sena I guess it would make sense that I wouldn't or maybe rethinking something like dash. Okay we get it, you're a living hero encyclopedia. Ah, sorry. Speaking of getting help though. Yes? Back there, I was only able to get as far as I did because I was able to use Kirishima's quirk along with One for All. They mesh really well together, One for All boosts hardening, and hardening takes off some of the strain of One for All. And he seems like a really heroic person too, so I guess my question is? Why me? Why not him, or someone else who could use One for All? All Might was taken aback at the question. Of course, it made sense that his successor might face some doubts in the face of the obstacles like the ones he'd encountered today, but that didn't mean Toshinori was expecting it. He pondered it for a moment. I'll answer your question, but to give you the best answer I can, I need to ask you something first. Okay. We didn't get much of a chance to talk after your match with young Shinso. When you were up against young Todoroki and young Bakugo, you pushed yourself much farther than you needed to. You were able to reach young Todoroki and convince him to use his flames in battle, something that not even the teachers have been able to do. And you insisted on giving young Bakugo the fight he was looking for, even at the expense to yourself. Why? The boy took a deep breath, collecting his thoughts. I did it because I thought they needed help. Well, at least towards the end with Bakugo. Towards the beginning it just felt like the right thing to do, not throwing the match and all. But definitely with Todoroki. He told me about how his dad isn't the best person, but to see him not only not using his full power when everyone else was, but also hurting himself by not using his power. I just got angry. I don't know what else I should have done. It felt wrong. And with Bakugo, he's changing, I guess, is the only way I can put it. I hope it's for the better, but I didn't realize how much my beating him back in combat training stirred him up. And because of that, it felt like my fighting him was the only way to help him work through that. I don't know, maybe I've just been sticking my nose where it doesn't belong all day. Toshinori let out a belly laugh. Well, my boy, that's part of your answer right there. Sticking your nose where it doesn't belong to save people is the essence of being a hero. Maybe in another world young Kirishima would have been a good holder of One for All, and maybe not. Certainly, I agree with you that he has the makings of a great hero. I could say the same on both accounts for young Azui, or some of the students from Class B. And as far as power goes, giving One for All to young Todoroki on top of his fire and ice or young Bakugo with his explosions would almost certainly lead to them becoming superheroes, though I don't know that either of them would aim to become the same kind of pillar of society that I tried to be. But ultimately, I chose you. You, the person who will try to save someone even if it means making a fight against them harder for yourself. It's probably just a bit of sentimental thinking I picked up from my master, but sometimes it feels like calls for help are a direct command to One for All. Even if it's silly, I still believe it. And I can't think of anyone better to wield a power like that than you. The young man looked up at the pro with stars in his eyes. You really think so? Not a day goes by that I don't. Believe me, young Midoriya, I'm sure you'll do things with One for All that no other wielders even dreamt of. Toshinori leaned sluggishly back in his chair, weighed down by the first good meal he'd had in, well, a while to be sure. It had only been one small bowl of katsudon, but the medically reinforced remnants of his stomach were already straining in protest at his overindulgence. Worth it. It still felt strange, being invited into someone's home for dinner like this. Meeting Tsukachi had helped, as had, though he didn't like to admit it, the injuries that had forced him to give up the idea of being All Might full-time, but he still very much felt like an outsider at times like this. One of the many costs of becoming the symbol of peace, things like days off and meals with friends were just things that other people did. Still, it wasn't like he had the stamina left in him for any after-hours hero work today, and both his student and Mrs. Midoriya had insisted. For the most part, he just sat back and soaked in his young successor's elation while recounting the day, along with his mother's more reserved, nervous enthusiasm. When young Midoriya apologized and turned in early, he had volunteered to help Mrs. Midoriya with the dishes. It was only fair, he insisted, in return for the meal. For a while they worked quietly, interrupted only by the clinks of wood and ceramics. Even if it's not all like he expected, he's really starting to grow into his dream, isn't he, Mr. Yagi? HM? I suppose he is, at least from what I've seen and heard. She nodded. I really am happy for him, but, she paused, trying to find the words, well, it's probably not right to burden you with that. Oh? Whatever it is, I'm sure it's not that much of a burden, he smiled. Besides, if you have concerns, I'd be happy to pass them up the line to All Might. I'm sure he'd be happy to take a parent's input into account for his lessons. Oh, it's nothing really. Just a mother's worrying, that's all. It started back with the entrance exam, when Izuku first told me about his power boost. I was thrilled for him of course, but the drawbacks, and then today on the TV, everything he did. Launching himself with that geyser, all his fights. I just don't want to see him sacrifice so much of himself to follow his dream. Toshinori scratched his chin, trying not to let his guilt show through. He knew exactly where young Midoriya got those ideas from. And while it was always necessary and made perfect sense when he did it, he had to admit that there was something very uncomfortable about seeing the boy push himself past his limits in the same way. Sacrificing yourself to be a hero, to save people, that seems like a common idea in a lot of circles these days. Do you have a different philosophy? I mean, please understand, I appreciate the work that heroes do. And I know that it's a complicated world out there and that it's really not my place to judge. But Izuku, and if I had to guess, All Might too, they're the sort of people who want to save everyone. I just think, if they're going to do that, there's got to be a way that they can save themselves at the same time. Save yourself along with everyone else, Toshinori sounded out the idea, rolling it around in his mind experimentally. That's certainly an interesting view of things. I'll have to think more about it sometime. He glanced at the clock. It's getting late. I should probably be going, I've troubled you enough tonight as it is. No, it's no trouble. Even if I worry too much, you really have done so much for Izuku, and I'll always be thankful for that. You're always welcome here, Mr. Yagi.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.